can smell Bathurst. Especially this
What's
time
going on,
of
guys?
year.
It's CJ, and I'm going to show you how to pin a
Because you
comment
can
to
smell
the
the
top of
summer
your live
rain
stream when you're on
before it
YouTube, okay?
comes.
Simple as just finding a comment that you really like and just pinning it.
You can always
to
smell
top
the
of your
burning
head like
rubber
that.
and petrol
Okay,
fumes.
so let's go ahead and show you.
It's a
This is
racetrack,
also
for
going to be
heaven's
for
sake.
people who are just on
And the
YouTube watching
supercars,
live streams,
they fire up
and they
by
see a
burning
comment
a
that's pinned to the
high-octane
top,
E85
but it's in the
fuel.
way, and they
It's
can't read other messages. I'm going to show
wind
you
smell
how to remove
bellowing
that
from these
comment
exhausts.
so that you don't have to see that all the
anticipation
time.
you
Because
can
sometimes
smell
people who live stream,
the
they leave the
open
comment
fires,
pinned at the top,
barbecues and
and it
beers
doesn't
atop the
disappear
mountain.
because they didn't
But most of
unpin
all
it.
at Bathurst,
Okay, so I'm going
you
to
can
show
smell a person's pride in their car. We all know what they say about the love of a car. How if you can park it and walk away without looking back, then you haven't bought the right car. Around here, the faster the better. Straight roads are for fast cars. Turns, they're for fast drivers. And Bathurst caters both.
Nowhere to go.
Just like last year, and again because of COVID, this great race is the Supercars season finale, albeit 2 months later. And it's even more special because we're farewelling this guy.
Championships. Today, Jamie Whitcomb joins the race. He gets his way.
The winningest driver of all time, Jamie Whitcomb.
Jamie Whitcomb is champion. Jamie Whitcomb has won his 7th title.
True, he's not loved like Brock and Lowndes were loved. An unusual cat who's always let his driving do the talking. A modern-day Mark Skaife.
Extraordinary achievement for an extraordinary driver.
The great drivers make the great race. 50 years ago, Alan Moffat won Bathurst in this XY Phase 3. GTHO, the fastest production car in the world. You don't see him around too much these days, Alan Moffat, but he's still with us. God bless him. 40 years ago, it was Dick Johnson in this Blue Falcon.
Johnson of Queensland.
In the first of his 3 Bathurst 1000 wins, Johnson lost his lead in the mayhem around this crash, but he came back and he won, didn't he? Even Holden folk hailed it magical. 30 years ago, 1991, you got it, Godzilla. The first of Skaife's 6 Bathursts. His co-driver, Jim Richards, and he won 7. 2001, Skaife at his peak. The dominant force in supercars. A hard bastard. Uncompromising.
You're a hero amongst the Holden fans.
And a decade later, 2011, the first ever rookie to salute, Nick Percat. A pumped-up Percat hit the wall punching on with Skaife, racing a bit wide on the right-hander at the top of the straight. But he got lucky, got away with it. He and co-driver Garth Tander scraping home over Triple Eight Skaife and Lowndes. So we come to the mountain, 2021. Fast cars, faster drivers. Anton De Pasquale, how good's he going? Shane Van Gisbergen, Whincup of course, Brown, Davis, Mostert, Waters, Brodie Kostecki, Winterbottom, Percat, Courtney and co. They're all here, burning rubber while floating on the sweet smells of anticipation, admiration, sporting nations, sky-high expectations. Ready to go for broke. Welcome to the great race, to the 2021 Bathurst 1000, right here on Fox Sports.
And I'm going down. All the
We
We have travelled over the Blue Mountains to Mount Panorama Bathurst, home to the great race. Welcome everybody to the 61st running of the Enduro Classic, the holy grail of Australian motorsport. We are counting down to race start. And the news from Mount Panorama after a monumental lap yesterday in the Armour All Top 10 shootout, Chaz Mostert has the pole position here at Mount Panorama for the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. Well, the fans are back. The weather is mild. We are anticipating another extraordinary motor race coming up this afternoon. We know this is an awesome racetrack. On it at the moment, 6-time race winner Mark Skaife, and he's got a very special co-driver, our Prime Minister, Scott Morrison.
Well, it is a very special moment, Neil, and we've decided to be bipartisan because last time the Prime Minister was here, he was in a Holden Commodore. Yeah. Today, we've decided to get on board the world's #1 selling sports car, the Ford Mustang. And one of the things that about this track, and we did it last time, is just understanding what this race means to the country, and being able to have people back, Scott, is unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, it's great. I think my fingernails are still, you know, you can see the mark from last time. Thankfully, we're in a different car this time, mate, but it's a real thrill to be driving along here with you. A legend of the sport, but seeing the other legends of the sport. You know, it's 40 years since Dick won here, and he's here today, just as revved up as ever. Saw Johnny Goss in the pits there. It's just, you know, it's one of Australia's great institutions and great historical races, and one of the, if not the best course in the world.
Well, Peter Brock used to say, this is the best piece of road on the planet. Yeah. And we're coming up to the cutting, and this is one of the things that a lot of people don't really understand. Yeah. Firstly, it's the elevation changes, but it's also the ability to get the car around corners that you can't see. Yeah. You can't even see around the cutting here. And this is just an extraordinary piece of road, isn't it?
It's absolutely magnificent. And I've got to say, it's great seeing a lot of green out there as we come up to the top of Mount Panorama. Last time I was here, we were in drought. This time we're looking at floods. So to all those out there dealing with the floods, we're thinking of you. But today you can sit back, you can watch the greatest race there is.
Absolutely, and this up here, with the greatest respect, is ScoMo and Scaife territory, the top of the hill. I love this corner. This is McPhillips Park. Yeah. And what about this ride down here, PM? This is Skyline. Can't see a thing, and you arrive at 220 kilometres an hour. Down the hill. Whoa! Back to second.
Whoa!
Oh, and into the dip up. What a cool piece of road. We love this place, and people talk about it around the world. You were just saying to the drivers and many of the car company representatives that are here today about where Bathurst sits in the world of racing, and as a racetrack, it is the best in this part of the world.
Well, it's the summit in more than ways than one, and the fact that we've people beaming in from all over the world, and what they're going to see is Australia Open. We're double vaxxed, and people are back. They're in their trailers. They're together again. And it's just showing where we're heading, looking out the front windscreen, not in the rearview mirror.
Absolutely. Trombo, we're doing 230 kilometres an hour with the Prime Minister. I hope I get it stopped down here at the Chase.
You talk about consequences, Scaife. I'm not sure about that. You have to be brave to be a federal politician. It's certainly brave to go for a run there with Mark Skaife. It is fabulous to have our Prime Minister here at Mount Panorama. Well, very shortly, the pit lane exit is going to be open. The cars are starting to line up at 45 degrees. Let's get an update from the pit lane and say very good morning to Chad Nailon.
Yeah, good morning indeed. We saw so much drama in that Armour All shootout last night, and the drama continued afterwards. So Brodie Kostecki and Will Brown had qualified 4th and 5th, but Supercars were doing all the tech checks afterwards and found that the doors on both cars were underweight, only just slightly. So one door on Brodie Kostecki's car 99, and for Will Brown, it was 3 of the doors that came in just slightly underweight. So the fix, they've had to add 100 grams of lead weight at the bottom of these door sills to make them legal for the great race today. They'll start from 9th and 10th. Pardon me, still anything possible for these cars today.
Well, one car to keep an eye on today, Tim Slade and Tim Blanchard. Starting from P4, they've had great pace across the weekend. You may recall at our first championship event of the year, they were also in a position to perhaps get a podium there with Tim Slade in the team's first ever event as Blanchard Racing Team. He had a crash, it put him out for the weekend, but their pace is good, one to watch out for.
Just have a look at this thing behind me here, the Bathurst race car, right? This thing's been all about speed, one lap wonder and all the rest of it. Now it's about doing a stint, long stints, 22 laps, 23 laps. And it's a big difference. But you know the real key to today is going to be 6 hours, maybe 7 hours race. that racetrack's going to change a lot. We'll have a look in the pit stops at some of the little tuning things you're going to be able to do. But those that have done their research, and I can assure you this team have, about how to chase the track as it grips up and degrips during the course of the day. It's an art.
It's certainly an art, and the temperatures dropped substantially, Mark, since we first arrived here on Thursday. We've seen temperatures in the mid to high 20 degrees. Right now it's about 19 degrees. The other thing that's a little fascinating is typically at this time of the year we have a westerly or southwesterly, which means there's a headwind as you make your way up pit straight. Today, at the moment, we've got a pretty substantial easterly, so it's a tailwind here into turn one. And in fact, Anton De Pasquale went off in the warm-up earlier on. Those pit stops are going to be crucial. Reading the racetrack is going to be crucial, but we have got a magnificent day sorted. They're not talking at this stage about any rain. All right, change of pace now. Let's visit the top of the mountain and join Ian Moss, one of Australia's most respected and talented artists, for a very special performance.
Hang me for a sucker on the plains out of Narrabri, swinging a hoe in a cow cotton roll, swiddle on the dangers to me. Boss man, Mr. Tucker, he's a man I don't care to defy, and him on the child, be getting wild, seeking my company. She wants to build me up, tear me down, slap my knee bones to the ground. Me and mine gonna be around when Tucker's daughter's a memory. Oh yeah. Boss man's only daughter, she'll be waiting down the end of my line, taking the shade with a cool lemonade. Saying, boy, wanna talk to you. Boss man's only daughter, she ain't his, she'll never be mine. Never be down on $1 or two. Well, told what she's gonna do. She wants to build me up, tear me down, slap my knee bones to the ground. Me and mine gonna be around when Tucker's daughter's a memory. Build me up, tear me down, but early. I won't kneel till the trumpet sound, and Tucker's daughter's a memory. People born with all they need, they don't understand. They have everything that you want, just don't come from holding out your hand. Tucker's daughter thinks she sees a slave at her command. I know you need some time yet, baby. When the time is right, I'm just in your man. No, 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 oh, 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 oh. All right. She wants to build me up, tear me down, slap my knee bones to the ground. Oh, when Tucker's build me up, tear me down, slap my knee bones to the ground. Me and mine, we're gonna be around when Tucker's daughter's a memory. Build me up, tear me down, no. I won't kneel till the trumpet sound, and Tucker's daughter's a memory. Oh yeah. And Tucker's daughter ain't nothing, nothing but a memory. Ooh, ooh.
Ian Moss, well done Mossy, up at Pertec McPhillamy Park. Fantastic to get things started here at Mount Panorama. In just a moment, cars will fire up and they will depart the lane. The pit lane will be open in 30 seconds for 10 minutes. Final comms checks being made in and around these cars. These cars have got to start with a minimum tyre pressure of 17 PSI. They're all going up and down, making sure those pressures are absolutely spot on. Making sure that everything on these cars is functioning as they get out onto the race circuit, because today we've got 161 laps and somewhere between 6 and 7 hours of intense motor racing between a driver and a co-driver. We've got 50 of them 25 cars are going to attack the mountain, and that's the scene looking from the Century Batteries
Exit
chopper
is open. Sorry,
down
my radio
toward
failed.
the bottom of the circuit and the pit lane entry. So we're focusing here now on car number 888 as the BP Ultimate pit lane opens, because Garth Tander is part of that winning combination of 2020, and he extended his already impressive CV with 4 Bathurst wins to his credit, and that car, 888, is carrying the Peter Brock Trophy this year. Very shortly we'll have a conversation with Garth. It's a special moment to be able to carry the trophy for the man that has won this race on no less than 9 occasions. In fact, I saw Bev Brock and Jamie Brock a little earlier in the precinct earlier today, and it was great to have them back here. Now, for those of you that regularly follow the Repco Supercars Championship, you'll be well aware of the fact that what is now car 888 is typically car number 97, but this weekend also happens to be the final run for Roland Dane as the team principal of that organisation. So it was actually Shane Van Gisbergen's idea to change the number on the car as a special tribute to the man that's contributed so much to the sport and done so much in the sport. Now, listening in the background, Garth Tander's there. Hey GT, it's Neil. This is a very, very special moment for you. And done so much in the sport.
It's quite cool to actually have the trophy in the car with us and about to head off and do this lap. So yes, mate, it is. It's important to take the car. Quite cool to actually have the trophy in the car with us and about to head off. Yeah, really, really cool. Obviously to have the trophy on board, to take the car and actually have the trophy in the car this lap with the fans. Yeah, really, really cool. There's a few jobs to do on this lap, but have this with us. Very, very special.
And you've been across the line first now on no fewer than 4 occasions, but we all know the significance of Peter Brock and this motor race. And as you say, this is a dual process for you now, so not only a little bit celebratory, but also the fact that you've got a job to do. You've got to get those tyres and brakes warmed up. You can't use too much fuel either, guys.
Oh, not worried at all about tyres and brakes right now. We're trying to do the world's biggest economy run for 6.2 kilometres and get to the grid and actually have a bit of a competition with J-Dub about how many fuel we use between the pits and the start line on this one. So trying to just use as little fuel as possible, but really focus on the atmosphere as well. This is the last time that we really get to have a good one on this one. So around the pitch and around the circuit as close as possible. So really focus on the atmosphere. Really looking forward to getting stuck into this one.
All right, all the best for today, Garth, and he'll be pairing up with our newly crowned champion of 2021, Shane Van Gisbergen. Now, today also represents the end of the line as a full-time driver for Jamie Wincup, and what a career, yielding 7 titles, 124 victories, and 92 pole positions. Driver for Jamie Wincup, and what a career, yielding 7 titles, 124 victories, and 92 pole positions. Unbelievable.
Dominant man of the Supercar racing.
Been one hell of a ride, and Jamie now is wandering over the top of the mountain. This is the 20th assault of the great race, and J-Dub, this is going to be a journey to remember. Hell of a ride, and he's wandering over the 20th assault of the great race. J-Dub, this is going to be a journey to remember. Hell of a ride, and Jamie now is wandering over the top of the mountain. This is the 20th assault of the great race, and J-Dub, this is going to be a journey to remember. Jamie, the emotion right now and the expectation.
position for today's race after being underweight. Their doors underweight yesterday at the end of the Armour All Top 10 shootout. And what a sea of people we have on the grid. Some very lucky VIPs to cruise. And of course, each of these drivers, all 50, the nerves will be up. But this is that little bit of time now they get to enjoy before the start of this 161 lap, 1,000 kilometre race here at Mount Panorama today. As down into the chase comes Jamie Whincup and the rest of the field taking their time, nice and easy to the grid for this race. Huge hype all week long that started on Tuesday with our support categories, and the fans have been coming. There is the beautiful Ridges Hotel on the right-hand side, one of the key viewing spots here. The best views across this Mount Panorama course. So we take a look at the 7-time champion on his way down the grid. What is going through this guy's mind right now as he teams up with Craig Lowndes for one more time here at the mountain? Cam Waters, who will have James Moffat in the car for the start of the race today, staying out of position. Number 3, the Monster Mustang. A re-signed team for next year, which will be cool. So many good pairings to take a look at for today. Anyone inside that top 10 is a chance as Lee Holdsworth puts the hat on. Chaz Moss at the right-hand side, collecting that pole position. And here comes the 88 to take his position. Out of position, number 11 for today's great race. The Repco Bathurst 1000. The season finale of this year's Repco Supercars Championship. The cars are heading to the grid as we continue the build-up to the great race.
Quite a significant weekend for the Red Bull Ampol racing team. We've had a conversation with Garth Tander, part of the reigning champion combination with Shane Van Gisbergen. We've also spoken to Jamie Whincup at the end of his full-time career. It's also the end of the road for Roland Dane as a team principal. Descended on this championship, Roland, back in 2003 as they unbolt the Peter Brock Trophy from your car. Roland, 567 starts, 219 victories, 148 poles, and an extraordinary conversion, 450 podiums. What an extraordinary body of work.
It's good, isn't it?
It's not too bad. Not too bad. You proud of that one?
Very, very.
Very big weekend for you, for your boys, for your family, for your team, and especially to be able to hold this thing.
Hold this trophy. Fantastic, isn't it?
Let's go up towards the front of the grid, please, RD, and we'll go to the plinth and we'll get some of the official ceremonies underway. I know because we had a recent conversation about this in great detail. In fact, last Sunday, we spent a few hours together. This race means everything to you.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, it's always a privilege and an honour to come to Bathurst, but to have been able to get this trophy, the magnificent Peter Brock Trophy, 8 times, yeah, in my career here, pretty good.
You're a bit emotional.
Yeah, very definitely.
You've got so many friends and family here, and I know how hard you've worked to be able to achieve this. It's a huge effort. You've got to combine so many things to be able to be successful at this location.
Yeah, indeed.
Well done. Round of applause for Roland Dane for his contribution to the sport since 2003. Well done, mate. Sorry to make you tear up like that. Very, very special moment. I'm going to make my way down here as well and find Sean Seamer, the Chief Executive of Supercars. Sean, huge day for us. It's great to be able to have everybody back at this precinct and celebrating what we love most, which is supercar racing.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic. I've got to thank the gentleman to my right and the gentleman to my left for all the help that they've provided us in the state to get us back here, and just so happy to be finishing up and having a great day.
You've led me to both these gentlemen. Prime Minister, fantastic to have you here first and foremost. I can't believe how brave you are going for a ride with Mark Scaife.
Well, it's the second time out there with Scaife, and I really enjoyed it. I think that feels a bit safer than the aerial going on up there.
Yes,
so I think I'll stay on the ground. But it's great to be back here with Dom. But it's great to have the crowds back here at Bathurst. How good's Bathurst?
Yes, yeah, it is fantastic. Premier Perrottet, brilliant to have New South Wales open, to have people back here attending our favourite sport. Congratulations.
No, well, thanks. I mean, this is what it's all about, and the passion on the hill, the passion around here today is a great thing. And to have this back in action again, last year was a tough year with smaller crowds, but this is great. Everyone's loving it, and it's a great day for the state.
It's been a tense period in the last 18 months for all Australians, for all people all around the world. So for us to get back to something like normality, pretty special.
Well, it is, and I want to thank all Australians, as sure John does too. We've had, we're at well over 80%. We'll be at 90% double vaxxed around the country very shortly. And the fact that Australians have did that means that everybody can be back here at Bathurst for the best race in Australia and the world.
Indeed. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much for your attendance, and let's go to Chris Stubbs.
Thank you. I've got James Moffat and Cam Waters. P3 starting today is James in the car. James, an enormous family history here. You've had great success yourself on the podium. It's a huge occasion for you, isn't it?
It doesn't get any bigger than this in Australian motorsport, Stubbsy. So, obviously starting a good spot. Cam did a great job in the shootout. So we'll just look to get off the line nice and cleanly, keep our nose clean for the early stages of the race and, be there at the end.
Cam is a good guy to have alongside you. You were a runner-up here yourself last year. You got the confidence in this car and the speed it has that you can go one better?
Yeah, it's amazing to be pairing up with Moff. Obviously, got a lot of history up here, and the car was pretty pacey yesterday and in all the long runs. So I think we're thereabouts. So a little unsure what that 25 has in store for us, but we'll give it everything.
All the best.
Thanks.
Our countdown continues to our race start for the great race of 2021, the Repco Bathurst 1000. Now, driving these cars is certainly not as simple as it looks. To understand the complexities of driving a supercar, Mark Larkham.
Bathurst, this is the greatest touring car race on earth. And only the great drivers own the Bathurst Trophy, as only great drivers should. So you might ask, how did they get to do it? Why can't I do it? I get it all the time. Doesn't look that hard. I can drive a car pretty fast, shift gears. Well, respectfully, I'm here to tell you, you can't. For them, it began years ago, from the very grassroots to the main game. A journey of commitment and application. Your teenage weekend's gone, just like your bank savings. And this next generation of young drivers have now put themselves at the elite level.
What a lap!
And in a position to finally have a crack at the big one.
Wow!
And without that same journey, I'm sorry, you're no chance.
So can he keep the momentum going?
It's the fundamental ability to drive the race car at warp speed, on the edge, constantly testing your brain function, your mental rigour, your physicality, your reaction time, your endurance. Great race drivers have a highly advanced sixth sense, great feel for movement, force and balance, all to be processed within microseconds to determine the actions and the reactions of your hands and your feet every inch of the track, every single lap. Just think about that, driving at the very limit of adhesion all day in all conditions. Every brake application, every throttle application, and every turn. Then there's racecraft, your racing IQ, honed over your whole career. It's your ability to read the car, the race, your competitors, and read the play on what's going on around you. And what about your mechanical understanding? What about your mechanical sympathy? The ability to drive the car as fast as you can while preserving its mechanicals or maybe even its fuel. That's where the greats really shine.
We're probably going to run out.
So you reckon you got all that in your toolbox? I very much doubt it. And I don't mean that at all in a condescending way, but you just can't do that. Of course you'd fear the likelihood, the reality of consequence and catastrophe at this place.
They're out! That's over and out!
But for these guys, there's only one fear, and that's the fear of failure. The fear that they'll never achieve what they came here to do. I know it bugs my ass, but I accept that in all sports, the greats are very special. I can swim quite well, but I watch in awe and amazement as an Olympic swimmer glides through the water like a dolphin and tumble turns like a machine. I can't do that. Like most of us, I reckon I've got a pretty good boot. But to curve a ball through the centre post, or how about a field goal to win a grand final? And you and me? Sure, you can drive a car, change lanes, parallel park, but can you concisely and accurately see, hear, feel, decide, react, brake, shift, steer, adjust, respond, risk, strategise, communicate, sweat and hurt at 300 k's an hour with your enemy in your rear bar? No, you can't do that. So let's admire and celebrate those that can. And remember, whoever hoists the Peter Brock Trophy this afternoon will have devoted much of their life to give themselves the chance to own this trophy and own that mountain.
Beautifully crafted and a beautifully told story there, Mark Larkham. Thank you very much for explaining all that to us. It really puts into context the complexity of driving these cars. I want to jump inside the Hino Hub and jump out of all the ceremonial stuff for a moment to remind ourselves of the basics and what's going to unfold in our race today. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres, somewhere between 6 and 7 hours of motor racing. Things to keep in the back of the mind as you plot the strategy of this race. 32 seconds to transit the pit lane, plus tyres and fuel, and it takes about 30 seconds to refuel. 7 compulsory stops in this event today. 111 litres is the maximum capacity of the fuel. There's your fuel burn per lap, and about 23, 24 laps is the average fuel range. Now, this is really worth bearing in mind. From about lap 137, 138, that's where you can dive in, fuel up and get home. And the man that's on the pole position has got the lap record here right at the moment. So this is vitally important. This track changes personality as the day unfolds. It's much cooler today. The cars will behave a little differently than they did earlier in the week. They've got to make a compulsory front brake rotor change somewhere between laps 55 and lap 120. Fuel management, and particularly the last 2 or 3 stints, that's the key to this race. If you can fuel save, get to the last stop, fill that car back up in the minimum amount of time, and you're somewhere at or near the front of the field, you are in the box seat. The weather's very mild out there at the moment, 20-odd degrees, beautiful conditions for supercar racing.
Bathurst is all about celebrating the legends, and I have found a legend right here. Dick Johnson, even next to car 17. It's Bathurst, it's the grid, and it's 40 years since you first win here. You getting some good memories today?
Absolutely, mate, and just to drive around in the original True Blue was just magnificent. You know, the one that actually won the race here 40 years ago. It's certainly a real pleasure to be here.
You've got Anton De Pasquale and you've got Will Davison plus their co-drivers. Do you like your chances to add another win today?
Look, you know, it's always a chance to win. It's going to be very hard to pick any particular team out of what you see on the grid today because they're all so very professional and the drivers just these days don't make mistakes.
Always a pleasure chatting to you, Dick, and good luck today, mate.
Thanks, pal. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
We try and draw a parallel with the atmosphere. It's like being on the ground at the MCG for the grand final. For a young bloke, it doesn't get much better than that, the feeling, does it?
Yeah, definitely. So excited to be in the race today. The weather looks fantastic, so it's going to be nice and cool and fast, and should be a really exciting race ahead of us.
Your helmet is at the car, but I sense you won't start. Is that right? Just confirm for us.
I can't confirm until the green flag gets out there. There are us, so.
All right, cool. Good race car. Hope it goes well today. Cheers.
Yes, thank you.
This is a big moment, and I've accidentally done this to you guys. Put 2 future teammates for 2022 together here. Now, Nick Perker, you are a past winner. They say this could be the fastest 1,000 that we've had. How do you feel about this? Your heart racing faster than usual as well?
Yeah, it'd be nice to keep it to a dull roar at the front for a little bit, just so give us all a bit of a shot. But yeah, looking forward to it. Cool conditions. Track's very rubbered up, and it'll be a fast one, which is really cool because you got like guys with Tander, Holdsworth, all these guys that are so quick as co-drivers. It's up the speed of the whole race. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see how we go. And Dale actually kicked me out of the front row spot here, so I'm come hang out with Chaz.
Oh, that sounds great. Well, you're going to have to do that a lot in the future. Dale Wood is starting behind Garth Tander, so he'll have to keep up with him. Chaz, are you feeling great right now?
Yeah, yep. Where else would you want to be other than here at Bathurst? So yeah, obviously this is the most special race to be in as an Australian motor racer driver, and yeah, I'm just ready to go.
We're about to start. Enjoy.
I'd like to draw everybody's attention now to the front of the grid and the red carpet area, because each and every year Supercars likes to induct either a special driver or contributor to the Supercars Hall of Fame, for somebody that's done something very special in our sport. What I'd like to do now is call upon our Prime Minister to come forward and very shortly to make a presentation. Please come up, ScoMo. Ladies and gentlemen, the newest member of the Supercars Hall of Fame. Hands together, please, for 7-time champion, Jamie Whincup. Well done, Jamie.
Well, congratulations, Jamie, on an outstanding motorsport career. And you see all the kids who are out there today, and they look at you and they look at the great champions behind you, and they know what they can aspire to. So, mate, congratulations, not on the way that you've driven the race, but the way that you've run the race yourself as a great motorsport champion and another Supremo here in the mountain. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Obviously, a big thank you to our Prime Minister for being here today. It's the biggest day in Australian motorsport. Just want to thank friends and family, not just my family though, but all the families that are, especially Queensland, who have been away for 6 to 8 weeks now. We appreciate the effort to keep the championship underway. But thank you to the fan base, everyone that come out, everyone's watching at home. But in particular, just like to thank my peers. We've been thrown in the arena and we've gone hard, battled with each other. I wish everyone a safe, happy journey and best of luck. Cheers.
Well, the Reverend Gary Coleman has been the chaplain at Bathurst for the last 25 years. In fact, his work originally started at Amaru Park in 1986 alongside the late, great Ivan Stibbard, and there's a stand named after him here today. Today is his final chaplaincy. We thank you, Gary, for your friendship, your care and your compassion for the last 3 decades. Gary Coleman.
Thank you very much. Gracious God of life and creation, as we try to rise above the national COVID restrictions, we're excited to be on the mountain in any weather, on any day. And Lord, as you are the eternal clerk of course, and give us the freedom to run our own life strategies with its all attended responsibilities, we value the present returned freedoms to meet, congregate, finish our race season in style. I pray for the continued safety of all our drivers and crews around the precinct at the climax of our season, and specifically ask for a wave of refreshment needed for all our officials, camera crews, medical and recovery personnel after a long 6 days of serving and enduring. I'm deeply thankful for the privilege of having served the race community and ask all these things in Jesus' strong name. Amen. Chaplain Gary, over and out.
What a beautiful moment. Well done. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for all of your hard work. And we now ask everybody to be upstanding for our national anthem, and performing for us today, once again, Ian Moss.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
How's that for a build-up? As now we begin to set the drivers off back to their respective vehicles, and within 10 minutes' time, this race kicks off at Mount Panorama, the famous Peter Brock Trophy that commenced its life when we lost the great man in 2006. That's what they're racing for here today. The championship may have been decided in Sydney, but this is the grand final of the Repco Supercars Championship. In 1,000 kilometres time, we'll know who'll be the victor, and there's so many to look through this 25-car grid, including the wild cards. Brock Feeney, who wrapped up this year's Super 2 Series crown, joined by two-time winner Russell Ingall. And Chad, what an atmosphere we've got down there on the grid.
Yeah, chills down here on the grid. I've got the reigning champion, Garth Tander, and a special moment. They weren't here last year, Garth, but the kids and your wife, Leanne, are here today.
Yeah, really, really cool. I mean, the parade lap earlier, the kids actually came on the parade lap as well. It's great to see so many people here. It's great to have crowds back at the racetrack. So it's special to have the family here this weekend. So just looking forward to getting into this one.
You're going to be starting?
Yeah, I'll start and just have a nice safe first stint, try and move forward a little bit. I think we've got a pretty good car under us, but it's a long race.
Good luck going back to back.
Cheers.
Jack Le Brocq, it's hard to believe how fast time flies. This is your 7th Bathurst 1000, but the moment is not lost on you. It's just as special as the first time you were here.
Yeah, definitely. It's awesome to be here. It's any chance you can get to be on this grid is pretty special. And like you said, it's my 7th here, so it actually makes me feel a little bit old now that we're getting closer to double digits. So no, I'm absolutely over the moon to be here. And I got Zachary. He's here in his first race this weekend here at the mountain. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, he came second yesterday in the Super 2 Series, so it's a very good co-driver to have, and we want to wish you all the best for 2022 because obviously this is your last race with Tickford.
Yeah, it's my last day of school with Tickford, so yeah, hopefully we can end the year on a high and have a really great result. So yeah, Zachary has a great run all year in Dunlop Series, so yeah, fingers crossed we can have a great run for him as well.
All the best, Jack.
Cheers, thank you.
So Zach Best will start that car today for position number 8. Hard to think just a few years ago he was a young teenager in the Aussie Racing Car Series and now starts his first great race here today. So look at this very, very packed grid. Ready for today's 1,000. Mark Winterbottom getting prepared down there in his Irwin Tools entry alongside teammate Scott Pye in car number 20 as James Golding. Ludo Lacroix making sure his cars are ready to go for today's race. As we continue the build-up now, Tom Randall suits up. He'll join James Courtney for today's great race. Car 44 starting out of position number 16. Not too far away from the start of this year's Repco Bathurst 1000.
That's the scene looking from turn 1 towards the east, back to the starting grid just prior to the commencement of the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. A couple of things to also keep in the back of your mind that I didn't cover off inside the Hino Hub. Maximum continuous driving time here today, 3.5 hours. The maximum number of laps that any driver can do is 107. Therefore, the minimum laps for any other driver, i.e. the co-driver, is 54 laps. That was an image there of Luke Youlden, who's recently had some outings in the Penrite car. Mark Scaife, you know better than anybody else with 6 victories exactly what this racetrack means. It's a ripper.
It is certainly a ripper, Neil. This is the arena for the grand final, the most famous layout in this part of the world. The elevation change is unbelievable. It characterises Mount Panorama. 23 turns, an average speed of 181 kilometres an hour, and action areas are plenty. Turn 2, that was Warren Luff and Craig Lowndes in the fence at the end of Mountain Straight. That is a difficult area down at Reed Park. We've seen a lot of incidents over the years. And what about Mostert with this enormous crash at turn 18? That's into Forest Elbow. Then the teammates. They were teammates before, they're not now, but they find each other regularly. Cam Waters and Chaz Mostert down at the chase. It is a tremendous layout. It's one of the most iconic racetracks in the world. And we celebrate this race every year. To stop the Nation Day in Australian sport, we've got the Prime Minister here, we've got the Premier here, and we've got our new Gen 3 vehicles on track. The Camaro, the new Chevrolet model that we're going to race from 2023 onwards. We've also got the new Mustang on track, and it is a very special day for us all to have these cars out there. Rusty?
Scaife, in 1986, a 6-week-old baby came to the mountain for the first time. His dad, Larry, is a legend of our sport. This is what it's all about for you, Jack Perkins, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome, the build-up, having the Prime Minister here and Australian National Anthem. It's really cool, mate. It's good to have the fans back and just looking forward to getting into it.
Great chance for you. Will's getting strapped into the car.
Yeah, he's a good young kid. He's done a great job so far this weekend. Really proud of the way him and the team have gone about it. Our teammates next to him here, so you know, Dave Russell's going to start that one. Will's going to start this one, and just get into it and we'll see what happens.
Hustle and enjoy.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Well, Scott Pye is celebrating a decade at the mountain, his 10th running in the great race. Scott, P13, what was the last message to James Golding?
See you in the stop. I mean, it's a long day. We just keep our heads screwed on all day. But, yeah, I mean, it's an amazing experience to be here. We've experienced it now without fans, and it's much better with them. You know, to have had the experience without them, you know, it really is clear this is what makes Bathurst so special. So as a kid growing up, to be starting my 10th, it's, yeah, mate, I'm really excited.
And the car speed behind you?
Yeah, really good. We made some good changes overnight. I'm feeling pretty confident. Jimmy did a good job this morning, and yeah, mate, I just can't wait to get going. Unfortunately, I've got Jimmy starting. I'd love to be in the seat straight away, and I'm going to have to sit and wait nervously to get my turn. But yeah, I think it's in safe hands, and it's going to be a good day, especially with this crowd today.
Go well.
Thanks. Cheers, mate.
Craig Lowndes ready to go, driving with Jamie Whincup. They've won it together 3 times. You won in your last full-time drive. You reckon Jamie can do the same today?
Yeah, I think so, Chad. I think there's no doubt that the car's been really quick as a race car, and that's what I've been focusing on over the last couple of days. But look, it's a shame that we weren't in the 10. We know we probably should have been in the 10, but there's all the ifs and buts, but it all comes down to now. And I think that, you know, as I said, the car is a really nice race car.
You've got the chill-out system next to you, but I can see that you're not plugged into it.
No, for me, at this temperature, like I said to him, if you wear a cool suit, you're going to freeze me. So I'm happy not to use one.
All right, best of luck today, Lowndesy.
Cheers, Ben.
Tony D'Alberto will start the 11 that he shares with Anton De Pasquale. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really excited. Just ready to get going, mate.
Good sight that, the run to turn 1. Ford v Holden on the front row. It's all to play for.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day, massive lead up to this event. The team has done such an amazing job to get us here, so yeah, hopefully we can repay them with a great result.
Cracking afternoon.
James Courtney, you've been here around 15 times at Mount Panorama, and you have been on that second, third step, but it's time to step up and take the top step, I believe. Thomas Randall's a great co-driver. What advice have you given him for his first stint?
Yeah, just keep it all together. It's a long race, so he'll do it really well. He's done well in Super 2 and in the wildcards. But yeah, 15 times, never won. Been on the podium heaps of times, second and third. Time to win this thing, I think.
See how you go. Good luck, James.
Cheers, thank you.
Change of strategy there for car 88. Jamie Whincup is one of the lead drivers starting. So is Mark Winterbottom. So there's not many of the lead drivers starting. Most of them will be the co-drivers. Huge pressure on Holdsworth and D'Alberto from the front row of the grid.
We are 200 kilometres, approximately 3 hours to the west of Sydney, crossing the beautiful Blue Mountains and arriving here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. And what a racetrack. This place opened as a scenic road, doubling as a majestic racetrack back in Easter 1938. And what a racetrack. Speed, blind corners, elevation change, and plenty of risk. And for the right person, certainly plenty of reward. What we're going to see today is 1,000 kilometres of racing, 161 laps, 640 horsepower supercars at 300 kilometres per hour, 50 drivers, 25 cars, and today, science, engineering, athleticism, and commercial prowess all combined to give us 6 to 7 hours of wonderful entertainment. This is the great race of 2021, the Repco Bathurst 1000. And we know that it's going to be a great race because 10 of the last 15 races have been separated by just 1 second.
Mark Skaife and Craig Lowndes came here individually as Bathurst legends. This victory will make them Bathurst immortals. Today, Jamie Whincup joins the greats in a classic 2012 race.
There's nothing in it. Will Davison might get this done. He's done it. Will Davison is going to win the 2016 race. He wins it by a carling. Scott McLaughlin wins the Bathurst 1000 of 2019.
And we are about to get underway. Matt Hall on board. He's a third-generation pilot, a former RAAF fighter combat instructor, a Top Gun. And there's plenty of Top Guns on the grid right now. Neil Crompton just did a sensational job of setting the scene for our grand final. The biggest car race in this part of the world.
Formation lap commencing, formation lap
and they're off on their formation lap. The pressure, the anxiousness, the emotion. It's going to be
Work those brakes nice and hard and
unbelievable.
make sure you're happy with your tyres till the start.
This is the front row. This is our truck assist starting grid. Holdsworth and D'Alberto will be starting. Moffat and Slade on the second row of the grid. They are combinations that are going to be in this afternoon. The winners from last year, Van Gisbergen and Tander, line up alongside brothers Davison, Will and Alex. Alex to start. Dale Wood, he's got an injured knee, but he's driving with Nick Percat. Jack LeBrock and the young rookie, Zach Best. Will Brown has just been sensational this week with Jack Perkins. Brody Kostecki's teammate with David Russell. The Erebus guys penalised, remember, for a little infringement. What about a famous couple? Whincup and Lowndes in 11. Fullwood and Luff. Luff is a podium specialist. 6 podiums out of 9 starts. Pye and Golding, they'll be fast. Winterbottom and Caruso. Winterbottom starting, so one of the only lead drivers. The Kid and the Enforcer, Feeney and Engel, line up alongside Courtney and Randall. Heimgartner, Campbell, Hazelwood, Fiore. That is 17 and 18. They're a good combo. Heimgartner and Campbell, Reynolds, Yulden, Coulthard and Webb, 19 and 20.
And Mark, what an incredible period in the recent past. We've had 5 race meetings in 32 days, and it culminates in our grand finale of 2021, race 31 of 31, event 12 of 21. And what a pleasure it is for us to be back in business and speaking to Prime Minister Morrison and Premier Perrottet and celebrating the notion of that on the grid with all of our fans all and around. Here are all your favourite drivers. As I said downstairs before, 50 of them, 25 entries, and we're going to see a lot of complexity unfold today, and I'm sure a great race. 7 compulsory stops. Brake rotor change late in the day. Strategy plays as well. Let's get to Mark Larkham.
Yeah, well, Neil's just covering it right there, and the strategy game's already started out there on the grid. All those drivers were out there, both of them for both cars. We didn't know who was going to get in and start until they got in the cars. But while you look at the cars warm up their tyres for the laps, think about it. How much is going to be determined down here in the pit lane? Stopping on the mark, dropping the car full of fuel, getting off the mark. Think of these guys and girls changing wheels and tyres. 20 kilos and a 3.5 kilo rattle gun, doing it meticulously, putting the fuel in, the BP Ultimate fuel, every single time, 7 times, without fail. All year, we've been watching what is the equivalent of one-day cricket. You're about to see a 6-hour test match.
Cars are on the formation lap now. The object of the exercise here, make tyre temperature, make brake temperature, sight that racetrack.
On the left-hand side of the grid, please, and we'll see you up here in row 1.
Stopping and thinking about the conditions, what the car's like, reminding yourself of the priorities of this racetrack and this race. 18 degrees out there at the moment. Century Batteries information. It's still a fair amount of scattered cloud, about 161 laps, 1,000 Ks. That transit time through the pit lane is key. The reason why I mentioned the intensity of racing over the last 32 days, we talked about it earlier, Mark, during the warm-up, and it's the fact that that intensity, a lack of endurance racing, all of the crush at the back end is going to put enormous pressure up and down this pit lane, and I expect that we'll see some troubles coming from it.
I think you're 100% right, and when you don't have a precursor event, we haven't had a 500k enduro to lead us in.
3 bay, 2 bay, 1 bay, nice and slow for me, nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow, stop! Perfect, man, you're stopped.
A little bit of a French Ludo Lacroix, just giving Tony D'Alberto a little lead into his bunker.
On our estimate, there are 8 of the primary drivers out there. We had a glimpse before of Will Brown. He's been regularly in the saddle. Tim Slade also from the second row of the grid. Cars are now dropping into position. We will be looking for a green flag for an official all clear at the back. Right now, 25 drivers in the depths of concentration. A scene of intense focus. Drivers will go through their start procedure. They dare not blink. Sensors are set to extreme for the most important start D'Alberto's done a beautiful job to launch that car with 88 kilos of heavy fuel, cold tyres and a lot to manage getting off the line.
The best start was Garth Tander. He flicked to the left, he went down the inside of James Moffat, and he almost got right down the inside of Holdsworth. He's currently third. He was able to walk car 888 off the line perfectly.
Turn 2, cold tyres. You need to try and make ground, but not be too greedy. Turn 3, blind approach past the rock face, into the left-hander in the cutting. Very easy to lock a brake while those tyres are cold on the run through here. The wall cam gives you an indication of the 1 in 6 gradient popping out the other side now. Holdsworth is running with D'Alberto as they grab fourth gear and make the run over the top of the hill. Even with the cold tyres, they're still hovering just under 200 kilometres an hour over the top. Through metal grey, parallel to the fence on the run to McPhillamy, and the top two have skipped away ever so slightly. Tander in third spot, then it's Davison, Slade, Wood, Best, Russell, Moffat and Forward the top 10. Clean first half of the first lap.
And Moffat's been the big loser. He lost 6 positions on the opening lap. That was a poor start. You can see the Monster Mustang back in the drive. And Holdsworth almost had a look then. One of the crazy things about this race, it's 161 laps, but the first little bit of the race, it's like a 5-lap sprint.
Jostling for position and grabbing something early when it's easy pickings is what they're trying to do. But they also don't want to get too greedy. Now, Holdsworth's been a very quick co-driver all week, and he's stalking our leader, and in fact has a look down the inside. He's cleanly in there. D'Alberto does not put up any resistance, and Lee Holdsworth skips through to the lead, and Tander will buy into D'Alberto, Davison, Slade, Wood, Best, Davey Russell, James Moffat, who dropped down the order, and Bryce Forward the 10. Look at the margin that Holdsworth's got now. 0.8 of a second already as they set off on their first flying lap.
Very nicely executed, Lee Holdsworth. He commented earlier he's been the fastest co-driver, and that was straight down the inside, perfect manoeuvre, very low risk in terms of the execution. And D'Alberto also played the game. He didn't try to turn in on him. This is one of our new specialty shots from the kick before the cutting. Neil just spoke about that gradient and one of the steepest parts of the racetrack. Isn't that a beautiful shot of all of the cars streaming through, 25 cars.
Curb cam, wall cam, and specialty shots all around this racetrack. 170 cameras all up, covering every single angle. Holdsworth is continuing to increase that margin. It's out to 1.1 seconds over Tander. D'Alberto and Davison, third and fourth. The best placed of the primary drivers is Tim Slade. He's sitting in fifth right there in the cool drive entry. And he's starting to stalk Alex Davison. He's right in the draft. And then the next of the full-time drivers is Bryce Forward down in 10th. And then Will Brown is sitting in 11th from Mark Winterbottom. Now, what the aim of the exercise is for the teams, and the reason why they put the co-drivers in at the start, is they want to try and clear some of those laps as early as they can in the race. Already from earlier in the week, they start thinking about the strategy at the back end of it, and they will be hoping to put their fastest driver, as off goes car number 20, James Golding, down the bottom of the chase. Did he get some help, or was that just a lock break? And they want the fastest combination that they can put forward for at least the last stint, but ideally for the last 2 or 3 stints for the race. And remember, I made mention on the grid before, Mark, of the balancing act between the max mins for the drivers. 107 laps the maximum that you can do, 54 the minimum. We jump on board now with Will Brown. He's been a pole sitter and a race winner in 2021. He's been a big story. He's been very fast here all week, and he is tucked right in behind Bryce Forward. So a couple of the full-time drivers line astern here. Remember that for Erebus, who've just signed up on a new deal with Boost Mobile for the next few years, they qualified better, but were penalised yesterday for having doors that were underweight with both cars. And troubles here, unfortunately for Golding, they've brought it into the lane.
So what happened with this, they changed the steering rack after the warm-up. and we're hearing that the steering is jammed up, so they've got some dramas here straight away. You just don't need that on the opening stanza of this race. So James Golding off the road, but with significant steering, rack and power steer issues.
Saw the team owner Charlie Schwerkolt when I was down in the pit lane before, and I saw it spread all over the garage at the time. And the comment between both of us, much better to get it done early in the day than be stuck with it during the race. But now that little discussion has unfortunately come true. That is a 1.8 second margin between Holdsworth and Tander. He's stretching it. And when you stop and look at the speed that Lee has shown in the early part of the week, that all tallies.
100%. Adam DeBore said to me this morning that they went out on the same time with the same fuel load, and he was 1/10 faster than Chaz Boston, so that's a pretty handy co-driver. Here's the starts. Have a look at Tander. He flicks to the left. Moffat got a bad run, and Tander was straight away into third spot. He's on board now with Garth. What's this? He just flicks left. He was able to get down there. Not much margin.
Not much margin to the left, but what was good, Garth managed it beautifully. There wasn't a lot of wheel spin. It didn't bog down. It converted all the energy well, but a tough deal for the Monster Energy car. So look from the second row of the grid. There's James Moffat just disappearing and being swamped. So that means that the first stint, maybe two of this motor race, are going to be much tougher. Very clean run through turn one for everybody, and the only casualty of the early laps, unfortunately, mechanical problems for Golding in the Pie car.
On board now with Alex Davison. He made a really good start too. In fact, he might have even made a better start than Garth, but Garth then plunged down the inside on the way in there, and he's very good in those opening laps, Tander. So he was able to get that done. And this is the move. Really nice pass. Perfect execution. Relatively low risk. And Tony D'Alberto allowed Lee Holdsworth pretty much straight down the inside. Garth Tander was able to also capitalise that at the final corner at Murray's. Love this Century Batteries chopper cam this weekend. We've had some amazing shots from qualifying yesterday and the top 10 shootout. As we look aboard, Tim Slade putting pressure on Alex Davison. And remember, the green light denotes the co-drivers. It's also on the totem left of screen. First four cars all with co-drivers on. Tim Slade, as you can pick right there, is the first of the primary drivers. The next one is Ford. The next one is Brown. The next one is Winterbottom. Bit of cagey stuff going there with Whincup and Lowndes. I thought they may have, right at the death knock, put Whincup in just to make a separate strategy and diverse policy around what you would do with the two cars from Red Bull Ampol Racing. It might have been that when you put Whincup against the other co-drivers, you get a bit better yield, but we know how good Craig Lowndes is around here. It's rocket.
Okay, so unfortunately for young James Golding, he's been running in the 5,000 cars this weekend as well. He's going to have to come back into the pit lane, so they've still got a pretty significant issue going with the power steering. The problem popped up earlier in the day. They were changing the steering rack pre-race. The problems recurred. 2:05.7, fastest lap, that last lap of the race so far for Lee Holdsworth. The margin now out to 2.6 seconds. So he'll manage once that gets a little further down the road if he continues to build margin over Garth Tander. For example, he was 0.4 faster in the first sector, a couple of tenths quicker over the top, and a couple of tenths quicker in the last sector. So once he gets to much more than about 3 seconds, he can afford to just be a little gentle for a while. Greg?
Bit of energy happening here at Team 18, Crompo, with that car slowing. That's a real shame. You've had a frustrating week. Obviously not able to fix it just then.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Like, we had a really good warm-up this morning. Car felt amazing, so we were all jacked up, ready for that one, but it just rips your heart out, does, so it's tough.
Okay, we'll leave it to it. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's hard, and you can actually see what it meant to Scott Pye. You can hear it in his voice. Drivers live for this race. What a frustration. And so there's the evidence of what was going on at the bottom of the hill for James Golding. Unfortunately, we were wondering whether he was escorted off or whether it locked a brake. It's turned out to be a mechanical drama for car number 20, the DeWalt entry, Team 18, owned by Charlie Schwerkolt. So it's gone back into the lane once more. Car number 39 is on the move here at the moment. Brock Feeney's at the helm, and he's making an assault on Craig Lowndes. A good one down the inside from the chopper cam, shows exactly what's going on there. He's just stitched up the Dunlop Super 2 Championship of 2021. This young man is going to replace Jamie Whincup in the Red Bull Ampol Racing team for 2022 and beyond. He's got a very bright future. 2.8 seconds margin now. Holdsworth over Tander. We're jumping on board with Tim Slade. And he's still stalking the back of Alex Davison. You can almost read the part number on the rear wing now. He's getting closer and closer. But it just goes to show how tricky it is to be able to not only catch, but pass. Equal equipment, equal drivers, all got the same distance on their tyres, all got the same fuel loads. He's thinking about it. But what you don't want to do, particularly here at Murray's, is have a lunge, lock those rear brakes, and end up in a moment when you've got the best part of 6 odd hours of motor racing to come. And here he is down the inside now, turn 1. That was a nice move. Alex has given him space. At the moment, they're all out there playing chess. Nobody wants to play for keeps until we get further into the game.
Keep up, please.
Up 1 spot for Slade into position number 4. Holdsworth, Tander, D'Alberto, Slade, Davison now 5th. Dale Wood, Zach Best, David Russell, James Moffat, Bryce Full with the 10. Just outside is Will Brown.
That was a nice move by Tim Slade, and your point around making a last-ditch manoeuvre into the final corner is fraught with danger. Too many times you incur that wheel-to-wheel contact, which gives you steering damage, or conversely, you end up out-braking yourself and going in the sand trap on the right-hand side of the final corner. So Slade was patient. He got a nice run out of the final corner and went down the inside into turn 1 at Hell Corner and was able to execute that without any problem.
Now, Brock Feeney continues his march, Mark, because he's just also grabbed Mark Winterbottom, so that brings him up into 12th position. He's sharing with supercar legend Russell Ingall today, a young driver in a hurry, as I said before, who's going to be part of the furniture in the future as a full-time driver at Red Bull. Partnered up with Russell Ingall, a couple of race victories and twice a runner-up in this race as well. But just condensing this little battle here, isn't it, when you look at it? Wood, Best, Russell, Moffat, these guys, I wouldn't want to be 4th or 5th in that group because they're ingesting a lot of hot air. This opening stint is often also mentally and physically the toughest one in the race as your body acclimatises to the task. Your second and third stints in the day are always infinitely easier.
Yeah, well, I think the stress and the anxiety of the start makes it like that too, because those early laps, they are frenetic. The way that you've got to position the car, get the car off the line, you go all through those emotions, pre-race, the national anthem, all the stuff that makes it into a stressful first stint, and often there's drama. As I said, often in 161 laps, you have a 5-lap sprint to commence this race. The red mist descends on the racing drivers and they're all into it. A little bit of a run wide there for Zach Best, wasn't it?
Big time. Yeah, so he just overshot slightly. And one of the things that's a bit tricky to acclimatise to in the early part of the race as we look from the rear window of Dale Wood's car is the car's very different to the way you may have run it in practice and perhaps even in the warm-up. It feels lazier, doesn't stop as well down there at turn 1. The cars are just a little clumsier than probably the way they were for the majority of the time you're spending them. So you've got to relearn the cadence and the rhythm of the car. And he just sat up a little bit wide there in turn 1, and that kills your straight line speed going up Mountain Straight. But he's been very impressive this weekend, Zach Best, sharing with Jack LeBrock in the truck assist entry. He's sitting comfortably inside the top 10 at the moment and doing a mighty job.
And it's a lot to do with having 88 kilos of fuel. It's a lot to do with the final drive ratio. Because this track is so fast, it's the fastest of all the circuits we go to, effectively got a very long diff ratio. And when you put your foot on the throttle, when you first get here, you think there's something wrong with the car. They don't accelerate like they normally accelerate.
I think that was one of the comments that Shane Van Gisbergen made as soon as he got into the car, because it is extremely tall in the gearing by comparison where they've just come from at Sydney Motorsport Park. And we're keeping a little bit of an eye on Slade here at the moment as well, because you can tell that he's starting to surge high and low around Tony D'Alberto, who jumped on board car number 99. This is David Russell. Now, they had a little problem in practice 5 with this car as well. Not only did they have a drama in top 10 shootout with that door weight, but they didn't have the brake locking system armed for the pit stop in that co-driver session. So they were actually fined for the rear wheels rotating with that car as well. And those are all the little 1%ers that we need to keep an eye on in this race as it begins to unfold. He's got a fair amount of pressure on him at the moment, Russell, because Moffat, who bogged it at the start, is recovering. Zach Best got crossed up on the exit of Murray's Corner on that lap. He also just lost a little bit of ground off the back of Dale Wood. He ran slightly wide again down there at turn 1, so it must be just frustrating him a little at the moment, trying to get that car stopped and turned.
And Jack Perkins is just about to be attacked by Brock Feeney. So that was Sam Potter on the phone to... Sorry, Neil's just correcting me. Sorry about that. I think you're at the garden path. It's Will Brown, not Jack Perkins, but it's actually a very, very strong opening piece of this race. First 7 laps for Brock Feeney, because he's made ground. He's up 3 spots right now, and he's been able to get by Craig Lowndes and Mark Winterbottom, so a couple of very experienced operators, and he's just about to get to the back. Oh, a big slide there. That was really sideways for Bryce Fullwood. He gathered it up nicely under the tree, but he was really, really close to putting the left-hand rear mudguard against the fence. And this is the chopper shot of Feeney. Right in behind there is Mark Winterbottom. Right in behind there is Craig Lowndes. And we've been talking all week about how fast and how good Will Brown's been going. Will Brown with his first pole position last time out at Sydney Motorsport Park. His first win also. And his first provisional pole at Bathurst. It was a superb drive on Friday afternoon.
Now that margin that I spoke about before between Holdsworth and Tan has opened out to almost 5 seconds. So Garth's done personal best, but Lee continues to skip away. He's done that 5.7, basically repeating the same lap times. There it is. That's what that fresh air looks like. So Garth's the lone ranger out there at the moment. There's really not much going on in front. There's certainly not a lot going on behind. That's actually a nice spot to be.
It is.
So somewhere at or near the front, a lot of fresh air, looking after brakes, looking after fuel consumption. As he said in the conversation I had a little earlier, it's a giant economy run in the early part of the day. We'll check out the margins for you. That's first to second. 4.8 seconds officially, and then it's another 6.9 seconds back to Tony D'Alberto, who's under threat, and then a decent gap back to Alex Davison, Dale Wood, Zach Best, David Russell, James Moffat, Bryce Fullwood, and then marching forward strongly in the field, Will Brown, Brock Feeney, Mark Winterbottom, Craig Lowndes, Thomas Randall, who'll be full-time in the series next year, Fabian Coulthard, Kirk Kostecki, Todd Hazelwood. There was a bit of conversation on the radio from the Hazelwood car just a few moments ago as well. Matt Campbell, remember, they're in recovery with car number 7 after some damage earlier in the weekend. A clinch whenever there's cars side by side on the run into the cutting. It's a blind approach past the rock face at turn 3, and it's on here at the moment, and that's up high and wide.
It's not good.
It's an awkward place to be parked, and Luke Gilden gets away with it. Just.
But I've lost my money then. I thought for sure one of those were going to be in the fence.
Well, you actually commented a little earlier in the day before we got on air that one of the things to be very careful of here this weekend, we're all talking about the extra bit of track running and the longer event length and rubbering up the track and how wonderful that is and the grip that it might deliver. However, when you get off the racing line, there's more marbles, more dust, more debris. So anytime you're side by side with somebody, you have a chance to skate into a wall if you're not careful. We're looking here in car number 22, Gary Jacobson's a left foot breaker. So motor racing is as much a foot skill as it is a hand skill. You're going to see him down the bottom of the chase just tap that brake pedal to bring the hydraulic pressure up in the brake system. Make sure that those front brake pads are right up against the disc face when he gets down the bottom. There's the tap. It's secure. It feels good. In there as deep as he dare. Blips the throttle, gets it back from 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd gear. And then eases that throttle. See how he can't fully commit to the 100% throttle out the other side? Because on the direction change from 2nd to 3rd gear, the cars will slide wildly if you feed too much grunt into them. Final corner, Murray's, again, not able to fully commit to the throttle until he's well out the other side. So that's telling me that car's a little loose in the rear. He's just got to feed that power gently, Gary Jacobson. He's sitting down in 21st position. We've got a 5.4 second margin, Lee Holdsworth over Garth Tander and Tony D'Alberto. 152 laps remaining, Mark. It's a long, long ride around Mount Panorama, and doesn't the place look spectacularly beautiful after all that rain that we've had in the Central Tablelands and throughout New South Wales in the recent past. And in fact, several weeks ago here, it was flooded. There were images of water pouring down Mountain Straight. There were rivers everywhere, but this is a cracking day. The temperatures come up to about 18 degrees. We're shooting for 19 degrees, but that easterly's still pretty gnarly. From the east at the moment, 20 odd kilometres an hour on average, but 15 to 25 as a gust. And that'll be actually hurting the cars a little bit into the braking area at turn 1. And a weird crosswind on Conrod Straight from the right, not the left, which is the tradition.
Exactly. So mostly you have this crosswind from the west and the southwest. And today it's coming from the right-hand side. So over that last rise and into the chase, cars will feel different. They'll also feel different at the end of the start-finish straight, which is where we're commentating from. And that's why we've seen so many cars off the road in the warm-up, because you've effectively got a tailwind and going faster.
Talked about all the specialty cameras that we've got parked around the place at the moment. This is on car number 9, the Will Brown Jack Perkins entry, left front wheel well. And you can see the punishment over the curbing. Oh, we've got someone off. In fact, a couple of cars off down there include James Moffat and Bryce Fullwood running wide at the bottom of the chase, and they've dropped valuable positions there. And down the inside and making ground, Mark Winterbottom. So that was a moment we had to cut away from looking at the Petters Super Shock and that tyre punishment. So that was costly then for James Moffat. Craig Lowndes is lurking around there in 13th position as well. Bryce Fullwood also there in the Mobil 1 Middies electrical entry. Bit of chat on the radio. So did they do that on their own, or was there a scuffle?
I actually don't know. Here we go. This is more of the story. So locked wheel for James Moffat. So right-hand front wheel were locked. And then I think they might just slightly make contact. No, they didn't. But they were both going too fast.
But Bryce Fullwood would have been very concerned about watching the smoke and the instability of James' car. This is the view. And that's very easily done there. You've got to wait until those front tyres are fully settled and fully weighted before you get maximum brake pressure on down there, which is the equivalent about of 110 kilo leg press, 850 odd degrees of brake temperature. And that made me stop because I was trying to work out what went on there between Jacobson and Luke Youlden coming out of the cutting, side glancing each other in an unusual place there. Gee, that's a long, congested train of cars. 151 laps remaining in the great race. 5.4 seconds the margin between Holdsworth and Tander. Things have just stabilised in the last couple of laps between Lee and Garth, but those two highly experienced drivers have skipped away now from Tony D'Alberto. Tim Slade still stalking in 4th position. We've had one or two weird scuffles down the order. There was one between Luke Youlden a few moments ago and Gary Jacobson just coming out of the cutting, and a lock-up for James Moffat, who's obviously having a little bit of a battle with the balance of the car in this stint. Let's go to Greg.
Crompo, Lee Holdsworth is quiet on the radio at the moment. Just had a word to engineer Adam DeBore. He says to me, it is all good. He's nice and calm, chalking up those consistent laps that they want of him that he's been doing all week. And on standby here, Warren Luff. If we get a safety car, the guys in the Middies entry are keen to take it and put Warren at the wheel.
Danny, I'll just grab a quick word with Mark Dutton. Hey, Dutto, we're 1/16th into the race, mate, but really good start. I think a potential winning strategy today was to be able to start a really good B driver. With Garth, you've been able to do that. Looks good so far.
Yeah, so I mean, you've seen most of the cars that are starting their B drivers, and we think we've got the best of the business.
Only some of those B drivers are A drivers.
Yeah, we're in a fairly strong position with our guys. They haven't put a foot wrong yet. Lowndes had a terrific start off the line, but then got a bit bottled up, so hasn't been able to maximise there.
Thanks for the heads up, pal.
Well, Tony D'Alberto made the perfect start in car 11, the Shell V-Power Mustang, and led the field across the top for the first time. Since then, dropped those opening 2 spots. Now, Anton De Pasquale would typically be sitting here, is hiding out the transport at the moment, but for the sister car, car 17, Will Davison has the helmet on, just in case they catch that early safety car. And also the Global Director of Ford Performance down here, Mark Rothbrook, keeping a very keen eye on this team today.
It's great to have Mark and other car company executives here this weekend, keeping an eye on all this in 2023. The new Gen 3 supercar arrives on the scene. It's been run around the circuit for the last several days, launched on Friday morning early and hosted by Mark Larkham. Mark Rushbrook got a huge responsibility with Ford's motor racing program in North America, Global Director of Ford Performance. They run a very big NASCAR program, but they've got so many other things going on over there as well. And it's great that they're infused with such a motorsport heritage that goes all the way back to the founder of the company.
Yes, Henry Ford, that's that great quote. Auto racing began when the second car was built.
It's a good one, isn't it? Keeping an eye here on car number 9, Will Brown. And he's the second of the regular primary drivers in the field at the moment in the Cube. He's being stalked pretty significantly by Brock Feeney at the moment. And Brock's had very good pace. He's done a lot of mileage around here this weekend, and good race mileage as well. He stitched up the Dunlop Super 2 Championship yesterday. He's also been Dunlop Super 3 champion in years gone by, and his trajectory through the sport as a 19-year-old, he's already, though young, highly experienced because of what he's done in karting and all the other things along the way, including Toyota 86. So he's actually starting to hunt high and low now for where there may be an opportunity on Will Brown. This is the battle for 9th and 10th. Mark Winterbottom, you can see in the background, just tucked in behind them. Cars are getting a little bit lighter now. So with 13 laps down, we've got more than halfway through the stint. They've peeled off about the best part of 40-odd kilos of fuel. You're starting to feel that, you'll notice it, and they're changing anywhere between the rate of about 3.6 to 3.9 kilos per lap, which round here you do notice. Because you've got to accelerate all that weight up the hill and down the hill, changes the rhythm and the feel of the car. In fact, let's just have a look over Brock's left shoulder here and just understand what it's like in this car right now. Almost sounds to me like it's got a little bit of low percentage throttle on what should be zero throttle, but it looks like he's very comfortable out there at the moment. Mark, let's have a listen in the chase. Bringing car number 35 in, Jaden Ojeda as well. Early stop there, talking about fuel and tyres. So interesting to watch Will Brown's car there. One of the other things that you learn very quickly in the opening stint of this race of whether you've got a pristine gem or a bit of a doggy. And if they're no good, you've just got to put up with it. But get on the radio and talk about little variations that you might want for the next stint. Do you want to change the incoming tyre pressures? Do you want to have a little fiddle with something if it's more sinister? So I can tell by the couple of cars out there that are misbehaving that some are not entirely happy. I don't reckon Will Brown's car is great. And I don't think James Moffat's car's too nice at the moment either.
You picked the two cars that are absolutely the worst at the moment. Will Brown would have expected, as a lead driver, primary driver, to have made ground. So he would have thought that he'd come through the field like Slade's done. And definitely James Moffat is down 9 positions from where he started.
Getting the first of their compulsory stops out of the way nice and early for car number 35, yellow cover entry.
Lane will be clear.
David Reynolds may also be coming in now.
That's dry ice all over the road there. Just replenishing that to make sure that the ventilation system for the driver's helmet's nice and cool and the cool suit works. So they top up everything, fuel, they get new boots, new Dunlop tyres on that car. They top up the dry ice, they top up the drinking water where it's applicable. And they've set that car on their way. Holdsworth now, 6.9 seconds. He continues to march away from Garth Tander. He's got nice stride in that car. Tander from Delberto, then Slade, then Davison, Wood, Best, Russell, Brown and Feeney now in the top 10. Great opening stint for young Brock in car number 39. He's come up 5 positions, Mark, and that's a proud achievement the first stint of the race.
It certainly is against the absolute heavyweights. He's had to pass Winterbottom and Lowndes. So this is the Pettis Super Shop. That's the rear brake, right-hand rear of Nick Percat and Dale Wood's car. And you can just see, so have a look down here at the tyre crush. So you're braking hard for the final corner. Now watch the load. Have a look at the bag of the tyre and the way it compresses, and then up on that exit curb, that right-hand rear tyre, cops are torturing at this venue being anti-clockwise. See that brake rotor light up again there on the way into turn 1.
While we're looking at these great images of the underbody of that car, Adam De Borre just said to Lee Holdsworth, those pressures are now just starting to get up a little bit. That'll tell us why that car might be feeling just a little bit greasy. So it's almost on cue with what I said a moment ago. And that'll be because the temperature's getting warmer out there and there's actually a little bit more sunlight directly on the racetrack. They'll adjust the incoming tyre pressures for the next set of tyres. Car 18's in the lane. This is the Winterbottom Caruso entry and a driver change. Who else we got in there? Luke Youlden, Gary Jacobson. So cars 18, 26 and 22 all in the lane, taking their early stop.
Go.
Still didn't really get to the bottom of that Luke Youlden, Gary Jacobson bump coming out of the cutting. I didn't really know why that was the case, because I think Gary Jacobson might have been wide, but then over the little rise, the two cars hit pretty much wheel to wheel. It was a very strange set of circumstances for those two cars.
Nice round and 7-second margin between Lee Holdsworth and Garth Tander out there at the moment. It's a good opening stint from Tander. It's exactly what you want from a senior driver. No excitement, no lock brakes, no damage, fresh air all around. Same can be said for Lee Holdsworth and Tony D'Alberto. Tim Slade still just stalking 1 second behind Tony D'Alberto. That's been a good, strong opening stint. There are so many lasts involved in this weekend because there's so much movement going to go on through the off-season before we get cracking at Newcastle again next year. That's Craig Lowndes wagging the tail over the top of the hill. That's what it looks like on board here.
Watch the correction. That there.
Just gassed it a little bit hard, and there's an off-camber section of the road, and that's what it looked like. It just slid up to the top of the curb. He was well in front of the car. He had the opposite lock on it, caught it nicely. As you lift the throttle there, it's about 165 k's before you recommit, and then when you crest that brow, it's just over 200 kilometres an hour. Now, Zach Best has just moved up into 6th position over Dale Wood with that move that you saw down at turn 1 at Hell Corner. And there's more activity starting to light up down here in the pit lane. So car number 99 is now in, David Russell. This is a great view from above the Erebus pit. So fuel going in at 3 3/4 litres a second, BP Ultimate. Driver change being done, driver inserts involved in this. In fact, early in the week, David Russell said to me, because of the differences in our physique, I'm sliding round inside that seat like a foot in a sock in the wrong fitting. He said it was terrible. They've obviously corrected that now. That was a good stop.
It was a good stop.
So 9 people permitted across that prescribed line that separates the garage from the lane. 4 in each corner. There's a refueler, there's a car controller, there's the air spike operator, and some teams also choose to use a driver assistant. Car number 14 also just departing the lane, the Cub Cadet entry, Brad Jones Racing entry. Now, this car was really quick in the early part of the weekend. It's down the order at the moment. We'll see whether they can play in later in the day, but they've taken the opportunity for an early stop.
They were using effectively 2 assistants. There was someone in the passenger side that was obviously on the spike to begin with, and then they flicked that door and they had another driver assistant on the other side of car 99 to try to minimise the activity for the driver in that change.
That was Michael Caruso back out there in the Team 18 car. Big weekend for Frosty, for his co-driver, 250th round in supercar competition for Mark Winterbottom. A bit of dry ice just popping out of that car in case you're wondering. In fact, not just a bit, quite a lot. So the Zane Goddard entry, yellow cover, car number 35, that's a Matt Stone entry. So they were the first in the lane. Jaden Ojeda in the car at the moment. By comparison to the images that we saw in 2020, how good does it look to see all those cars in the car park, left and right of Pitt Straight. Century Batteries chopper shows us the view. With 145 laps remaining in the great race of 2021, Lee Holdsworth has a margin of exactly 6.9 seconds over Garth Tander.
I'm with Luke Youlden. Thought we'd get a report card. Was that stop planned, and what did you think? Well, hang on, we're going to have to come back. We've got an incident here.
We've got a drama here for car number 44. Thomas Randall is deeply buried in the Boost Mobile Mustang, well in the beach. Now, this will trigger some activity down here. And in the lane, the Waters Moffat car doing a driver change. They've had a difficult opening stint with this car. It was a tough start, and then we saw him off the road. In fact, they're going to scramble the safety car. We had 5 last year, 8 the year before. The probability of seeing the BP Ultimate Safety Car at this racetrack is always quite high.
Go.
Oh, he stalled it. Luckily, the safety car will cover that. And Thomas Randall sitting there frustrated with himself. And now car number 6 departs cleanly. So Cam Waters just bobbled on the start. Here's the trouble down at turn 1. And he's well buried in there, Thomas Randall. What a great frustration for him. So this is what happened, the aftermath. We didn't see exactly, but I presume he's just outbraked his run into turn 1. So a couple of their cars are battling down at turn 1 because Zach Best was having some troubles getting pulled up down there at turn 1. Here's the view from the other angle. Just locked up wide and head first into the fence.
It's got a lot of brake on that car. It looked like it might have had a run on, like as in a throttle jam. So here we go. Here's the leader, Holdsworth, taking advantage of this. Now there'll be a double stack for Shell, won't there? Those two cars are pretty close together.
Holdsworth in.
Okay, matey.
With a 7.6 second lead.
Blue screen. You're staying in the car. Give you 4 tyres, and it's around 20 seconds of fuel, so clear ready.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't take Lee out with the form that he's got.
That's it, swing around.
It's a 5-metre pit boom. Minimum height is a couple of metres over the top of the car. So you can see the fuel hose on, people working in all 4 corners of the car.
We have cars down the lane.
There's a fire attendant as well.
Just have to wait, we'll have to wait.
They're waiting for fuel. So in, Tander, Delberto, Slade, Davison, Best, Wood, Brown, Feeney, Lowndes, Colfard, Kostecki, Campbell. It's a full-blown roll call.
Quick, go across, quick, go, get across.
Delberto in here, right at the end of the pit lane exit.
So the second Shell car was holding them up in pit lane because this is the double stack. The other thing that's important to note is that Holdsworth stayed in.
Still got about 13 to go
There was just a minor hold-up for the Red Bull cars there as well.
Okay, mate.
Just minor.
We're waiting on fuel. We're going to be good going in, drop 3 seconds.
So Lowndes is bolted. Jamie Whincup gets in. And that was costly for 17 having to sit there so long. So that was a big time burn. Single booms for all these 2-car teams means that if you don't get pit priority in and you don't have track position, that can hurt. That car's not well positioned, so they're not ideally positioned to get the fuel coupling on there. And that's because of the congestion getting in. See the angle on the Shell car? Yeah. From that angle on the left-hand side of the screen? And they got away with it.
I think it was worse for the 11. I think it was worse for the 11. There was a problem with the fuel fill for Delberto and Anton Di Pasquale.
So what's the net effect of all that as they start to trundle up behind the BP Ultimate Safety Car? Lee Holdsworth in and out cleanly. Garth Tander, Tony Delberto, Tim Blanchard. But then further down the order, I think there may have been a bit of shuffling based on the double stacking. So we'll get all that tidied up for you. That car certainly got hurt there, Alex Davison. So they had to wait for a long time. That burned a lot of time waiting for car 11 to be cleared. Yeah. So they also had troubles just getting that fuel coupling on. And that'll partly be because of the reach out there. And, and that's that little brief double stack that I spoke about. So that's Whincup out there doing the high jump over those wheels and tyres. You can see the fire attendant bottom left getting ready. Craig Lowndes wanders back into the garage. At least was only maybe a 1-second delay. But compared to the, that wasn't a bad guess, it just got confirmed in my ears that it was 1 second. But confirmed, by comparison to next door, they really lost a lot of ground with car number 17. So Thomas Randall gets out of the beach down at turn 1.
That was Lowndes there. I'd like him in the Woolworths car park to be replacing the car park zone. He just fired straight in. Didn't he arrow in there really well? I thought he was actually going to run into the car in front. Watch this. So here we go. Other cars just being serviced. Tander staying on board. Car's about to drop. And we're going to see car 88 emerge. So that's the double stacking and bang, straight in.
Yeah. Nice. He looked pretty fresh too, Craig Lowndes. He's been running in the Carrera Cup this weekend, so he's got that customary grin on that face. And he was very comfortable with the car from the very first co-driver practice session number 2 on Thursday, and has continued to wear that grin for the balance of the weekend. So we're going to get a restart on this lap, I understand. Those lights will go out on the BP Ultimate Safety Car. All the weaving will stop. They can't be more than 5 car lengths apart at the restart. They can overlap from the nominated point, which will be the apex of the final corner, but you cannot pass before you get to the control line. We've seen 1 or 2 transgressions for that one over the years. Big train of cars. Holdsworth leads Tander and Delberto, so no change at the top end of town.
Team did change, but Propo. So Slade was out, Blanchard in, Kostecki changed. Dale Wood stayed in, Perkins got in.
When you see green flags,
Bluff got in, Cam Waters got in, Caruso, Whincup and Ingle.
Yeah, so Russell's got in that car now in 12th position, so a ripping opening stint for Brock Feeney.
Green flags on the straight.
So the train all in place now, being controlled by Holdsworth, who's put together a mega opening stint, just continued to open up the margin and sat it at about 7 seconds over Garth Tander. So we're now getting a green flag. Control of the race is now held by Lee. Garth stalking. Typically get a bit of action on these restarts after the cars get so close. Remember, cold tyres and Randall also peeling off in the background, coming in to deal with all the junk that's got into that car. Nice restart there for Lee Holdsworth. Nobody threatening Tander, so the 2 leaders able to get on with the job.
Someone dived down the inside.
It was Waters. It was looking to have a bit of a run down the inside.
That was a very nice restart by Holdsworth and nicely done also by Tander. When you do it like that, the strategy of the restart, we're probably going to see a few of these today. When you do it that way and you run really late, it means you don't overrun the final corner. You minimise your risk of being overtaken. And that is very smart. So what they did is they drove right down to the corner. Lee turned it late, made the apex late, and got on with it. And that was a really smart restart.
Skipping away. Look at the margin.
And Lee just said there's, I won't say exactly, but there was gunge on the track everywhere. So that would have been all the stuff that come out of the Randall car.
Yeah, you've got to be a little bit careful with that, because there's actually an instruction that if you've got garbage in the car and you want to get rid of it, you need to do it off the racing line. I did note with interest that he did that on the racing line going up Mountain Straight. So a lot of gravel and garbage there. So Holdsworth's now got a margin already of 1.3 seconds. Look at this. Oh, that could end in tears at the elbow. Waters on the hustle. He's jumped in from James Moffat and he's trying to make ground here. Warren Luff's got into that car after the opening stint done by Bryce Forward. So Waters has got some urgency in his game here, trying to just get back up the top of the field, because they started on the second row of the grid. Great shot watching the cars make their run down the straight. Look at that margin, 1.4 seconds. Holdsworth over Tander. Pretty much the same kind of margin back to Delberto, and then the congestion starts to unpack. Down the inside, nice move, well done. Waters gets Luff. He's on the blaze.
And Whincup got Caruso at the same time, in the same zone. So you're going to see a couple of these lead drivers really attack now, aren't you? You're going to see Waters because of the loss that Moffat had.
And the familiarities that they have with their cars. They're in them all the time, especially in this past month. They know them well, they know the limits. Down the inside, car number 19, does he get that done? He does, Jonathan Webb. Nice work. Russell Ingall, car number 39. Now also on the attack here is Heimgartner, and he's got David Reynolds in behind him. So there are a couple of the regular drivers. They're full on the tow bar on the run up the hill.
He was pushing. He was pushing him. Will he get around the outside? Russell Ingall's too smart for that one. But he'll try then to reposition that car on the way into the cutting. So nicely executed there. And again, a couple of the lead drivers, Heimgartner and Reynolds, attacking Russell Ingall.
So they left Alex Davison in that car, by the way, and that double stacking's left him parked down there in 17th position. So he's only just in behind that group that we were commenting on, Heimgartner, Ingall and Reynolds. 2.1 seconds now to gap Holdsworth over Tander. They've got great pace in that car.
They have, absolutely. That's been amazing. It's the only car that's in the fives, Lee Holdsworth, so that car at the moment is far and away better off. Now, nice move down the inside. That's Brody. So another one of the lead drivers executing the manoeuvre. Our co-driver, Forrest Elbow.
Get up onto the back of Tander.
So he's going to get onto the back of Tander. That's what the instruction is there from George Commons.
So check the gap and we'll see what his progress is like. He's 2 seconds behind Garth Tander at the moment, Brody Kostecki. Now he's got some clear air. We'll see what he can do with it. Cam Waters in front of Jack Perkins on the run into the bottom of the chase in that braking area. And he's got a fair giddy up at the moment, Cam Waters. He's about 0.7 of a second officially behind Dale Wood and car number 8, the R&J Batteries, Brad Jones Racing entry. You can see him on the run into the final corner. Down the inside comes Wincup. Nice job on Warren Luff. So that brings Jamie up into 9th position. He's got a little bit of fresh air there. So we'll keep an eye on that margin between Kostecki and Tander. That last lap was traffic affected. So in the foreground here, car number 5 is LeBrock after the change. Car number 96 is Pither. Got some troubles up at Forest Elbow earlier in the weekend. It's a little cluster and congestion. This little group here looks a bit racy. Always a problem when you're about the 4th or 5th car back in the train because it just heats up the water temp, certainly heats up the brakes and doesn't do the front tyres any favours either.
There's 3 of the Brad Jones Racing cars there, all in that gaggle. Intense times down in the garage to make sure that they don't affect themselves. The Bunnings Trade Power Pass. And this manoeuvre, Brody Kostecki on Tony D'Alberto, and he just positioned it beautifully. He dummied one way, flicked the other way, and then down the inside. Nicely done. And D'Alberto didn't, he just gave him space. He didn't need to crowd him or do anything to try to restrict the manoeuvre. It was just beautifully placed by Brody and nicely done also by Tony D'Alberto.
Lots of different views of that clean pass. What we're also noting is that there aren't too many out there at the moment that are resisting. So if you're under attack and you know that beneath you don't have the car to be able to fight back with, this early in the day, they're not pushing it to the absolute extreme, which is wise.
This is Russell Ingall at the helm in front of David Reynolds. He's got good straight line speed. Have a look at that for a gap. So he's come onto the straight. David got arguably a better run off the corner, and Russell was able to get away, even with the slipstream. That's 3 or 4 car lengths there. So they might be running relatively low wing. We'll have a look at that when the stops commence properly. You have a look at the amount of ground that David then had to make up under brakes, and you can see again the straight line running here. That's got really good straight line speed. Car 39, the Super Cheap Auto Commodore. So again, at the corner, Reynolds makes lots of ground. What's this? So he'll make ground under brakes. Yep, like that. Gets around and off the corner better than Russell. Now what's this? Just continues just to gap him.
Might be a little bit of fuel save also going on as well, which you've also got to factor in. But yeah, good straight line speed evident there. I was keeping a bit of an eye on that group behind as well because they were looking like they were going to offer up some passing manoeuvres. Meantime, James Courtney has gone back out in car number 44 after the excursion for Thomas Randall down at turn 1, and he's stitching together personal bests on the lap. Right at the back of the pack and down the inside. Nice work, Reynolds. Car number 26 done. So Ingall under assault here now. He's got a few more to contend with in the form of Davison, LeBrock, Pither and Wall. David Wall coming back into the category. He's had a couple of victories this weekend in the Carrera Cup as well. So he's finding his supercar's feet once more. Meantime, at the front of the field, Holdsworth 3.1 seconds. But remember I talked about the Tander Kostecki margin? When I referred to it, it was 2 seconds. It's still 1.9. But on this lap, Brody's just unfolded his 2 personal bests at sectors 1 and 2. There's our margin first to second, gap to third. So Brody's on a bit of a charge this lap, but he hasn't really taken much time at all, only 1/10 of a second out of Tander. Here we go. A couple of Tickford cars, but operated by different groups. The Blanchard Racing team. Scary. That's scary for Waters, because what it does, can get around the outside there, but you're on the dirty part of the road then in the braking at the bottom of the chase. So Waters and Blanchard in dispute over their positions. Waters still in 5th. Wincup's moved up another spot, by the way, into 8th position.
Copy that, mate.
Back
Copy
on
that.
the radio at the
Next
moment.
car, Tony D.
I love the chat, the driver chat. I can't really repeat what was said, but a couple of the primary drivers are complaining about the co-drivers at the moment. And being escorted around the outside there was one of the things that was being relayed by Cam back to the pit. He was a little animated about being given the outside tour. He was out in the grey. Greg Murphy and others called it the shingle, and it was out there so wide.
That was James Moffat we were looking at before inside the Monster Energy garage, and there's a bit of a scuffle on down the order here as well, involving LeBrock in car number 5, Ojeda in 35, and in the 96 car it's Pither, the Kiwi. Looking at Tony D'Alberto there in 4th position, car number 11. We've got 139 laps remaining in the great race. 3.6 seconds is the gap between Holdsworth and Tander. Pretty static now, and it's still a 2-second margin back to Brodie Kostecki, who put some personal best stints together in the last couple of sectors on the previous lap, but he's not taking any time out of Tander. This focus here is Tim Blanchard in 6th position, the Cool Drive entry, brand new team for 2021. This car was very fast in the hands of Tim Swaite who commenced the championship season, the Bathurst 500. Had an incident right there at the top of the hill in that opening weekend after being very quick. That car got taken away, was involved in a lot of surgery on the jig, and they've brought it back to pristine condition. And this little team has been well and truly punching above their weight in this championship season. Now Waters is showing a bit of angry pace out there at the moment, so personal best for him in sector 1, but better than anybody else over the top of the hill as he tries to drag that car forward. He's 9.2 seconds from the lead as we pick up here with Jamie Whincup, who's sniffing around the inside of Dale Wood, who surrenders and waves the white flag.
Dale actually outbraked himself there, that Jamie didn't really even need to get that pass made, because Dale was a little deep. He wasn't able to get it stopped. Jack Perkins now trying to do the crisscross on Dale Wood, and Dale Wood moves it over to the inside to restrict that manoeuvre. And Jack will be trying to get a run off here. Oh, it gives him a bump in the middle of the corner. And now we're going to be 3 abreast. And now there's some dodgem car stuff as they move around trying to position themselves over the rise. There's 4 cars in a gaggle at 260 kilometres an hour.
Now the hard part here for Jack is he's on the outside of a corner that doesn't really work well for side by side because of the rolling off camber in the outside of the corner, so he wisely just gave a bit of that ground away, but now he's under assault from Caruso. But that was a wise move. He's trying to press on with it on the run up to turn 2. You end up in no man's land once you get to about a third of the way into that corner. Meantime, Waters continues to be quick. 6.5, the best lap that we've seen out of that car number 6 on that very last lap. He's only 0.4 of a second behind D'Alberto, so he'll get him any tick of the clock.
You've also got to put in perspective. You've got to put in perspective how well Lee Holdsworth is going, because he's done a 5.72, which is 7/10 or 8/10 faster than Cam Waters. So even though that was a really good lap, Holdsworth has absolutely got commanding pace. Charlie?
Guys, you never know who you might find in the Red Bull suite. We've got Australia's best surfer, Julian Wilson, a little bit different to the World Surf League. This is your first Bathurst 1000. How are you finding it, Julian?
I'm loving it. The weather's turned on for us as well, and yeah, to be here to watch Jamie drive in his very last race is pretty special. It's a pretty monumental moment, and to celebrate Van Gisbergen getting the championship is pretty special, and yeah, here for the day, here to soak it all up and enjoy my first Bathurst race.
I heard they put you in a hot lap. How did you enjoy that this morning?
Yes, anything to do with motorsports, sign me up. Absolutely loved it. The track's spectacular. The TV doesn't do it justice. So yeah, had a ball, and also went up in the stunt plane this morning. The Red Bull stunt plane, Matt Hall's stunt plane. So I've got my adrenaline fixed already.
Well, sit back now, relax and enjoy the race. Thanks, Julian.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Matt Campbell has completed his first stint of the race driving the Ned Whiskey Mustang. But Matt, I've noticed your car is missing something.
Yeah, unfortunately on about lap 3, just turning into the chase, I lost my left-hand side window. So
fair bit of noise, fair bit of things rattling in the car and everything like that. But yeah, everything's running smoothly and it's not really causing too much of an issue. So yeah, it's not too bad.
Apart from that, everything okay?
Yeah, everything's running smoothly. Fair bit of buffeting inside the car and a lot of noise when you get close to the walls. But yeah, everything's fine and it's just a window missing, so nothing serious.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
What we are also noticing is that the wind has picked up pretty noticeably from the east here at the moment as well. It's forecast to get up to about 30 kilometres an hour. I reckon it might even be a bit beyond that at the moment. Quite a bit more sunlight on the racetrack presently. Matt Campbell's a great story, Mark, because of the stuff that he's achieving overseas for Porsche. As you have a look at this replay, this is Cam Waters getting nicely down the inside of Tony D'Alberto. He's only 0.4 of a second away on the previous lap. He's made good on the inside at Forest Elbow. Second gear, plunges into the gap. Crisply just sneaks on by and was given plenty of space by D'Alberto. Doesn't want to argue the point. Now, they're making some little rear anti-roll bar adjustments on this car to just keep it in the performance window. And Adam DeBore just instructing on the radio in the background. 4.5 seconds near enough is the margin between Holdsworth and Tander at the moment. Reminder that the green lights that you see on the graphic on the left side of the screen explain when the co-driver's in the car. For any of them that might be having a bit of a struggle, what the team wants to do is get them 54 laps into this race to clear that co-driver commitment. The awkward part about that 1/3 requirement is it doesn't fit the fuel windows. You'll get between 22 to 24 laps out of a tank of fuel with green flag running. So you've got to do a minimum of 2.5 stints as a co-driver, which really turns into 3 unless the safety car gives you a gift. That's that breeze I spoke about, which is a tailwind pit straight into Hell Corner, turn 1. And unusually, it's a right to left breeze coming down Conrod Straight, which is not something that you see that often in the race cars here. You're typically fighting it from the other side.
Exactly, and that's a tailwind on that pit straight, which we've seen lots of people battling to get those cars stopped in the warm-up and in the first part of the race. Russell Ingall there battling with Alex Davison and Jack LeBrock in behind him. I can't emphasise enough what a tremendous job Lee Holdsworth has done so far in the segment of the race pre the safety car, and now the next segment of the race, he's just continued to extend the gap on Garth Tander. It's almost 5 seconds now. He's done the fastest lap of the race, a 5.72. And that corresponds with Tander's fastest lap as a 6.16, so it's roughly almost 5 tenths. Kostecki, as a primary driver, has done a 6.9. Cam Waters, as a primary driver, has done a 6.5. Now Jack LeBrock putting pressure on Davison, and Jack will be trying to make some ground. Hard to do that in these periods of the race where you are actually trying to conserve fuel, especially when you're backing them off at the end of the main straight, when you're trying to get the car into a spot where you can get down the inside at the chase, and you try to come off the throttle, you're actually getting a bit of a toe, but you're also coming out of the throttle, so it doesn't actually give you the momentum to get down the inside.
Both Brodie Kostecki and Jamie Whincup did their fastest laps on the last lap, Mark. And reporting that margin again between Brodie and Garth, because we wondered whether or not he'd be able to condense that gap. It's 3.5 seconds now, so it's actually going the other way. Even though Brodie's done his quickest lap, Garth's maintaining the pace. So he's actually lost a tiny bit of ground to him. David Reynolds at the Penrite entry. Let's go to Chris.
Just the one rookie in the great race this year. That's a record. The man is Zach Best. You've been out there in the first stint. How did you find it?
Yeah, loved it out there. Just trying to get in the rhythm and yeah, just keep the car clean and do the best job I can for Jack.
You came in for the pit stop. You had to double stack. It cost around 20 seconds behind the two Tims of Slade and Blanchard. How much of an impact is that going to make on your day?
Yeah, it makes it a bit harder now. We're down the back and battling a bit with some other cars, but yeah, we'll try and get back up there and yeah, try and be there for the end.
Well, Jack's in there now. He's had great speed in that top 10 shootout. All the best for the day.
Thank you.
Hey, Croppo just talking about driver strategy not lining up with fuel strategy, and he's dead right. Sometimes the easiest way to do it is just grab the whiteboard and walk through it simply. Here's our 7 pit stops, right? 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Now, if you do about 22 odd laps per tank of fuel, and a co-driver or any driver's got to do a minimum of 54. What happens is they land just in there. So it's really awkward. Think if your B driver's slower than your A driver, it's not good. Now, if I was going to design a strategy for the drivers, it would look something like this. I'd go A driver, I'd go B driver, a couple of B driver stints to get them out, A driver again, B driver, there's his 54 laps, then the A driver can triple stint to the end if he's needed. But when you've got a fast B driver like a couple out there, you can put your B driver out to mix it with the A drivers. So when the B drivers get in, you can put your A driver in and really make hay. Why is that important? Look at this. We pointed this out to you the other day. When you've got these sorts of guys in your car, in your team, you don't have a B driver. You've got 2 A drivers. That gives you enormous flexibility.
Looking on that whiteboard, Larko, you look like an ABBA fan.
Yeah. Want to see my Dancing Queen gig?
Oh, no. Maybe after hours, hey, Larko. Well done. That's a very good explanation of the complexity of it. And that's why we like the notion of the flexibility where you can put a couple of AA pairings together. Clearly, Mostert and Holdsworth have got that gig going this weekend. They've been great as a couple all throughout the weekend, basically achieving the same speed. Ooh. That was pretty darn close then for Heimgartner over the top of the hill. That's on the run out of Reed Park approaching McPhillamy. And it's as close as you dare to getting to that wall. If you get any further over, it's actually quite dusty down in that little hollow there. And it's very easy just to get dragged into the wall on the right. Super slow-mo replay shows that car, David Reynolds, getting a bit of air over the S's off the top of Skyline down the other side. And the other thing that's got to be respected there, if you're able to see the corresponding brake pressure data in that car, David will be frantically working up and down on that brake pedal to not lock that brake when it re-lands. So there's a fair amount of needle threading goes on all the way down the hill from Skyline to the dipper. Bit of help through there for Ryan Walkinshaw. And he's looking comfortable at the moment. His man's out there with a 5.5 second lead. Lee Holdsworth over Garth Tander. Is this going to be their year? We've got 134 laps remaining. It's a real art form getting over the top of the hill, Mark. There's a dance involved in that, and you know it only too well.
It is, and it's one of those things you've got to try to get a rhythm and flow to it so it doesn't actually tax you as much. Once you start, yourself, once you've actually got that rhythm going, it doesn't feel like you have to work so hard. And the dance that you make reference of has a lot to do with the brake modulations. Chas Mostert certainly would be endorsing the quality of the drive of Holdsworth so far. Continues to just extend that lead over Tander. The thing that I've really found interesting is you made the point about Brodie Kostecki. He's lost ground to Tander, and Will Brown in the first part of the race was not competitive either. So at this phase, the thing that's weird with this race, there are times in the early stage when the cars aren't good enough. And when you, just looking for Hugh, yep, that was Whincup, just a little bump on the fence there coming out of Forest Elbow. A lot of that happens because you're unsighted of where the wall is when you're right behind another car. So we're looking back now from Blanchard to Whincup and Hewitt, a little bump, which is what we saw Percat do earlier in the weekend. We've also seen Mostert do a similar thing. But one of the things I wanted to make reference of is that don't discount the Erebus cars because they're not quite fast enough yet. Because when the day changes, more rubber down later in the day, cooler conditions, often the car comes to you. In the early part of the race, they are absolutely not fast enough at this point.
I've also heard about a little bit of braking discomfort in car number 99 at the moment. Follow that up. On the right-hand side of the screen, something going on here with mufflers at Brad Jones Racing, so we'll get to the bottom of that story for you. Jamie Whincup glancing that wall. You can do it once, maybe, but you don't want to do it too often. And there's a little nervous period after you've done that and rattled against the concrete there, because when you get down to the chase, you need to make sure that everything's secure. Is the steering wheel still straight? Oh, that's smoke. Smoke from the back of the Jack Perkins car. Now, they got a major issue going on here. So problems at Erebus Motorsport. Unfortunately for Jack Perkins, way too much smoke visible from the back of that car. So this young man driving with Will Brown, let's listen.
Power steer by the look.
Now that was, very similar sort of look to what Macaulay Jones had early in the weekend when they had a power steering problem with that car. So we're monitoring car 9. Jack Perkins at the helm is driving car number 9. Yeah, it's got a shaking steering wheel, so I think there's every chance that this has got a power steering trauma, and Perkins is coming into the lane. This is not scheduled. Images of Perkins sliding his way into the pit lane, and that violent steering wheel shake tells us, together with the smoke, that they've got a problem with the power steering in this car of Will Brown and Jack Perkins.
They've just pulled out a spare power steering rack, but guys, it's double trouble at Erebus because car 99 also has a long brake pedal, and they were just trying to remedy that issue, and all of a sudden they saw the smoke pouring out of car 9. So they're trying to fix both problems at once. Might see if I can get a quick word with Will as he's watching this happen. I mean, it's a pretty hard scenario to jump in here at the moment, but Jack's just pulling this car in. Will, I'm sorry to see this happen, mate. What was the word from Jack on the radio?
Yeah, it's just power steering. Obviously, it's had a power steering failure, so disappointing because we'll just be circulating for the rest of the day looking at this.
And looks like the teammate car has an issue as well. Do we know how they're going to try and remedy the 99?
Yeah, I don't know yet. No, I don't really know about the 99, but ours has obviously got an issue. But not much you can do. That's part of it, isn't it?
Sorry to see it, mate.
Cheers.
Frustration for Will Brown, and you can see for Jack Perkins dropping his head. It's emotional. Somebody else is talking about a vibration out there. In fact, it's Phil Keed in conversation with car number 20. That's the Scott Pye, James Golding entry, and James is out there at the moment. They had a problem early on, so power steering. They brought the car into the garage. The reason for that, they put the incompressible jacks beneath the car to make it safe and secure, and they can dive on it with a greater number of people to be able to deal with the problem, but that's going to have that parked there for a long period of time. Now, if you go back to the 75% classification in this race, which is important, they can get it back out there, get it classified and get some points, but they are not going to be contenders when it comes to the podium.
Crompo, you question mark before the work going on at Brad Jones Racing in relation to the muffler and some exhaust componentry here. That is for the Cub Cadet entry. So Dean Fiore's been on the radio. Brad Jones just said to me they think they've got a muffler issue with that car. If the right moment presents in the race, they will try and change that.
That's the update, Rusty. That's important to know and understand. So a few little gremlins just creeping into the game, Mark.
That would be a hard change to make. Those exhaust temperatures are extreme. So to pluck the exhaust off and put a fresh one on there, that's not a job that you'd like to put your hand up for. As we look back at our Century Batteries chopper cam of the precinct, back up towards Bathurst Airport, across to Ridges Hotel. And Whincup now has made significant ground on Blanchard, and he'll make that pretty easy. That's some of the oil trail that we've seen. So drivers all reporting oil across the top of the hill. Chad?
Yeah, further to the story on Brodie Kostecki. So long brake pedal, and the team were trying to fix it, well, trying to figure out what the problem was from the engineering station, and incredibly, it's gone away. So if you actually check the sector times last time by, he was slightly quicker than Garth Tander through sector 1. So whatever that problem is seems to have remedied itself from the cockpit, which is highly unusual.
Very rare. Sometimes you get a bit of debris in the brake ducts and you get a bit of extra temper, or maybe that they haven't got their estimates right for the blanking in those brake ducts. We don't get Larko to show that off at some point as well, because they try and retain heat in the brake system, because there's an enormous period here up and down both straights where the front and rear brakes in relative terms cool out, where the peak front brake temp down the bottom here is about 850. The peak rear is only in the 600s. So there's a huge disparity. So they try and regulate those temperatures as much as they can, front and rear, up and down the straights. And if you don't quite get that blanking right round here, you can end up with a long pedal because you end up with too much heat in the system.
Well, I think two things happen also. Remember, you take the cradle out of the back of the caliper, so you've only got a spring-loaded rear of the caliper, so the caliper's got more flex. We'll show you that through the course of the day also. Mark Larkin will be able to show us what a caliper normally looks like when it has a complete bridge in the back of it. They pluck that bridge out and they have a spring to keep the pads in situ. The other thing that happens is sometimes the teams takes the knockoff springs out from behind the pistons, and there's the oil. Now, on the previous lap, Holdsworth did a 12 and Tander did a 9. So that gap has come right back to, it was about 3.8, it's now 4.1. But that's how much oil was out there. They went from doing 7s to 12s. 5 seconds was lost on that previous lap because of that oil.
It's a big number. But you'd much rather they take it gently, Mark, and tippy-toe across that oil. One of the challenges of this racetrack is the number of blind corners. And when you do land around a corner and sit yourself on top of oil and the thing skates out from underneath you, it's a pretty spooky feeling. There aren't too many places around here where you get away with it either, Larko.
And to put that in perspective, mate, I've just stuck my head in here into Jack Perkins' car here, and this oil, so they topped the thing back up with oil, started up, and they were going through the steering. Seriously, mate, I've never seen so much oil spray out of a power steering system in one hit in my life. So they're now pulling the rack out. So I just have a suspicion this might be the same problem we saw on Macaulay's, where it punched the seal right out and the oil was free to go. Bit of a drama. We need to get onto this with a Gen 3 car. Too many times this happens.
Thanks, Larko.
I agree. I mean, it's ridiculous because we've got mad steering geometries. That's why we've got 25 degrees caster, and we're going faster. So the amount of steering load, when you build the grip, you've got more steering load. So when you do this, I mean, it's just it makes no sense to me for us all to be in a situation where the steering load, the power steer forces are so high. It shouldn't be like it.
Car 20, the DeWalt Tools car, has gone back out and come straight back in. So unfortunately for James Golding, that problem has come back almost instantly. They've lost 25 laps trying to fix it already, and Golding's walked out back to the transporter, said, nearly put me in the wall straight away. So I don't think that car's going anywhere in a hurry.
No, they've clearly got a serious issue, and that'll be totally relating to what Mark was talking about a moment ago. So it's very radical geometry in the front of these cars. This is a hustling Jamie Whincup we're watching here at the moment on Tim Blanchard. Gets up the inside, that moves him up one spot into 6th. It's not quite done yet. He's about to close the deal. Tim just wiped his signature down that right rear bumper. And so that brings Jamie up a spot.
Nice work, nice pressure. So next target is Alberto. 4 seconds ahead.
And so 3.5 seconds to be able to get to, in fact, 3.9 seconds to get to Tony D'Alberto. So Jamie's 15 seconds from the lead at the moment. Holdsworth Tander, that margin static at about 4.5 seconds, and then the margin between Tander and Kostecki's actually come back down again now to 2.7 seconds after that slow lap that you described. But I reckon they were the pioneers on the oil.
They were.
Okay, get out of the car, please. Get out of the car. 4 seconds. Put that in a square. You're ready to go. Go, 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 go.
I got confused momentarily because I thought they were talking to the driver.
That's what I thought.
And they were talking to the driver assist.
Get out of the car. I didn't see anyone jumping out.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Can you say please?
Yeah, that's right. Where's your manners?
Right, so David Reynolds, car number 26, sharing the Brett Hilton. Bunnings Trade Power Pass. Let's have a look at this one. Jamie Whincup down the inside. Murray's corner. Tim saw him coming, gave him tons of space. It took a little while to be able to close this off. Now, I heard in the background that 99 might be in again shortly. So that was a nice job. Here it is from Jamie's viewpoint. All pretty relaxed, gets it into second gear, grabs the throttle really early, doesn't light it up too quickly either. And in fact, you could see that there was no opposite lock whatsoever, and then he just squirted in a straight line. And there he is, clearing him down at turn 1 at Murray's. Correction, down at Hill Corner. Nice work, Larko.
Well, Neil, interesting. So car 99 is coming in. They've got the brakes out here ready to change, but as you articulated earlier, what is it? Lap 55 and 120 you've got to do in between. We're not there yet. So this is obviously to deal with that knock-off issue we're hearing about. And you can see here, we've got what's called a brake hat and the brake disc. And they float between each other to allow for any wobble, but I wonder if he's got sufficient wobble, something going on with these brakes, that they need to get a straight set on, see if they get rid of that knockoff. Here he comes, let's have a look. This is a quick release system, so wheel off. They'll undo 2 bolts that undo the brake caliper. Off they come, off comes a caliper, off comes a disc. That's preheated, so it fits onto a nice hot hub without getting jammed. In goes the new caliper, quick release coupling, and I say from the driver's point of view, you love this when you get a new set of discs and a new set of pads.
And they bed them and mate them as a couple. And so I wonder whether they had a bedding issue with those previous ones. They want to be careful now for this next lap, just as he feels his way back out there. Mark, when you get a chance, it'd be good if you could do something down in the bunker as well and just explain what knock-off is to our audience, because it's one of those terms that's laced with jargon and it's hard to understand, but a tiny little bit of margin between the front brake pad and the front brake rotor is enough to have the front pads travel too far and the rear brakes on the car light up, and it's a horrible feeling. And Brodie will have to hustle here, but not too much until he understands what the feel's like in the brake pedal, and to make sure that this brake set is actually mated and bedded nicely. 128 laps remain, 5.5 seconds the gap between Holdsworth and Tander. Waters doing a nice job back up in third. So it's very early in the day to have to deal with a brake issue like that, and I'm just curious as to what the reason may be, and they've not reached that critical window where the compulsory brake rotor change must happen. That's between laps 55 and lap 120. Just covering off those pit stop basics for you again. There are 7 compulsory stops that must be done. Taking on fuel and tyres. As far as the drivers are concerned, the maximum number of laps that any driver can do is 107. Maximum continuous driving time is 3.5 hours. The minimum number of laps that anybody can do is 54. We're in that phase of the race at the moment where a bunch of the drivers are clearing those minimum laps. And in the background, I can hear that they're preparing to bring the car number 34 in the Kostecki car as well. It's currently sitting in 11th position. It's a nice stint. Here it is. It's in now. And this is Kurt and Jake Kostecki, the brothers. Their cousins out there in car number 99, Brodie Kostecki.
Okay, mate, nod for radio and start it up, please. We've got to start it up.
Didn't sound like it wanted to start very nicely.
No, it sort of argued the
We are
point for a
waiting on
moment.
fuel. We are waiting on fuel.
When we were on board with Brock Feeney earlier, that car 39 had a weird overrun sound, didn't it?
Might have had a little trickle. Maybe the idle speeds up a little bit. Sometimes you can hear that little sort of pop and bang in the overrun on the trail throttle from Skyline, and then again back down into Forest Elbow. Margin first to second just open up 3/10 on that last lap.
So on board now with car 17 with Alex Davison across the top of the hill. Remember, they were hurt by that double stack. Currently 12.
This, by the way, is the passenger side mirror. Which I reckon if
I was trying to work that out.
Yeah, if I ever had the misfortune of growing up to be a rear vision mirror at Bathurst, I'd rather be on this side than the other side, because when you make the run between Reed Park and McPhillamy, chances are you're going to get gravel rash.
Exactly. Or out of that wall there, coming onto Forest Elbow, out of that exit that we've seen some of the guys give that wall a bump.
Now, this car was hurt by double stacking in that first safety car. Alex has crept back up into 12th position. Bit of a clawback going on here. So importantly, not far away from the top 10. As far as the margin's concerned at the front of the race, he's 38 seconds off the lead at the moment. And a nice job by Alex Davison. Good, strong, solid stint. And the time loss is no fault of his. It was the fact that the cars were line astern in that inopportune moment when the safety car got triggered. Problem down there at turn 1 for Thomas Randall that necessitated the BP Ultimate safety car to go out and grab the field. Margin first to second is just opening up a tiny bit now. It's almost 6 seconds between Lee Holdsworth and Garth Tander. Oval One Appliances Online Racing and the Red Bull Ampol Racing Team Commodores. Then Cam Waters shot back up through the field into third. Tony Delberto's done a nice job in Anton Di Pasquale's car in 4th position. Whincup's been marching forward as well. He's now 5th. He's about 18 seconds from the lead. Blanchard, Wood, Bluff, Caruso, Heimgartner. That's the balance of the top 10. Sort of going in and out of periods of direct sunlight and a bit of cloud here and there. A couple of storylines so far. We've seen some trauma for Erebus. Power steering problem for Jack Perkins in the Will Brown entry. Got him parked in there and they're changing the steering system in that car. They're no longer a factor. And oddly, before the compulsory brake rotor change that's coming later in the race, for car number 99 for Brodie Kostecki, They brought that car in because he was suffering from what we describe as pad knockoff. They changed the brake rotors and pads in that car on the front as well, just to tidy it up. Larko?
Yeah, Croppo, I was just down here with Barry Ryan having a little bit of a look and a play with some of this stuff to see what we could see. Well, I wasn't. He was having a look, but you guys know enough about brake pads, like I think I do. Nothing unusual about the face of the pads or the heat. Now, I want to go to the point, or the face of the disc here. You can see nicely bedded. Scafey talking about those bridges before. If you have a look at these discs here, these calipers, sorry, see these 2 bolts here? And that's a bridge that holds the whole thing together. Gives it great structural integrity. When you put big pressure on there, it doesn't want to flex and come apart. So that's a great system because they can leave the bridge in there with the pads in. Because they've got these quick release couplings, that all stays together. Other systems mean that that's a spring on there, so you put the pads in and clip the spring up. The spring doesn't do anything for integrity. So that's certainly not the problem here. So it's still a bit of a mystery bag. My guess is maybe they've got a bit too much warp in one of the discs, just pushing those pads back out into the calipers.
And that can happen ever so easily. So even a hot spot on a brake rotor in a stop, that's why you see in the pit lane or in the pit garages, crews move in and rotate those discs. They can get a tiny little hot spot on there and they just get superheated and it warps them. They get what's described as run out on the brake rotor. Car number 7's back in the lane now. And 17. Heimgartner, Davis and Ojeda in.
Open the door. Cashmore side. Remember that come out on that car? Matt Campbell told us. So that's over and out. So that's just give up. That's over and out. That won't stop.
Well, good clear instructions. You don't want to be messing around with that.
Go.
Yeah, they're covered by fuel. You can get a multitude of tasks done within 30 seconds, but if it's going to cost you some number of seconds off the other side of fuel, it's not worth the pain.
Waiting on fuel. We've got about 4 seconds to go here.
See a long, hard look into the front of the car to make sure that it's not ingesting any grass, rubber or debris in the air intake or around those front brake ducts either. And out goes car number 17. Nice job. So that's been quite a good, solid stint from Alex Davison, who sadly lost ground when he was double stacking early in the game.
Behind.
So we're about to see the leaders coming in. This is into the second stop stage of the race.
So fuel closes, meaning they're out of it, by lap 42 for Holdsworth and Tandem. 41 for Waters.
Holdsworth in.
Okay, so Lee's getting out and Chaz is getting in. Let's jump on board, see what the stop looks like. Needs to be super efficient. Fuel coupled up, in to help with the driver assist. 4 wheels and tyres.
Okay, remember
that's
zero,
the easy part. Getting the driver in safely is a little bit more complex. Belts, hands device,
Tyres are all
radio
done, mate.
comms
Tyres
check,
are all done. We're
fuel
waiting on
suit,
fuel. The lane is clear.
drink
The lane
hose,
is clear.
first gear,
Waiting on
comms
fuel
established.
still. The lane is clear.
Waiting for the
lane
drop
is
on the
clear.
cue.
Too late, go mate, all clear.
Not stalling, had to punch the clutch a second time. Red light flashing on the back means the 40k pit limit is engaged.
Now, what that does tell us is that maybe their consumption is not quite as good as 888, as Red Bull Ampol Racing, because Tander's still out there. And obviously, Tickford, same thing for Cam Waters. It might be a little bit to do with pace. So when you're going faster, you use more fuel. And the difference in what that number becomes will be a telling factor.
But 20 laps, that last stint, that's a long way shy, isn't it? Like we've been talking all morning about the notion of it being a range between 22 to 24. So it's early in the day, but we'll keep an eye on that because that's a story, and that's counter to history because in the recent years they've been far and away one of the strongest teams when it comes to fuel efficiency. Dean Fiore, Todd Hazel, car 14, Cup Cadet entry in done clean. That's a telling shot. It's important because it's a concrete apron that they work on, and then the black top out in the pit lane. So grip in that pit lane is dramatically diminished compared to the racetrack. There's a bit of fuel leaking I saw before from this car as well, which everybody be keeping a very close eye on. It's supposed to be a dry brake system. It's a Siamese fitting and a male and a female adapter, and the idea is that the fuel rushes up the vent side once it's full. What you don't want to see is too much fuel lurking around in the pit stop.
Now we're hearing wing cups coming in. So again, it concerns me now because they must have a different... They're certainly on the same fuel strategy as Mostert Holdsworth. and same with Cam Waters.
But no movement from Garth Tander, so that's what we want to see is going on here with the Triple Eight Cup. So Whincup in, Blanchard in, there they are, Linus Stern in the pit lane. 8.3 seconds now the margin between Tander and D'Alberto. Also in the background is Warren Luff, who was on the podium last year. In fact, 7 of the last 9 years. So saying he's on the podium is a fairly shotgun statement.
Who's getting the fresh tyres? Looks like Luffy. He's got a little birthday present. Brand new tyres. Now, will they put, I can see them start to do a driver change there. Will they put Ford back in, or they leave?
I think he's staying in.
Yep. See the door open, did you?
Three balls done now. We're just waiting on fuel, mate. There's a car in the lane, but we're looking pretty good at the minute. So, still clear in the lane, still clear in the lane. Waiting on fuel, waiting on fuel.
Nicely, so ended up with Whincup, Blanchard, Luff, Webb and Wall all in the lane then, either at or very close to being out of fuel. A little bit earlier than we might have otherwise predicted. Keep an eye on that as the day progresses, because that might be an interesting sideline to the story here. Because if they're rich and using more fuel than we thought, that changes the game.
Go.
That big tall string bean that got out of that was David Wall.
Oh, hello to all David Wall's family and friends.
From Western Sydney. He's a very successful Porsche Carrera Cup competitor and a mate, I'm allowed to say.
You give him a smack. He can't say anything back to you.
Or like you don't give me an elbow.
How was your wallet gag yesterday with all those locusts at the top of the hill? That was out of control.
Well, they're still floating around up there. There were so many of them after you opened it. So 8.8 seconds, Tander over D'Alberto. And lots of driver changes about to unfold.
So this number for the next stop, we think it's going to be lap 42. So there's a lot of disparity between the strategies here.
The pace is reasonably quick, so you don't make pace without thunder, and you've got to use fuel to do it. So a bit of pace on. You think about some of the other races that we've had, like it's strangely cool for this time of the year. And you think about some of the other races in recent years where the race pace, certainly early in the day, has been nothing like it was advertised early on. You know, everybody always talks up Hollywood numbers.
Well, that's right. We didn't expect in the first stint for Holdsworth to do a 5.7. No way.
The other thing that's important to take into consideration in two-car teams, for the exact reason why we saw the problem for the Shell V-Power racing team, is you want them separated, you want them on different strategies. So having them a lap or two apart fuel-wise just gives you a little bit of comfort and flexibility, particularly if in one of the windows a safety car jumps up and all of a sudden you're compelled to have to bring everybody in. That's ugly. So that'll be something that we talk about later on. Let's get to Mark Larkin.
So, Neil, I spoke to Wall. He said you're a bullfed, so let's park that. Now, on this fuel strategy stuff, mate, I've just done a little bit of a sniff around. We're seeing 4.6, 4.7 litres a lap, so that's about on the money what we expect, you know, for that 22 to 24 laps. So very interesting what's playing out there, isn't it?
Go.
Coke car was damaged early in the weekend when contact was made with that inside of the wall up at Forest Elbow. Chris Pither at the helm at that stage. Let's have a look at the replay here. This is a lively part of the racetrack, and particularly if you happen to be Jonathan Webb at the moment. Car number 19, the local Legends entry, didn't look like he was going to stop down there. Didn't make the gravel, thankfully. So just carried too much pace. He's down in 18th position at the moment, a former Great Race winner, and has also enjoyed victory in the 12-hour here as well.
Here we go.
Tander in, this is key. So he came in with an 8.9 second margin over D'Alberto. So Tony's in with him.
And he's done 40 of his 54 laps.
And Wooding's come in as well. So Dale Wood's coming in the Nick Percat entry. Great look inside the control supercar wheel at the Red Bull garage to show you where those slots are in the back of the rim, so that they pick up the drive pegs and they get located onto the hub for a quick stop. It's a very unforgiving process, throwing 20 kilos of wheel and tyre on these cars with a 4-kilo gun. It's hot, hard work.
Okay. Hello, the door closed, just waiting on fuel.
121 laps remaining, and we are observing car 11, Tony Delberto, in the pit lane at the moment. Shelby Power Racing Team entry. Been sitting nicely in third. Meantime, lead car out there at the moment continues to be car number 25, Chaz Mostert, over Cam Waters, who's clawed back a lot of ground nicely. There he is on screen in the Monster Energy car, runner-up in last year's race. Tough opening stint for James Moffat, had a difficult start and then ran wide down the bottom of the chase at one point. Jamie Wincomb's been making a bit of ground here, and interesting because we've seen a couple of people come in just a little bit earlier than we thought they might have done, but some of that is for strategic reasons, just to separate the two cars so that they're not on top of each other later in the race. But what their fuel range is in this race is going to be a very important part of the narrative in the back end of the day that we try and explain.
And the second part of that is maybe there's other reasons for making that strategy call on the earlier stop, because it might be linked to the co-driver numbers. So at the moment, of all the co-drivers, there's a couple that have done the 40-lap piece, which is obviously Tander. Significant stint there for Garth. And for him now, he's only got 17 laps to do, as accordance with the 1/3 minimum requirement for co-drivers of 57 laps.
Lee Holdsworth, an outstanding first stint there, leading the race. Talk us through it.
Thanks, Dubsy. Yeah, it was not the greatest start. Tony D got a great start, and I knew I just had to get him, you know, when he's on cold tyres. I knew he'd probably be braking a little earlier. So I had to go for him. I had a run down Conrod and got mega understeer going through the chase, and it put me on the correct line for the pass. So, yeah, I took the opportunity, and yeah, we had a great car. You know, towards the end of the stints, it was getting a bit loose, but all in all, we've got a great car, and you can drive it, you know, comfortably, and so we're in a good spot.
So far, so good. Enjoy.
Sorry?
So far, so good. Enjoy.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
It is so far so good. Chaz Mostert on screen here. Unbelievable lap yesterday. Phenomenal lap. Fastest we've ever seen in a supercar around this racetrack. In the low threes. That's a huge commitment. Second gear out of turn 2 at Griffin's. Celebrate a bit of the speed here. So he's on the rev limiter in third. Back to second for the left-hander at turn 4. This is about 90 kilometres an hour. 1 in 6 gradient. Ease the throttle back to 100%. Over the hump, grabs third gear, just a little feather of the throttle, 165 kilometres an hour, drive it up to the concrete wall, fourth gear, 200 Ks, 2 wheels, metal grate on the right, steering load builds, flat throttle out the other side, on towards McPhillamy, 2 wheels once again, back to 100% throttle, using the ramp on both sides of the road, 220 Ks, third gear, braking, release the pedal pressure, back to second gear, more pedal pressure, dipper, 2 wheels, into the gutter, third gear out the other side, 180 kilometres an hour, concrete left and right, blind approach, back to second gear, slowest corner on the racetrack, don't hit the inside apex, don't hit the outside wall, third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear, and fifth to sixth at 270 kilometres an hour. Check the crosswind. Have a look at the totem pole, check the traffic, understand your car, pick a braking reference, stay committed to the throttle. 100%, 300 kilometres an hour, and that's a beautiful view of Mount Panorama, and Chaz Mostert well in command of this race. Out the other side through the direction change, past the hotel, into turn 23, the final corner at Murray's. Brake balance is key here. It gives himself every millimetre as an opportunity to turn in from the widest line. No evidence of sliding, no brake locking, job done, and that lap was a 2 minute 6.2. The best we've seen in that car in this race is a 5.7, and that was done on lap 4 by Lee Holdsworth. That tells us that it's very consistent.
Absolutely. That's why we were talking about Lee Holdsworth's performance, because that was a really nice lap. You called it in terms of the commitment by Mostert and being millimetre perfect everywhere he pointed it, it went. Car balance very, very nice, but that was a 6.2 compared to a 5.7, so half a second slower than what Holdsworth did earlier. So again, early in the race, that pace was extraordinary. And if you look at his numbers, Mostert versus Cam Waters did a 6.6, Brody Kostecki did a 6.9, and Shane Van Gisbergen did a 7.2 on the last lap. So Mostert was 1 second a lap faster on that previous lap then Shane Van Gisbergen.
Century Battery's chopper gives us a great understanding of the undulation of this racetrack, the new viewing platform up the top at McPhillamy. And the walkway just to the left-hand side. There's those S's that I spoke about, the dipper, which when you stand in it, look back up the track, gives you a proper understanding of just how violent the drop-off is from Skyline. Forest's Elbow, past the car club, back onto the straight where, and it's a strange term to use, you relax ever so briefly. These gear changes are wild, Mark. 3rd to 4th, 191 Ks. 4th to 5th, 227 Ks. 5th to 6th, 270 Ks. The top speed at there or thereabouts, 300 kilometres an hour. Depends on tyre condition, load on the car, how you came off that top corner as well.
This is Van Gisbergen, car 888, remember this weekend. Doesn't get much closer than that. Shane does this every lap. That right-hand mirror you spoke of, you don't want to come back as. That's the one that's in question.
And one of the reasons why he does that is they get car 9 out, which is great news. Steering system replaced in this car is that it opens.
Can you get back out there and just fill the car out for me?
He opens up the steering and the line as much as he can, Van Gisbergen, to take the lateral load off the tyre and look after them. So he's going to exploit every millimetre of the place as best he can. Dylan O'Keefe in car number 22. And he's being pursued at the moment by Macaulay Jones in the Coke car. Premier higher entry. Someone's got a lock brake going in the background there, and Jack Perkins on an exploratory lap now just to see whether that power steering system is all working okay. And he's 14 laps behind. To be classified in this race, you need to have achieved 121 laps at the end of it to get some points. And sometimes they're worth arguing about. So if you go back to 2017, they patched up the Whincup car.
Yep.
I think he finished 20th on the day. That ultimately contributed to what became a championship victory that year.
I think he got 80 points or something, didn't he, that day? So he popped out the end with enough to solidify it.
Which underscores what everybody says in sport, never give up. Because even on the days where it all seems lost, there can be a yield. Now, if Whincup had thrown a tantrum and driven into the garage and got out of it that day, he would not have won the championship.
Coppo, I wandered into Kelly Grove Racing before and chanced on a little conversation with Supercars officials and Todd Kelly. They've got an inlet airbox temperature sensor issue with David Reynolds and Luke Gilden's car. Now, it's, I think, thrown the fuel mapping out. Pretty decent conversation between the officials and Todd. Todd's argued that if they've got to change that sensor, they'll drop something like 2 laps. Supercars officials right now seem satisfied. It's just a dodgy sensor. Press on.
The reason why there's a bit of sensitivity around that, Greg, is there's a prescribed fuel-air ratio that the teams have got to adhere to. So when that value goes outside what the rule book says, then City Hall wants to know why. And once they're satisfied that it is genuinely a little issue rather than a fudge, they'll probably let you off. But they don't want to know that anybody's got a different air-fuel ratio and chasing anything that's outside tolerance. We had a glimpse there of Brad Jones, who had a great battle with Martin Scaife 20 years ago here for a great race victory. That was a heck of a race that day.
It was.
You prevailed.
Well, only just. He drove very well. Brad Jones is always good at this place, wasn't he? He was always very committed. Had great pace, nice pass down the inside. And again, not a lot of resistance. Car 14, he was able to hold the steering a little wide, just don't turn down. It was Dean Fiore.
So they're 1.7 laps down in the race in car 44 after what happened down there at turn 1 for Thomas Randall. That rocks, that shot. Yeah, it never gets old, and I love the sound in the background. We've got a couple of really cool new angles this year at Mount Panorama. Mostert's got 12 seconds in hand at the moment over Waters. Mostert and Waters, I underline, with italic and bold.
Next word comes to mind is history.
Yes. They did a dance. They pirouetted off the bottom of the track in 2019 together as teammates. And then they've locked horns several times, including at Sandown earlier this year, not as teammates. And that's only a fraction of the story. So they lost a lot of ground in car number 6 early on. So if we get another safety car, or any other interruption to proceedings and those two get close to each other. Those cars have been very competitive with each other all weekend, so the expectation is they'll be pretty lively. Meantime, they changed the brakes on the front of Brody Kostecki's car in third position. He's going quick at the moment, Mark. He's just done a faster time over the top of the hill than he's done at any time in the stint for what's on target to be his fastest lap. Now, he's 5.2 seconds from Cam Waters, but he also needs to make sure that from a tail gunning standpoint, he's got Shane Van Gisbergen behind him as well in fourth position. So he's got to keep a bit of an eye on a guy who's very, very effective around here. And he'll be effective both in terms of lap speed and also fuel conservation along the way.
And if you look at the last lap order, 1, 2, 3, 4 are the first 4 cars in terms of pace.
So let me update some of those numbers as well. Now, I know that some of this is strategic, but just park it in the back of your scon for later, MS. So Mostert's done 20 laps.
Is that my brain?
Yeah, in his stint. The best we've seen out of car 25. For car 20, beg your pardon, for car 6, Waters, the best we've seen out of there so far is 21 laps. Van Gisbergen, 23. 23 for Di Pasquale as well, 23 for Percat. So there's 3 cars there, 888, 11 and 8, that are showing the sort of fuel range that we expect, and that tallies with our numbers that we talked about in the Hino Hub earlier in the day.
Yeah, so there is a fair bit of discrepancy, but there's also discrepancy in terms of pace, because Mostert and Holdsworth, clearly the fastest car. And when you look at the movers and shakers, Waters has fought back hard from a bad start by Moffat, but Kostecki's up 7, Whincup up 5, Reynolds up 11 spots. So they've done a really nice job. Heimgartner up 6, Kostecki up 9, Goddard up 6, Jonathan Webb up 4. So there's been some good inroads made through the course of the first 45 laps.
We've been racing for an hour and 41 minutes. We've got 116 laps remaining in the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. Gorgeous view from the Century Batteries chopper over the top of Mount Panorama. Chaz Mostert has a margin of 12.6 seconds over Cam Waters. There is the chopper. We've seen some spectacular images of that over the years. So Waters is a further 5 seconds clear of Brody Kostecki after making that front brake pad change. Bunnings Trade Power Pass. We've seen quite a few people in recovery from early stints in this race, and that's a very nice move down the inside. Car number 44, James Courtney, needs to recover the lost time and the ground from where Thomas Randall had that moment down at turn 1. This is the onboard view from James. Nicely done on Dean Fiore. Did it easily, and that car currently 1.7 laps off the lead. Dean saw him coming, gave him a ton of space, got on with it nicely. Now, Whincup's quick out there at the moment, Mark. His mid-sector run over the top of the hill, the best that he's done so far, and they're preparing for this brake change. Was that inside Brad Jones Racing? So we're coming into the window moment where they can do the brakes. It's lap 55 to 120. Some people will take it early, and they were just preparing that dry brake system on the brake seat.
I'm hearing from Van Gisbergen, the dash is frozen. That's the best camera sweep of all time, isn't it, through there? Massively fast. I'm just looking for the dash. Yep, there's nothing else going on there.
Really?
Yep.
So I wonder whether this is a recurrence of the problem that we saw that Will Davison had at Sydney Motorsport Park. That's disconcerting because there's a lot of vital information that you do need for this race. In a sprint race, it's a nice to have. At Bathurst, it's a must have.
There's definitely nothing on there. We're also hearing that Mostert might have the same. Are you hearing that?
Yeah. Same message came through. So I'm wondering, so he's got shift lights. We'll follow it up in the garages for you. He's got a 13-second margin at the moment. And that's going to hurt when it comes to driving to fuel numbers.
No, he's got
his dash there.
Oh, hang on, just see if it comes up. So there's 2, that's second gear.
You're going to have to wait for him to turn, and it'll be back in second by the time you can see it again.
No, that definitely moved up from 4 back to 2.
And it doesn't help if you stand on your tippy toes, Mark.
Sorry,
and you can try all you like.
I missed it.
Why would you tell people that?
But one day they'll have 3-dimensional TV, and it'll be okay.
Well, would you tell people that?
Second gear again. So everything's second gear. None of this is going to help you. We might get a little glimpse somewhere, but I think it is functioning. We might see a bit of action here. Yeah, it's third gear. Past the rock face.
Thank you.
Happy days. You can go back on your heels now. So out of the cutting, second gear here. That was pretty lively just as he fed the throttle in. Still got a pretty hefty margin, 13.5 seconds over Cam Waters. Back's pretty lively. Back to LeBron down the inside, and there's another radio message that I've just got. Percat saying that he's got a dash issue. It's all a bit weird.
And we're actually hearing that might be a timing issue for everybody, but there was definitely nothing on Van Gisbergen's dash. So Mostert had the information coming to him. Different circumstance. There's so much chat about my dash not working. Pretty much every car.
Yeah, so maybe something's happened with the beacon and the cars have lost their reference on the racetrack. Maybe. Anyway, we'll follow up the story for you. We're a long way from the Bermuda Triangle, so there'll be a reason. A couple of other people to keep an eye on here. Will Davison's clawing out as well. He's 13th, and I'm just watching his pace. He's been creeping along with decent pace. They're talking about the brake change for Van Gisbergen, and they're counting him in on that as well, and that might be an opportunity for us to check in on that dash issue. They'll certainly be having a close look at the Red Bull Ampol Racing team, Larko.
I just did ask Dutto about that, the team manager down here, Neil, and he said, yeah, timing issue. So that's why we're hearing a lot from everywhere.
Yeah, the box is new in the car. It's been new for the last couple of years, and part of the apparatus that the timing system relies on is out down in the left-hand footwell where a passenger would normally sit in these cars. So something's gone awry in 0 and 1 land.
I got to the bottom of the timing issue. There's a beacon that sits upright at the start line. It fell over. So the wind blew it over. Supercars ran out and stood it back up again. That's pretty high-tech.
Well, I thought there'd be a logical reason. It is blustery out there at the moment. It's the best part of 30-odd kilometres an hour from a direction that we don't often see. David Cauchi, he takes care of business for car 888. And Mark Larkham reporting to Mark Dutton what's happened. The beacon fell over.
Too many marks.
Yeah, a lot of marks, including on the walls in a few places around here as well. That's the reason why. That's pretty nasty, isn't it? So David Cauchi, that you saw just a few moments ago, he's on the move at the end of this championship season as well. He'll go down to Grove Racing. So that has picked up pretty substantially since we last looked, Mark.
It has.
And
what are you getting?
Yeah, I'm actually just looking over at the airport to see what it is over there.
I'm getting 40k gusts.
Yeah, 15 knots from the east at the airport at the moment. So Will Davison also just saying...
Mostert's slowing! Mostert is slowing! No way! From the lead of this race, the car is slowing!
Yeah, 14 seconds gap the car behind.
Oh, it sounds
in this lap, staying in the car. This is just fuel and tyres.
It's got a bigger problem than fuel and tyres.
Oh my God. This is such a cruel race, isn't it?
Something's thrashing underneath it. So race leader into the pit lane. There goes the new race leader down his right-hand side. Cam Waters inherits the lead of this race. Pit lane limiter engaged, and Mostert's in a pile of trouble here. A fiercely ugly sound coming from underneath this car.
Copy, mate. Okay, line yourself up the board. You'll stay in the car. Remember, blue screen, blue screen.
Put it straight in the garage.
Okay, waiting on fuel, mate. Waiting on fuel. Waiting on fuel still. Waiting on fuel.
It's like they're not worried about it. Was it a tyre puncture, maybe?
Maybe it was flailing, was it?
Yeah, maybe it had delaminated or something, and he just had to slow right up.
Cold tyres. I'll talk to you on exit when we can.
Well, I've certainly missed part of this story.
Left rear, left rear.
Left rear,
yeah. Okay. That was what the sound was. Rusty's down there. Now I understand it. I couldn't see that. Well, that's taking him out of the lead. Oof.
They're blistered. Those tyres are blistered.
Too much camber.
Wow. Now that could have been a delamination on the inside crown of the tyre as Vinny grabs that one to take it away from us. But sometimes if you get a little case issue on the inside loaded crown, top of the sidewall, then it will just drag all that off and delaminate the tyre.
Or if you're too hungry with your geometry settings, it makes pace but not longevity sometimes, and that's another question mark then.
3 seconds, guys. 2, 1, go, go, go.
That's a much better scenario than what we thought originally, because I thought that car was out of the race. When he slowed like that, I thought it was done.
I didn't see, clearly because it hadn't deflated, the car didn't have any weird pitch angle. So all we were hearing was flailing rubber at the rear of the car, but it sounded mechanical.
It did.
So that car has also been reporting a lack of pace. And Will Davison, I was about to make that remark when you spotted Chaz going slow halfway down the straight. Now, he's sacrificed a huge amount of time in that process. Meantime, Cam Waters leads the race by 4.6 seconds over Brodie Kostecki. Shane Van Gisbergen sitting in 3rd position. Anton De Pasquale, Jamie Whincup in 5th.
Yeah, just bring these
car
on nice
25.
and gently, buddy. We're still investigating the issue. Currently in P12, but we're a stop up on the field, so all good.
Car 25 put a full stop on that one for you. Chaz Mostert has dropped back into 12th position between LeBrock and Jake Kostecki. So that's popped him outside the top 10 from leading by a big fat margin. He's now 48 seconds from the lead of the race. Now that's going to take either a safety car to get him back in the game, or at least 2 or 3 stints to be able to get back to somewhere where he was now on, what was it, lap 49 when that happened.
For sure. Absolutely. So that is a defining moment in the great race for 2021. When you park yourself just under 50 seconds from the lead and that level of change, who knows? So there's now some strategy being applied there for who's got green tyres, whether you put fresh tyres down one side or not. Let's have a listen to this. So that's a tyre failure. So that hasn't just started to blister after a little while. In the bottom of the grate, with maximum load.
You reckon it's a load issue?
That's absolutely delaminated. It's actually failed in the casing of the inside structure of the tyre.
Yeah, I was just going to try and get a word with the engineering team here. They're around the back, have a look at the tyre. See if we can... the guy I want to ask is Adam DeBora. He's the engineer for the car, having a really close look at that delaminated tyre. You can see that. Just see if we can just be patient for a sec. Well, that is a... Brucey, what do you know, mate? You on the radio? You hearing anything about the tyre?
No, but I heard Kevy just talk about it's very straight on one edge, so it's ripped through the middle, but on the inside edge, it's just like a straight bead straight around.
Well, we got the tyre guy here. Let's see if we can dive in just quickly. Kevy Fitzsimmons, you're the tyre guy. What do you make of this, mate?
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's like it's such a straight cut on the edge, so it's just a dead straight line. Normally when they tear, they're all jagged like it is on the other side, but it's just quite weird that it's actually a pretty straight line there. The case is totally intact, so hopefully it's only just that a cut started it and we'll go from there. So we'll cut some sections out and have a look at it.
Thank you, Kevin, and I'm not going to miss this opportunity to ask Adam DeBora. You're the engineer of the car, mate. You're running it hard and fast out in front there. Adam, what do you make of this?
Pretty sure it's just debris.
Thank you. He says pretty sure just debris.
Okay, well, it's good intel. There's several different things that can be the source of that kind of problem. Obviously, junk on the racetrack's one, catch a curb the wrong way is another. The cars start with a minimum cold starting tyre pressure of 17 psi. It's mandated by supercars. So there's also a little bit of a requirement very early in your stints to not abuse the tyre too much while it isn't inflated, so you can actually hurt the casing or the carcass of the tyre at that point as well. The other thing is the geometry that you've got loaded into the car, because they make pace, particularly at the front end, with negative camber on them. And if you're too aggressive with those cambers, they heat up on the inside edge of the tyre and it superheats it. That can also be a source of trauma. We'll keep a very close eye on this story. 4.8 seconds now to gap between Waters and Kostecki. It's changed the complexion of the race. We've got a very fast car in 25. Mostert buried down the order in 12th position, 47 seconds from the lead. Meantime, this car is on the move. And there was question marks around the data and the issues there. And we know that they're due to come in. A few laps ago, they were talking about counting him in from about 5 laps out. And we're approaching the moment where you can get into the window to do that compulsory front brake stop.
I'm just going through the numbers. And from an engineering perspective, the cost for Mostert was a net 16 seconds. So he was up the road on everybody in terms of strategy by about 17 seconds. And we think on our corrected numbers, he still maintains the lead only, but effectively by a second. Again, everyone will have to go through the next stop phase, but at this point, the pace for Mostert's been, and Holdsworth's been exceptional, but he's made 3 stops versus the rest have made 2 stops.
It puts him out of sequence in all those windows as well, so there's a chance that that'll change when there's a stop, but it'll mean that there's different refueling times. They'll have to make a tough choice down there at WAU as well, because he's behind car 2 on the road, so they might have to sacrifice Warren Luff as a lamb just to be able to get car 25 back into the game. Otherwise, if he double stacks, that'll compound an already open wound. Riding with Van Gisbergen, 3rd position, 6.9 seconds from the lead, 1.8 away from Kostecki. You'll get glimpses of Brodie off in the distance, and that was a bit of a moment just coming out of Reed Park. There's the preceding car just cresting over Skyline. He's pressing on. They're not Hollywood numbers, but that thing's at its limit.
He hit the wall a couple of laps ago at the top between Reed Park and McPhillamy. That was really close that time too, and in fact, it come off the outside curb. We've got a camera down there that's been showing us those images through the course of the weekend. But he come off that outside curb, have a look, has a big slide, and he missed it that time. But 2 laps ago, I heard him say on the radio, I think I got the wall.
Vibration being reported also. Car number 14, Dean Fiore.
Here we go, on board. What's this? Oh, that wasn't a hit. The one 2 laps ago was definitely a hit.
And we're talking, look, he knows what he's seen it all before. Anton De Pasquale, I think, said he's got massive understeer. I don't know whether I heard it correctly. He's sitting in 4th place at the moment. He's about 20 seconds from the lead, 13 away from Van Gisbergen. We do have that new race leader in Cam Waters. He's got 5.3 seconds over Brodie Kostecki after the catastrophe for Chaz Mostert, where a rear tyre delaminated at a critical moment. He's gone from having a comfortable 13-odd second lead. He's now down in 12th position. He's taken now 3 of the 7 compulsory stops in the process, and as a result, he's out of sequence in the fuel strategy and the tyre strategy with everybody else. Now they're bringing David Reynolds in car number 26 from 7th position in the Penrite entry. And there are a couple of question marks over what the source of the trauma was for that rear tyre. Was it debris? Is it a straightforward cut? Is it geometry? Did it get hurt when the tyre pressure was low early in the stint?
As you can see there, the guys at Kelly Grove Racing have chosen not to have a driver assist. So the co-driver and driver working on getting those belts all back in situ and making sure that the drink and radio are plugged in, and that the driver's side net, straight down the inside, Mostert. Nice move. That is a very, very nice pass. That was on LeBrock, and he just plunged from the kink, just plunged straight down there. And that's an opportune pass. They're an impromptu. That's not even any construct. He's come out of turn 2, come up the hill, and at the kink, felt like he had better momentum, and bang, straight down the inside. Very nicely done.
Garth Tander, you've been out in the car. You've been watching on and seeing what's happening. Shane in 3rd position at the moment. What's your take on the situation at the moment?
It's 54 of 161, Stubbsy, so a long way to go, mate. Car's good. It was coming, getting better. The first stint was a little bit taily. It was better in the second stint, and the car will continue to get better all day. So, yeah, really comfortable. The 25 car's fast, isn't it? And Holdsworth was pushing on really hard at the start, so go for it, brother. Go for it. So, we're really comfortable with where we're at, and you know, like I said, 110 to go, so a fair bit still to play out.
Good luck.
Cheers.
A couple of key stops happening here. Brody Kostecki and Anton De Pasquale out of 3rd and 4th. Remember, they did that brake stop early, but they've got to do another one because it wasn't in the compulsory front brake rotor window. There can be up to 5 of those tear-offs on those polycarbonate windscreens. They clear one of those. David Russell in the car now. Been doing double duty this weekend in the Carrera Cup entry.
Get yourself ready, John. Watch it, Jimmy. Watch it, Jimmy. Get ready, Dave. Go. 10 seconds to go here.
Heimgartner's in as
Pit
well.
lane will be clear. You're going to be good to go on your drop. That's 5, 3, 2, 1. Go, mate. Go.
New livery on that Ned car this weekend. The Sounds of Bathurst. There's a special product that Ned Whisky have made available as a part of their activation in and around Bathurst in this race. Got a driver change happening shortly also for car number 14. Dean Fiore and Todd Hazelwood. So as Garth Tander observed, long way to go. And here's that Cub Cadet change that I talked about, Chad.
Yeah, just following up on the vibration that you heard from the radio, and it was believed that it was the front brakes, but unfortunately they've changed the front brakes early in the race, so they're expecting that's going to be the rear brake rotors that are warped on this car, and that is not going to be changed. They're going to have to live with that. They're not going to try and change that muffler issue anymore, so they're going to live with that. So now Todd Hazelwood's next stint is going to have a problem on the throttle and a problem on the brakes.
So you were talking about this car, Chad?
I don't know, I missed that question on the radio.
Go.
Okay.
Sorry guys, missed that question.
I was just confirming that you're talking about car 14.
Car 14, yeah. So Todd Hazelwood in that car, rear brake warp on the rotors, they believe, is causing that vibration.
Thank you.
So the flexibility is the thing that's been compromised with Mostert and Holdsworth. This hasn't taken them out of play. They've effectively made one more stop than most of the field. They're still absolutely right in this race in terms of the pointy end. However, the flexibility has been compromised.
Massively so. So, under a standard strategy, when you look at the numbers that we've got prepared here pre-race, you had about 28 laps or 129 litres. If you're 7 stopping at flexibility, most of that's been traded away.
Yeah.
So it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not over. Car number 6 on screen, race leader Cam Waters.
Done a nice job of all the driver cooling. See the way the heat shielding for the pedal box. We've seen a lot of the pedal box shots through the course of the weekend. But with Cam Waters, see the heat shielding in behind there. So anything you can do to take that residual exhaust temperature out of the footwell is good. And often we see people with burnt feet. There you go. He's taking his foot away over that side. I used to do that too. I just used to put my left foot on the throttle. Did you used to do that?
Yeah, because you ultimately end up cramping sometimes with your right foot, and you've got to be careful you don't push too hard. So he's just giving himself a little bit of extra load and assistance in that process. From a physical standpoint, that's not a good message to be dealing with early in the race.
Scafey, I've seen you sit like that at other places than other in the race car.
I've got you there, Waters.
What are you laughing? What are you laughing at?
Is that it?
No, sorry. Oh, am I on? I didn't even know. I was just talking to myself. Hey, Garth Tander said it, didn't he? I reckon there was a lot in his words just there about, hey, let those guys go fast. They're hard at it. Now, Neil, you said it. You said camber, right? So on the rear of the car, we're seeing, so camber's this. We're seeing big numbers, you know, sometimes 4 and 5 degrees camber. We know that makes the car go fast. But when you come to Bathurst, you've got to stand them up a bit because they've got to do long duration runs. So they could be in a bit of trouble. I know they said it was debris, but I reckon we watch very carefully this next 20 laps. So what are they going to do to get rid of it? They can't come in and pull the camber off, I can tell you. They can maybe play with pressure a little bit. They can play with their spring in a pit stop under here. You know, wind a bit of preload off to take some stress out of the tyre. But if they do that and the rear of the car drops, well, that pulls more camber on. So they probably need to stand the rear of the car up. That's going to take a while to do. And finally, the driver in here he can play with his rear bar, maybe soften that off again, take a bit of stress out of the rear tyre. But most of all, just like fuel, if you want to drive flat out, you're going to run out of fuel. If you're going to race flat out, you're going to use up your tyres. So maybe they're just going to back the throttle off. And just watch their times now. I reckon that'll tell us the story.
Yeah, and I reckon the latter is the one that's got to be managed. If there is any question mark over geometry, Mark, then the real issue is just how hard you push the car. Now, we were watching the race leader at the time also while you were just explaining that very important point. Cam Waters has come in. They've done their front rotor change in the Monster Energy Mustang as well. Now, Shane Van Gisbergen's got the lead. In fact, both the Red Bulls are 1 and 2, so it's 15 seconds apart between Van Gisbergen and Whincup, and long fuel range in evidence with those cars. Then, in actual fact, it's Blanchard in third spot at the moment in Tim Slade car, Nick Percat and Dale Wood in fourth place. But now that people are starting to cycle through their additional stops, it's having the effect of bringing Mostert back into the party. He was down as far as 12th. He's now sitting in 5th.
Well, and absolute car pace. On the last lap, he did a 6-1. He was the fastest car on the track by a mile. I'll give you the Van Gisbergen number in a second because he's coming down the main straight. But once we actually give you, oh, he's actually just coming on now, so we'll give you a Van Gisbergen lap time. And that Van Gisbergen number's a 6.9, plays a 6.1 from the previous run. Here's this pass. I reckon this has been the best pass of the day so far. Bunnings Trade power pass at the kink, turns it a little more, straight down the inside, a little bit nervous when he first turned the wheel, gets it placed, parks it on the inside, doesn't allow Jack LeBrock to get back to the apex of the cutting because there's one Commodore parked there. Nicely done.
David Councey's just told Shane Van Gisbergen, I need 2 more laps. So we'll see car 888 in the not-too-distant future. They've brought Tim Blanchard in and the Tim Slade in through the Cool Drive car is in. And here's the car that we just saw in the pit a few moments ago. Was the race leader, James Moffat, now driving that car as Blanchard arrives. So Waters out from a very strong stint and the brake rotor change done on car 6.
And Mostert again, a 6.2, fastest car on the track. So although that's hurt their flexibility and that tyre delamination is a clear issue, and I think the other thing, Larko, that we didn't pick up before in terms of what Camber does, we talk about Camber around the corner in terms of load. We don't talk about it very much in terms of what it does to superheat the inside crown of the tyre. So when you drive down the straight, they pull more camber on, and you effectively have the tyre on the inside, the footprint of the tyre is heated the whole way up and down the straight. That makes a residual temperature difference and certainly will affect the ability for the tyre to sustain itself.
I'm with the 2017 Great Race winner, David Reynolds, who had a bit of a battle on your hands from a driver comfort or cooling point of view. What happened in that stint?
When I got in for my driver change, I knocked the little knob off the top of my helmet that feeds air in, so I had no air, and my cool set didn't work at all, so I was like a cooked goose out there.
Your stint seemed pretty solid. Luke looked a little miffed with himself after the start and just a bit frustrating his first run.
Yeah, you know, like you take a little risk with your co-driver starting. You didn't get the best start, but you know, it's a long day, so you know, hopefully our car can come into the window a little bit towards the end of the day. We're a few tenths off the leaders, you know, as per lap speed, but otherwise it's looking all right. My arm's pretty sore at the minute, but yeah, see how we go.
Get some fluids into you. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, man.
Runner-up in 2012, he was the race winner in 2017, but in 2018 he had the race orbit stitched up and literally personally ran out of water. 2018, that big dehydration event for David Reynolds. So when he starts talking about no cool suit, no air, shades of what it was like a few years ago, not a pleasant experience. Van Gisbergen's got a comfortable lead of 16 seconds now over Whincup. That'd be the last thing that Reynolds wanted to deal with, Mark, in those circumstances. Now, Percat is in the play here as well. Dale Wood's done a nice job in his opening stint. He's about 19 seconds away from Whincup. Nick Percat, Chaz Mostert is a further 0.6 of a second away from him. So he's threatening Nick Percat now for a positional change.
So got Tim Blanchard here battling with Matt Campbell. It's currently for 18th and 19th. Zayden Goddard just coming into the pit out of position 10. So Van Gisbergen, Whincup, Percat, Mostert, Luff, Winterbottom, Webb, Moffat, David Russell, Anton De Pasquale. That's the current top 10 cars.
Now, the reason why we've gone back and picked this little battle up was the one that I referred to a moment ago, because Mostert's got very close now to the back of Nick Percat, and this gets him back into third position, but out of sequence, as we explained just a little earlier, that being Chaz Mostert. So you've been reporting the speed of the car, Mark. It's been unmistaken all week, and it started this race in the hands of both drivers. And we'll be monitoring what happens with these tyres. He's got a great exit off the final corner, and in fact he's been indicated there by Nick Percat, just rock on by down the right-hand side, which he's done.
Nice.
And they're talking to Shane Van Gisbergen. David Couch is in conversation with him at the moment, getting him ready to box, which is into the pit lane. So that was a nice job. He's got pace in hand at the moment, hasn't he? So that brings him up into third spot. He's 36 seconds away from the lead. He's 20 seconds behind Jamie Whincup. Any tick of the clock now, Van Gisbergen is going to come in. Here we go.
A 15-second time penalty, a 15-second time penalty, car 34 for a pit stop infringement.
Joe Kostecki and Kirk Kostecki, the Mattstone Racing entry. 15-second time penalty. They've done something wrong in the pit lane, unfortunately, and that's going to penalise them and drop them down the order. Now, Mark Winterbottom's come in for what will be his fourth, perhaps third stop in the race, actually. Team 18, Irwin Tools entry. Meantime, Ludo is encouraging Anton De Pasquale to continue pushing. He's sitting 10th at the moment. The Irwin Racing entry, and that Burrow Pairs helmet cam gives you an idea of the urgency in the pit lane. Driver change being done there between Michael Caruso and Mark Winterbottom.
Copy. Copy. Beautiful. Waiting on fuel.
102 laps remaining in the Great Race, the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. The race leader is Shane Van Gisbergen over Jamie Whincup. He's got 16 seconds in hand. Chaz Mostert has been charging back through the field after that unscheduled stop to deal with a delaminating rear tyre, which is under investigation by Dunlop and the team's engineers, and there's a series of possible causes for that. Could have been debris on the racetrack. Might have hit a curb too harshly when the tyre pressures are down at the start of the stint. Maybe the geometry is a little too aggressive in the rear. We'll follow that story for you to understand what that's all about. But they are clearly head and shoulders at the moment as far as pace is concerned. But now they're in a situation where they have to claw back, and they've lost all their flexibility that was in hand fuel-wise in this race. And that just gives them fewer options. But what they do have from an option and a strategy standpoint is two fast drivers that are essentially a double-A combination.
No doubt. The performance by Lee Holdsworth in the first part of this race was exceptional. He was able to gap Garth Tander by 10 or more seconds. He did a 5.72, did the fastest lap of the race on lap 4. Whincup coming in now, and Lowndes to get on board. You know, I reckon that Simpson head and neck restraint system that they use looks significantly easier getting in and out. Doesn't have that protruding piece at the back of your helmet,
which catches on the hands device sometimes. Yeah.
I just saw him jump in. It looked relatively easy compared to normal.
Brake change has been done, checking that they've got pedal pressure, making sure that those front brake pads are up against the rotor on the run up Mountain Straight. There's been catastrophes in years gone by. 28th time that Craig Lowndes has contested the Great Race.
You see it sideways, Ed?
Yep,
He's just a clown. You get to the end of the pit lane, he's flicked the button off, he's speedwayed all the way back around the first corner on the way out of the pit. He just loves that stuff. He's just a lunatic.
Meantime, car 4 in the lane. Jack Smith, David Wall, SCT Logistics entry. This is one of the Brad Jones cars.
20 on fuel, you'll be clear to go when you drop.
Chance to give that screen a cleanse, and reminder that they use those tear-offs on the polycarbonate screens as well. Really important. There's still plenty of tear-offs on the front of that to be able to see your way around here properly. It's hard enough with enough blind corners without having to deal with that. There's a few more grey plump clouds lurking over in the background there as well. Keep an eye on that weather. Oh, wheel spinning. That'll be the reason why there was the 15-second penalty for Matt Stone Racing.
And the reason is they've got a clutch drummer. So it's caught them out in the pit stop then, but that's not a problem that's going to be going away anytime soon. So they're trying to remedy at Matt Stone Racing how they can deal with that every single pit stop today. It's not affecting Jake Kostecki in the car because he's braking with the left foot, but it is going to affect Kurt because Kurt brakes with his right foot, needs to use the clutch while racing. So it's going to be a problem at every single pit stop from here on in for the 34.
Yeah, that's a big problem to have to deal with. There's a line lock that locks those rear brakes for safety's sake back there, and those wheels rotating is the reason for the penalty against 34. Bunning straight power pass. Let's have a look at this one. Easily done by Chaz Mostert. He got an indicator to the right from Nick Percat. Here's the indicator about to flash. Away you go, brother. And he left him tons of space. And he's nicked off down the road at a great rate. He's 5 seconds clear of him now.
So that's totally contrary. That indicator like that is totally contrary to how it works on the road. So when you put your right-hand indicator on, you're supposed to go over to the right. And here we go. Oh, it always confuses me. I could never ever. I love the hand signal because it actually says to me I'm going right.
Okay,
get out of the way.
Rear tyres are done.
It's crazy.
Front brake rotor change here for the Warren Luff. Bryce
Okay,
forward entry,
middle,
Mobile One Middies electrical.
On the front. Okay, all clear, mate. What's the car
Once
next
upon a
year?
time,
What's the car next year? Go behind him.
and no wonder he's torn his hair out on occasion. Our outgoing race director Tim Schenken, we go to the drivers briefing pre-race and we get into this brawl about whether or not you should follow the indicator, to your point, or use your hands, and that would go on for 20 minutes until we all had an ice cream headache, and it'd never get resolved in the drivers briefing.
Exactly.
But yeah,
It doesn't follow my logic.
do you have logic?
Maybe not.
Jones in, O'Keefe in, Courtney in. This is James Courtney, the Boost Mobile entry. They're doing the compulsory change there. Meantime, just got a shout out from the other side of the pond from Ryan Briscoe, an old friend of ours who's got a great pedigree, not only here at Bathurst, in fact I think I brought him out for his very first one, but drove for Roger Penske in IndyCar, fine performances also in sports car. He's watching the telecast from afar. I know Scotty McLaughlin's been in correspondence as well. Those boys are having a very late night East Coast US time, so I hope they're enjoying the coverage. Actually, Ryan wants to know how many sets of tyres they can take in the race. The simple answer, Ryan, is plenty. Dunlop make available plenty of tyres for us for this race, which is awesome. So we don't get too carried away with it. So we make sure that we've got enough fresh tyres for each stint of the race. They come into the weekend with a total pool of 60 if you take into account the pre-marked tyres for practice. And to answer your question, Mr. Briscoe, 52 for qualifying in the race.
Yeah, so from when the real race running starts with qualifying on, you've got 52 tyres. On board.
Quite well matched to this racetrack.
They work well, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Compact
Yeah,
tyre here.
they always have.
That was a very slow getting on board. Did you see Dale Wood then because of his knee injury? That was like slow-mo. That was like one of those replays we get the super slow-mo. That was him getting in the car.
He'll be hurting tomorrow.
Still clear. Paulie, get out. Paulie, get out. Paulie.
I keep on looking at fastest car on the track, and I keep on saying Mostert. And when he come out of the previous stop with the tyre delamination, he was 47 seconds from the lead. He's now 35 seconds from the lead. So he continues to march on. He's got a 12-second gain through this period of time.
This is Russell Ingall and Brock Feeney. The enforcer in the kit and the super cheap entry, and they're also using, I think Russell's using that Simpson neck support as well. So they're doing their compulsory stop. Van Gisbergen's in. Okay, key stop here now for the leader. 35 seconds the margin over Chaz Mostert.
Tander just limbering up. That's one of the things that you have to do. Stretch your shoulders, make sure that you don't get that arm pump sometimes when the stress levels are high.
Garth's done 40 laps of the minimum requirement of 54 at this stage.
So this next stint will get his numbers done.
Yeah.
Van Gisbergen out. He's also using that hybrid system. Tander not. He's using the traditional harness device. You see them placing those belts, shoulder belts, over the top of that device. They're also doing the rotor change right now. It's early, isn't it? There are a lot more of this going on than I thought would be happening.
You might see another change later.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
If not rotor, certainly pad. just in case anybody asks, rotating the front wheels is not a problem. It's the rotating rears that's the issue.
Pump, 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 pump.
4 cold hard tyres. Make sure you've got a pedal. You have cold front rotors and pads. Cold front rotors and pads, mate. Make sure you've got a pedal.
If you don't, when you get to the end of Mountain Straight, even on an outlap like this, you'll be well north of 200 kilometres an hour at the end here. The front brakes are yawning and the rear brakes light up and it fires you into the fence, and it's happened more than once there.
When you think about the gearing and why they're even hard to drive the car away from the pit area there, it's more uphill than you think, the pit straight. And then when you combine that with the final drive, effectively with the diff ratio, the cars do 119 kilometres an hour from first gear to second gear.
They break the regular speed limit before they even get out of first gear. So the fuel window now closes for Mostert in about 10 laps. So he's going to have to stop before lap 73. You compare him, for example, to Tander. He's got a stop now with full load that he's just gone out with by lap 87. So that just underscores the 17-lap odd variation. No, actually a little less than that, isn't it? 14-odd lap variation between those two cars. After what happened to Mostert early on, curious to see what that tyre or those tyres on the rear of that car look like when they come off the car mark. And it may in fact underscore that what we were talking about earlier with all the different options, what could be the source of the damage, may in fact be debris rather than any geometric issue with the car.
So I'm just doing the numbers. Oscar Fiorinato punching numbers out at us, but 13 seconds in this stint Mostert's gained. So on our corrected number, he's actually back to having the same lead as he had before he had the tyre issue. It's extraordinary, but just unbelievable pace. And we've seen the unbelievable pace from the first part of this race. It's not just Mostert. Lee Holdsworth has done the fastest lap of the race with a 5.72 on lap 4. That's effectively full tanks, early in the morning, essentially, fastest car from then on.
Since 2016, you've been racing. Haven't had a chance to get out there. I'm letting him catch your breath slowly here. Russell Ingall, your times were fantastic then. How does it feel to be back out there?
Do I look hot?
Yeah, that's why I was giving you a slow intro then so you could do some deep breaths.
Yeah, not in a good-looking way. I don't mean that sort of hot. I mean temperature hot. Yeah, about halfway to that first stint, I thought, was this really a good idea to make a comeback? But look, it's amazing how much since 2016 these cars have evolved. They're super fast, and the thing about them is what everyone's got to realise out there, and that I'm still finding out, is that you can keep just pushing hard from the first lap that you go out to the last lap. You can push just as hard. There's hardly any deterioration. You can keep up it, but for a driver, especially because you're used to sort of, you know, coaching the car a little bit. In 2016, last time I ran, you sort of ran hard for 10 laps, then conserved a little bit. This you can just keep it wide open all the way, so it takes a lot of getting used to, and it's draining, you know, but look, Brock's going super quick. My job was just to bring it home straight. Now we're in the window where he can triple stint at the end, which is good. We saved a bit of fuel on that run too, so we saved 2 laps of fuel, which is good, and that'll pay dividends towards the end as well, because obviously we can take a shorter stop. So far so good, but a baptism of fire, that's for sure. But make no mistake, these guys that are out there on the track, those 25 or 24 other drivers, man, they do a hell of a job, because these things are fast.
You did a hell of a job too there, so you relax for this triple stint then. We'll see you back out there soon, Russie.
Thanks, guys.
You see there, Russell Ingall's worked very, very hard in that car, and they are very, very demanding. Cars have got lots of downforce. They're more like a GT car in terms of how they achieve their speed. Tough stint for Russell Ingall. On board now, left-hand mirror cam. And Will Davison. Now, we're hearing also that we didn't pick up earlier that he's got some steering damage on that car, Will Davison. So I don't know whether, I think they had a bump that we didn't pick up on terms of the vision. And maybe we can get a look at the steering, just sort of see where that is, as the guys do a great job. Find that for us immediately. When he straightens up here, I'll start off my tippy toes now. I'll just get his right hand down so it is slightly bent.
Just did my own compulsory pit stop, and Craig Baird was in there, driving standards advisor, and we both remarked how quiet in relative terms the early part of the race would be. And typically after you've done that stop, you come back out and this car's upside down, but not the case, thankfully. So get back in the saddle here and see what's going on. But Russell Ingall, I just had a look at his numbers. So I think he's done 45 of the minimum requirement at 54 laps. So Rusty will be back in the car again a little bit later in the stint. But yeah, it'd be a big wake-up call coming back into the race with just the sprint racing urgency of these stints that Russell was underlining there, just how hard you've got to push these things like a GT car or like an open-wheel race car.
And that pace of Mostert, that's why, because everyone's got to go with him. He's on a 6.3 on the last lap again. Pretty much every lap that's clear is a low 6. Fastest lap again in terms of the order of the field. Mostert, who was second fastest on that last lap? In fact, Macaulay Jones was second fastest on the last lap, so nice job, Macca.
They were just encouraging him on the radio in the background, talking him through his position in the race, which is currently 17th, and 6.9 for him, good speed. So Macaulay's actually done a very good job here. He's a great little endurance racer. You look at what he's done. He had a drama last year with that rotten door opening all the time really early in the race, but with Nick Percat, he was 7th in 2018.
Pretty fit, isn't he?
Yeah, he works crazy hard on his fitness, maybe too hard, I reckon, sometimes. So they're talking also to Jack Perkins at the moment, who's back in the lane, and if you're only just joining the coverage, they're 14 laps behind, unfortunately, the Jack Perkins Will Brown entry after a power steering problem with that car earlier in the day. It's such a shame for a car that's quick and a couple of young guys that were expected to do very well. Mostert, 27 seconds in the lead over James Moffat, and they've just dispatched car number 9 back out onto the racetrack. And Chaz can get as far as lap 73 on this load of fuel. Shades of 1986 and Alan Moffat there for a moment for car number 35. A little bit spooky when Zane Goddard gets it that sideways over the top of Philomene.
Often what happens when the right-hand rear climbs over the exit curb, once it gets to the back of the curb and it makes the dirt, it'll fire left and it'll go straight into the fence on the left-hand side, which is what happened to Alan Moffat in 86, as Neil mentioned. Very easy mistake to make. So you've got to be very careful to not have the car climb that exit curb so savagely and blend it down gently.
Gorgeous view looking over the top of Mount Panorama out towards the east, and that ridge line that takes you across to the Blue Mountains and ultimately to Sydney. Complexion of the race, 94 laps remaining, and a 27-second margin. Mostert over Moffat. That car number 25 that's leading the race of Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth's very fast on the best lap of the race so far. A 2-minute 5.7. He did that early in the game, Lee Holdsworth, on lap 4. Right now, they're out of sequence, though, and that'll be an interesting story as it unfolds. Chad?
Yeah, Neil, heard you guys talking about the different neck restraints being used down at Triple Eight, so I've come down to show you exactly what they are. Now, this is the traditional harness device. I've borrowed this from James Golding, so thank you very much, Jimmy. And Shane Van Gisbergen's just jumped out of his car, and I've just quickly borrowed his Simpson hybrid device, which is exactly the same one that Craig Lowndes is wearing. Now, the first thing you'll notice is this one sits more like a collar, so it sits around the driver's neck, where option 2, the newer version, well, this goes around sort of like a life vest or a life jacket that you'd wear on a boat. Now, they both achieve the same thing, which is to limit how much a driver's head can move forward in a front-on accident. It's designed to protect the neck, one of the best innovations in motorsport in the last 20 years. But what Craig Lowndes likes about this so much, he tried it for the first time at the test day at Sydney Motorsport Park, and there are a few things to it that he appreciated. One, exactly what you guys were saying, the fact that it hasn't got this big back at the top of it means it can get in and out of the car easier, and it's a little bit quicker in the driver changes. 2, it doesn't run all the way down your chest, so it's easy to get the seat belts into this tiny little slot here. And 3, it's got these twin tethers on it, so there's a little bit more adjustability to be able to move your head around. If you're wondering exactly what that is, that clips up onto the anchor point up on the helmet. So when you see the drivers hopping in and out of the cars, you'll notice these different restraint systems being used today.
Great update, thanks for that, Chad. A really important safety innovation that came along quite a few years ago now, and it's made an enormous difference around the world in motorsport and saved many a driver's life or traumatic injury. Took a little bit of arguing to get that one through back in the day. It did. Like most things that have come along, all the way dating back to things as simple as seatbelts. But once again, nice innovation that's certainly improved the quality and safety of motor racing around the world. 28.5 seconds between Mostert and Moffat at the top end of town. We're looking at car 17 here at the moment. Will Davison's driving that car as a dual winner and former pole sitter, runner-up last year. He's sitting in 7th position. Hasn't been totally happy when I've caught him and his brother making comments on the radio just about the balance of the car and one or two other little niggles with this car. But they are trundling along pretty nicely inside the top 10 at the moment.
And you look now at the way this is panning out, those battles that we're picking up on and the pace respectively through the field. Tander's basically locked on a 7 dead, almost contact. That was very close. Slade down the inside of Youlden. Thought he was going to make contact at the apex, the chase. Got away with it. That was very close, wasn't it?
Yeah, they both had to stand down slightly from that one because it was about to end in catastrophe. Yeah, it wasn't a good look at all. You heard Russell Ingall speaking a few moments ago in that interview, and he was talking about saving fuel. And it might be something that you think to yourself at home, how on earth do you save fuel in a race car while you're trying to get on with it? So we're jumping over the left shoulder here. Car number 2, the Warren Luff Bryce Fullwood entry, and this is Bryce at the helm. You save fuel in these cars, and it can be substantial by just changing gear a tiny bit early. When you get to the end of Mountain Straight there, you just roll off that throttle and coast and brake, just coasting ever so much. And then when you make the downshifts and you come up into, for example, the cutting, and that's just running wide on the exit of the chase there for car number 4, and that's the Jack Smith, David Wall entry. When you blip the throttle, you either don't, or if you do it, you barely blip it.
Mostert in.
Yeah, so they could have gone a little bit deeper, but they're bringing him in now. And I think they're doing driver here. Yes, they are. So Lee Holdsworth getting back in. He's done 37 laps, Lee Holdsworth, so he's got another chunk to do now, and he'll clear this stint easily. And the good news is we've spoken a lot about flexibility and strategy options. The pace that Lee's got is giving them all the options in the world. They can put him in there, and it's like for like. So the speed between Mostert and Holdsworth is such that you can just get on with the job.
Okay, rear tyres are not. Rear tyres are not.
It's because you can't see the knuckle because of the positioning of the front of the helmet. Peripheral vision's also compromised.
Get a pedal when you're ready.
These race cars.
Make sure you're right to go, mate, right to go.
Nice. Once he's established and sorted, then he will pull up and tension those belts.
Cold green tyres, cold green tyres. Make sure you have the pedal. Fresh rotors and pads, fresh rotors and pads.
Adam DeBore, the engineer, making sure that protocol is observed. Pit lane speed limiter released now for Lee Holdsworth, sets off on his way. Now down the inside, another awkward moment. And does Slade get the job done? He'll hold him up high here. And that'll make for an opportunity down the inside when they get to Hell Corner. Slade on Youlden, done. Forward, also taking advantage of that situation. And Luke just ends up high and wide there and drops a couple of spots. So that brings Slade up to 8th. Forward 9th, Youlden now just dropping into 10th position. Good stint by Chaz Mostert, just digesting what's going on the timing monitor. 5.9 seconds is the gap between Moffat and Tander now as they start to prepare inside the Shell V-Power Racing Garage.
I thought I might try and dive in and have a quick word to Chaz if I can after that stint. Firstly, do you recall an issue with debris or hitting a curb, and what happened from the tyre point of view?
Look, I don't want to give too much away, to be completely honest. Yeah, bit of a shame for us, but here's what it is.
The car's still a jet though, mate, clearly.
Yeah, no, it was pretty fast, just, yeah, not the right time.
Okay, thanks.
Cheers.
It's frustration for him there. Just describing what happened a bit earlier on, but no evidence of any issues there. We'll have a look and see what that tyre set looked like that was outgoing then.
I like that attitude like that.
Yeah.
There's no mucking around.
Yeah.
No mucking around. You don't worry about my haircut, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right now, we just had a tyre failure. I've just worked really hard. I've made 14 seconds on the field. I've been fastest on every lap for that whole stint. I've parked it up, and now I've handed it back to Lee. Lee's going to do 20 laps. He'll complete his nominated laps in terms of co-driver laps, and then I'm back on with game face to finish it.
Passing manoeuvre unfolding here at the moment as we jump on board Anton De Pasquale, looking up the inside, potentially at turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight. Job done. 4th position over David Russell. So that brings him up now into 3rd spot, De Pasquale. So Lee will do the full stint here to clear that co-driver minimum requirement, which he'll do easily, and he'll do it with pace. But the critical thing here with that flexibility gone out of the fuel for car 25 for Mostert is they've got to get to lap 90 and beyond on this fuel stint to get themselves back in sequence with the rest of the field so that the stints fall neatly to the checkered flag. That's not including safety car interventions, and we've already had one today.
Yeah.
They tend to get more lively near the back end of this race as fatigue and mistakes start to set in as well.
And you'll have more rubber down, so the racing line will be really highly gripped up. Off the road, off line, will be completely bad. It'll be more debris on the outside, more marbles, more everything. That's ugly. There's another tyre that's got an issue.
Well, is that in the same garage?
I don't think it is.
Okay, it's the original that they're looking at. Okay, because I thought if that's what's just come off that car, then there's a serious issue. Are we sure that that's off the original stint?
I'm thinking it is. Well, you wouldn't be touching it like that yet, would you? Because it'd come off. It's the original yet. So,
okay, so they're still in post-mortem mode, discussing what happened early on.
You've got to stop chatting about it now. Move on.
Yeah, well,
get away.
It's a stint ago, so I don't know why they're bothering.
Yeah, over and out. So don't worry about that stuff anymore. So I liked Mostert's attitude. He's got his absolute game face on today. Lee Holdsworth has set the fastest lap of the race on lap 4 of 161. So his teammate now, Lee Holdsworth, is going to put a complete run together. Now, the fortunate thing, I know we've said about his flexibility around fuel, etc. The fortunate thing for Lee Holdsworth is, if he's going really well, he can actually double stint Lee Holdsworth now and minimise the run that he put Mostert in and let him do 2 stints rather than 3.
And there'll be a little bit of a discussion potentially in the background on that one. Lee, how do you feel? Chaz, how's your fitness? You feel like you can get out there and give it some tiger? What have you got? So they've got opportunities either way there. Now, Will Davison's actually done a very nice job on that last lap to do a personal best in the low 7s as well. He's sitting in 7th position. 90 laps remain, 5-second margin. Moffat's the leader of the race over Tander. David Russell sitting in behind De Pasquale. Those guys are 4th and 3rd. Then it's Lowndes, Holdsworth, Davison, Slade, Fullwood, Youlden. That's the 10. Just outside is Matt Campbell at the moment in car number 7. Dale Wood down the order, then Jake Kostecki. The problem for those guys in car 34 at Maidstone Racing, they've got a 15-second penalty hanging over their heads to be added in the next stop. Then Coulthard, Caruso, Goddard, Jones, Hazelwood, Best, Smith, Jacobson, Feeney down the order a little bit, then Randall, who dropped those laps early on, and Will Brown, he's in with Jack Perkins this weekend. They had the power steering troubles with that car.
Forward looks like he's got better pace in this stint also, because he's right in behind Slade there. They've been driving along together and going quite quickly. So in fact, he was better than this in the last lap, but he was 10th fastest in the previous lap. But Slade was 4th fastest, so he's hanging in there with Tim Slade. Tander was 6th fastest. The fastest car on the track on the previous lap for a personal best was Anton De Pasquale. Now, we've spoken a lot about the phases of the race and which cars work well at certain points. Don't discount car 11 with Anton De Pasquale, because that is his fastest lap and far and away the fastest car on the track on the previous one. Holdsworth on this lap has done a 6.4, so he's actually now gone back to being the quickest. Tander was 6th fastest, Moffat 9th fastest, and Di Pasquale 2nd fastest.
One of the handy things about playing the strategy game in this race is because the consistency of the Dunlop tyre, history shows that the tyre degradation here is only about 1/1000th of a second per lap. In other words, it's almost nothing. So you can kind of plan against that as they prepare at the Shell V-Power Racing team for this stop for Will and Alex Davison. Brake change here. You've got to be careful you don't touch the brake pedal in the middle of all this, and the brothers Davison both use different seat inserts. So Alex was saying this morning it's the worst of the combinations where you've both got to have something. They're quite different in their physique. They've got a great heritage at this racetrack. Their grandfather won the Australian Grand Prix in 1958 here.
Make sure you got a pedal, got me on the radio there.
What car was he in?
An old one. I've got it written here somewhere. I'll get there.
Ferrari.
There you go. Thank you.
You make it nice, thanks.
89 laps remain. Repco Bathurst 1000. James Moffat is leading. Looks like he's having a far more comfortable stint this time round than he did in that opening stint, and that car's been tidied up slightly. Maybe a little change to those incoming tyre pressures. We've seen some spectacular shots from the Century Batteries chopper so far today. It shows us that wild undulation of this mountain. Talking before about how well the tyres are matched around here. Tyre wear we rate very low. Bump rating here is only medium, and that's really only because of the cars kicking over the curbs. But what you do need here is really solid ride control because of the rise and fall in the road everywhere. You're throwing the cars with an average speed around this place of 180 kilometres an hour. You're throwing the cars with a lot of velocity. It takes a lot of control in pitch and roll to make sure that you don't end up with too much momentum working against you with the car. That's a really important thing. Funnily enough, despite all the talk from me and others about the high brake temp here, it's actually rated as low brake stress. One of the reasons is the huge cool out for the brakes that they get here on the 1.1 kilometres of mountain straight.
Check your microphone, don't copy.
Yeah, so they've got a little comms issue going on here. 1.3 odd Ks for Conrod straight down the hill. So in relative terms, the brakes drop more than 200, 250 degrees between peak heat and the cool out, and just phasing that front to rear is really important.
Looking back from Michael Caruso to Zane Goddard. Caruso on board car 18 with Mark Winterbottom. Not much in the run up the straight there. They're both 888 built cars operated by Charlie Swerkolt's team in Team 18 versus Matt Stone Racing, another customer team for 888. And
Brody
Kostecki, just listening to that, he's staying in the car for this one. And looking at those numbers that Holdsworth keeps on spitting out, his last lap again was a 6.3. I'm certainly inclined, if I'm in that WAU bunker at the moment, to leave Lee Holdsworth in for a double stint now. I'd be doing everything I could to take the load off Mostert and let him sprint hard to the end with the two last stints.
It's interesting, while you were talking then, Mark, I was listening in the background. Oh, that was wild before car number 35 over the top of the hill, and Zane Goddard, I think that's the second time I've seen him getting sideways and dropping the right rear in the gravel there. I was hearing Richard Harris, the engineer for car number 17, just cautioning Alex Davison in there that those tyre pressures are still low and therefore the temp's low. But I think the key message in that is just don't clout too many curbs and knock them around early in the stint. Now, Brody stays in. Now, they are changing some blanking at the front of that car.
Is that less or more? I tried to pick up what it was.
And that, so they can regulate the amount of airflow into the radiator, and they can also change the airflow into the front brake ducts on these cars as well, mid-stop.
Goddard, he's having a dive at Caruso. Caruso does a nice job and lets him by. In fact, that pass would not have got made if Michael didn't participate in not turning down and turning in. So he allowed Goddard to get down there, and that's experience, because there's no use having a battle. We're on lap 80, we've got 87 laps remaining, we're on lap 74. There's no use getting caught up at this stage. So that was Michael being quite sensible. That was close then for Goddard. He actually had the right-hand rear wheel on the painted line. He almost missed turn 1 then, so there was a nervous moment when he first turned the wheel at turn 1. And the ugly little slide going. It looked like it was going to go into the sand trap where Thomas Randall went earlier.
We're at that point in the race now where they're all just starting to work out how they plan out these back 3 stints. Once we get to about lap 100, it's almost like you click into a new race here. So what did they do?
Blanking for blanking.
I reckon they've put a bit...
Maybe
put a bit more
on
in
the bottom. I think it's more.
Yeah, I think it's a tiny bit more.
Yeah.
So that might be part of what was going on with the brake discussion early on with that car as well.
That's a little bit more downforce if that was slightly more. And as the day goes on and the conditions get cooler and you're looking for more grip, that might be the little tuning tool that you'll see. And they might not be the Lone Rangers. Other teams may use a similar thing. So David Russell now on board car 99. Who's that?
The car number 34, I think they were talking about there. It's the sister car to this one at Maidstone Racing. That's Goddard in the foreground, Caruso. Then followed by 96, which is Macaulay Jones at the helm of the Coke car at the moment. Greg?
I've just been and had a word to Ryan Walkinshaw and put that suggestion that you boys were talking about to him. Would you leave Lee Holdsworth longer at the wheel and let Chaz have a fresher run at the end? His exact words, Scafey, were, "We are contemplating that right now."
Yeah, well done, Rusty. I honestly think that 3 stints at the end of this race with the pace of this event, right now, I'd be having a serious think about leaving Lee in there. And let's just be realistic. He has done the fastest lap of the race at a 5.7. It's not like he's incapable of doing a number. And was able to gap Garth Tander.
But it's also about freshness. So if you can more equally space the run for all the drivers, they're just going to give you a better physical output.
Get ready to go. Pump your brakes, go.
Penrod car getting its brake change done.
Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes.
David Reynolds, one of the most experienced combinations in the field. In fact, between the two of them, they've got 33 starts. Number 1 in that regard is Whincup Lowndes. They've got 46. Number 2 is Van Gisbergen and Tander. They've got 36. And then those fellas that you just saw on screen, 33 starts between them. You go to the other end of that scale, Mark, and a couple of the youngsters, Goddard and Ojeda, they've got 2 between them. So early days in what will be a rich supercar career for those guys. So a lot of work and emphasis going on to this brake discussion here at the moment. They're whopping front brakes on these cars.
Cars in the lane, mate. We'll be right. Waiting.
Dick Pasquale coming in for a driver change.
395 millimetres in overall diameter for the brake rotors on these cars. And they've got 40 mil of width and 84 vanes pumping that stinking hot air out of them. So they're taking in, they're ingesting cool air at the front. It runs in through the upright, blows out through the brake rotor, try and regulate temperature. And if you go back to yesteryear with this motor race, actually stopping the cars was a huge job, and it was a real battle to actually get them to stop for many years. So key stop.
So
D'Alberto getting in.
The brake change that these guys use are the complete sealed system, remember? So they put a complete front brake system on with a dry brake fitting. It's an expensive way to go about it, but they do it very well. See the complete brake there on the ground? So the rotor and caliper is a complete system with those pads. Just put the whole lot on in one go.
It's very clever, and it's done with such grace. Tightens up his belts. You can see the circuit map on the wheel as well with corner references on it, so they can have discussions with the engineering group. And that's what Mark was talking about. It's a very elaborate system, very clever. It's also very hot.
They've got those handles. You can see the handles, they wedge into the vanes. So the little holes, the 80, did you say 84?
84 vanes.
Yeah, the 84 vanes. That's where they grab the rotor from. So they jam that little device into the vane in the rotor. And that's the way that they balance it. And you can see there the red fitting is the dry brake fitting. So it's all pressured in the workshop, effectively in the garage before it goes on. And you could just see there they had to clamp it off and tweak it because it was all pressured against that brake pad to release the pressure and then get that caliper off. And the other thing that we didn't contemplate earlier, let me show you something else here. Oh, this is the constant battle with this left passenger window, and I'm just looking at what he's trying to do because he can't get it engaged in behind there. He's done it this time, so they look like they've been successful. Yes, they have been successful this time. They were told to stop in the previous regime, and that was good communication. A little change there, so that's probably
it's a ride height change
being made right now to Cam Morton's car and James Moffat.
It's got a fair whack in the rear bumper there as well, and they've topped up water in that car as well.
Almost there. Go, 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 all clear, go, 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 mate. Well done, well done.
They're just looking to tune that to the conditions. It'd be interesting to understand what they've done, whether they were seeking more turn, which I presume might be the game at this point in the day, or whether they needed more drive. I think Chad's standing by.
Yeah, I just wanted to update you guys that Andre Heimgartner reckons they're losing 3 to 4 tenths a lap with that window issue, so it was worth taking the chance to do that when they did it.
Now, Tander has completed his minimum driver laps. Not that that's going to have him rush into the pit lane at the moment, but it's just checking that box. And Dale Wood's also done the same. So the first couple of drivers in the group out there that have cleared that requirement, that's job done. So if circumstances prevail, that means that the primary driver can get in now at any point and run through to the end.
It's a fair way home, 84 laps, isn't it?
No thanks.
Yeah,
That'll
exactly.
be a big one.
And they've chosen, Tander and Van Gisbergen have chosen not to use the cool suit. So I know it's a reasonably cool day for December, for summer in Bathurst, but the reality of the physical demand and how hot these cars are inside, they're 25 to 30 degrees hotter than ambient inside the car. You do 84 laps, man.
I was surprised, and they were doing that based on weight. Shane was the one that told me, and I kind of did a double take. They've actually got the cool suit for 88, though, for Whincup and Lowndes, because they can afford it from a weight perspective. But I was like, gee, that would be tough. That means they don't, because they don't have the system in there, they've only got ambient air going into the helmet as well, so there's no cooled air going into the helmet. So what is it, 20-odd degrees out there at the moment. So that'll make the cockpit of the car somewhere in the range of 45 to 50 degrees C. With your heart rate probably somewhere between 150 and 200 beats a minute for your stint. Physicality of that is a big mission, and a fuel stint 22 to 24 laps, you're in the car for a pretty chunky period of time.
Yeah, the athletic demand. Mark Larkin did a beautiful piece on this at the start of the day, just pre-race, of how hard it is to drive one of these things, especially for the duration that Neil was just talking about. That's why we were just offering the thought up as to giving Mostert the chance of.
I reckon you'd have him as fresh as a daisy for the back end, so that he comes out with the 6-shooter pointed, aimed.
2 stints rather than 3.
Yep. Have him on his toes and ready to go. It's been a really strong performance today from Brock Feeney. His opening stint was really impressive in car number 39 in the super cheap entry. That's another of the Triple Eight cars wildcard entry this weekend. We've picked up on car number 22, Gary Jacobson. We seem to get in tune with this car recently at Sydney Motorsport Park. Certainly found a little bit of pace. Been experimenting, going backwards and forwards with left and right foot braking. As you can clearly see now, it's left foot braking that he's settled on after. Spent a bit of time with Paul Morris up in Queensland with the Norwell Motorplex, just trying to work out what was going to give him the best feel. Different drivers have different techniques, particularly the younger drivers that have come out of karting much prefer their left foot braking technique. The downside of left foot sometimes is that can end up with more fuel consumption because you tend to overlap both pedals on occasion. So this is mountain straight, 100% throttle. He'll have a little safety pressure tap on the brake here just after he clears the hump, just to make sure that he's got pedal pressure coming into the right-hander at Griffin's Bend, named after Mayor Griffin, that officially opened the circuit back in 1938. And you can see him just hovering over the brake pedal there, just in readiness in case it skates sideways. Little tap also past the rock face at 3. And you're very dainty on the brake pedal on the run into turn 4 here. And if you looked at that as a pressure trace in the data, you're up and down the brake pedal pressure quite a bit going into the cutting, just trying to feel where the brakes will lock and drive them up to the grip threshold of the tyre. Little tap of the brake here at metal grade. Big load on the car. The steering load right at that point is enormous. Takes a lot of physicality to be able to change the direction of the car. Saw this the other day too with these sort of double stabs at the throttle. So he's having a couple of cracks at that throttle before he feels secure enough to be able to grab it. There's a bit of hesitation in that from a technique standpoint, you'd ideally want the chassis to be a little bit nicer so that he didn't have to do that.
Yeah, and you want to make those movements far more settled. When they're like that, it upsets the body of the car, upsets the pitch of the car, and makes the car nervous in its body language.
This guy was Dunlop Series champion in 2016, and he talks openly about trying to find that next level, trying to get to the peak of your powers in this group of drivers and amongst these teams. Pretty hot, hard work. He was 8th here in 2017 with Jason Bright. He's from Shepparton, up in the Golden Valley in Victoria. Lots of friends and family, I'm sure, will be watching in Victoria right now. And the Premier Hire entry completes another lap. Muscle Car Warehouse, backing him in the recent past. And what was that lap that we just watched? It was a 2 minute 7.4. It's only half a second away from the best he's done in the race.
It's Barclay Nettlefold, who's the chairman of the new ownership group called Race. We've just acquired Supercars, talking to one of the board members, Brad Jones Racing. Brad Jones has been very supportive of the ownership change. Peter Weeks is also here from Archer Capital, previous custodian. Thank you very much to Peter Weeks for all his contribution. And Barclay's got the helm. Beautiful shots from our Century Batteries chopper cam of Mount Panorama. What a famous sign that is. It's a famous sign for people all around the world. There's probably only 2 or 3 racetracks in the world that are like it.
You know what else? You know what else? I can't think of anywhere else that has that. But you know what else is up there? It's a bit like the Hollywood sign. It's our version of Hollywood here at Bathurst. Ask me what else is up there, Neil.
Neil, what's up there?
An albino kangaroo.
No way.
True. I kid you not. There's an albino kangaroo up there. When I was here about a month ago, I did a double take. Just useless fact.
And how do you know that for a fact? You saw it?
I took a photo.
It's not like a...
I promise I'll share it with you after this pit stop.
Okay.
Right. Gurney, fellas, Gurney.
Is it Loch Ness? Or is it a Yeti?
I'm not going to go any further. It was just a point of general interest, Mark.
Oh, right, no.
Make sure you do that drink bottles, yeah. Waiting on field, the lane is clear, the lane is clear. Go, go, go. Get out of here, mate.
Not that you've ever told a little white lie before, Neil. I've heard you talk to engineers before. Oscar Fionato is here, and he could verify for me. Oh, no, the car's fine. No, I haven't hurt the tyres at all. No problem. All right. Actually, what about in a racecraft sense? He spins me out of the lead one day at Winton. Oh, no, mate, it wasn't me. I got hit from behind.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
You know what I was doing? I was looking on my phone to be able to send the photo down to the production truck to prove to you that there's an albino kangaroo up there, and there he is.
And there'll be a Yeti just drop out from behind that.
So there you go, you unbeliever.
Yeah, okay, all right, you win. Mount Panorama. It's famous for lots of things. Now famous for an albino kangaroo.
It's a shame there's not an eye in that somewhere, because you could use him as the dot. It's unbelievably steep
like
up there.
An apostrophe rather than a
Possibly,
dot.
yeah. It's unbelievably steep up there too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, if you fell off that, I mean, in the old days when there weren't walls.
I think it was 1970. Aaron Noonan's not far from us when Tony Roberts plunged off the side there. There's been a couple of people who've done the wall of death up there at different times. The shunt that Bill Brown had over the top of the hill, every time we see it for decades afterwards, is one of the most frightening things I've ever spotted in motor racing.
And what about when the old days when they were taking fruit salad along in the console of the car and they'd roll over, all their fruit salad would fall out? Fred Gibson tells a couple of great stories like that.
Critical stop here, Whincup and Lowndes in. Now, they've just been lurking nicely in the top half dozen cars, trying to buy that ticket that I talk about when we get to lap 100 to be in the box seat. Not 100% sure they've got the pace.
No, I'm not sold on their pace yet.
No.
But that does change. Late in the race, it does change. Last 50 laps, cooler conditions, more rubber down, definitely changes.
And those conditions are still blustery out there from the east at the moment. We've reached our predicted top temperature of 20.
Alberto ahead of him. Nice driving.
Now, Craig has stayed in the car. Co-driver light is on. $80 laps remaining in the great race, the Repco Bathurst 1000, as they bring car number 18, Michael Caruso, in. And the Borough Pairs helmet cam gives us a bird's eye view of their brake pad and brake rotor change down there. 24 seconds is the gap between Garth Tander, who's just strolling along nicely in the lead at the moment over Lee Holdsworth. James Moffat in third, Dale Wood, Tony D'Alberto, David Russell, Craig Lowndes, Warren Luff, Tim Blanchard, Alex Davis. So many of the co-drivers, in fact, the first 10 positions are all co-drivers in the car at the moment. They're clearing their obligation to get through 54 laps, and depending on their level of pace, we may see them again, or it might be primary drivers through to the end. That's not a good sign when you see a car on a go-jack. So what's going on here? And this is Fabian Coulthard, local legends. We might go down to the lane, see if we can get an update.
Air jack drama, I think.
Jack, you've just gotten out of the car there from a double stint, but you weren't so happy. You had a lot to say to engineer Paul. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it was quite tricky out there, to be honest. Car was good in warm-up this morning. We improved on a lot of things, and yeah, just I don't think we got the tyre pressure quite right. They didn't quite come up to the level they needed to be. So yeah, it was definitely a handful for a double stint. But yeah, we've got a triple coming up next. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Get into that ice bath. I know you're looking forward to it, and we'll see you back out there soon.
Yep, thank you.
Just picking up some messaging on the radio as well. Both the Walkinshaw cars, probably as a result of the tyre investigation with what happened to Chaz earlier, being told to be very careful managing jumping over any of the curbs in a couple of spots here. And remember when I went through my little list of possibilities, one of the things I said that you need to respect is when the tyre pressures are low at the very beginning of the stint. And if you drive aggressively, which you have to protect your position, but you start leaping off curbs when there isn't as much air in the tyre. Well, sorry, that's the wrong way to describe it. When the tyre's easily crushed because the pressure's not up. They've got nitrogen in these tyres, and the friction builds the tyre pressure as they go. But early on, they start out at a minimum of about 17. That doesn't look good at all. And then it gets up to a high 20 PSI area, sometimes 30, maybe a little bit more.
I haven't seen that before. I've never seen them pop the whole of the internals out of that air jack.
Yeah, it's unscrewed, I reckon. It's, you know how it's got that little collar on it that holds it top and bottom into place. So here we go, critical stop here for Garth Tander. Came in with a 24.3 second lead over Lee Holdsworth. Now GT has done 59 laps, so box ticked for him.
But they're leaving him in.
Leaving him in clearly, because Shane's nowhere to be seen. Those fingers on the hub sit nicely into those little slots into the back of the rim there, so it helps the mechanics to be able to get those wheels and tyres on the car quickly. See the clock up on the top of the boom. Part of the information that's distributed to the crew, and there's a light system as well. Garth just holding the wheel straight, just replenishing the drink bottle. Fuel's going on at 3 3/4 litres a second, BP Ultimate. They're also making a blanking change in the front of that car as well, which would probably be about balance more than temp reg.
Garth's got it all sorted here. He's looking in the mirror. He's looking for... Here comes orders. Or is it Moffat? It's Moffat, isn't it?
All cold green tyres, mate. Car on exit. Car on exit.
And he moves it over. He moved it over straight away, but he might have enough of a run here. James Moffat, he might be able to move it over now. We want to move it over because Garth will plunge. He did. Nice work. And that was important for Moffat to get that done and do it properly.
And you see the presence of mind there with Tander, who's done so many of these. He just rolled out of the throttle and didn't press on with the argument. If you tried to be the last of the Larry late breakers into turn 2 on a cold tyre, you lock up, you can be out of business pretty quickly. So he tried to cover. It was only half an idea. Wasn't going to work, and so he'll live to fight another day and come back and make an attack. Vastly experienced.
Oh, how's a slide there for Waters? So, oh, sorry, for Moffat, I've done it to myself twice. But James was right out off that little verge, and that was one of the curbs that the Walkinshaw guys were talking about, that exit curb from under the tree and the exit curb out of turn 2. So those two critical exit curbs were the ones that you were referring to, that the Walkinshaw guys have been told to stay off.
It's where you fly, jump and drop the car, and particularly while those pressures are down. 22nd Bathurst event for Garth Tander. There's the clock. Be around about 30 seconds, which it was. 28 seconds worth of fuel's gone into James' car. At capacity, including the fuel lines, there's 111 litres available in these cars. Several years ago, when this newer generation car came along, the fuel cells got moved slightly forward in the car. It used to be in the boot well, and now it's ahead of the rear axle line in the car, which has helped a little bit with the balance of the cars. They don't change in their balances violently front to rear, and this is the rejoin that we talked about from the Century Batteries chopper cam. So Garth tries initially to make life hard for James. That was probably never going to work because his corner exit speed out of the pit lane's down by comparison to Moffat. And then when we were on board looking over Garth's left shoulder, he just rolled out of the throttle ever so gently when he got to the end of Mountain Straight on this shot here. And then you reacted to this little moment up over the top of the hill with the slide. It always looks worse than it would be in the car. In the car, that'll just be a little wriggle and you just grab it with some opposite lock and press on. There's actually a little yee-haw moment there. It's a bit of fun. But if you get too close to that wall, it's not. Now they've cleared their minimum laps here also for Dale. We'll see if we can have a peep at his helmet at some stage as well, because I reckon he's got the most creative helmet. I'll let the pictures tell the story when we go and find him in the garage.
Thank you.
So Percat in, confirmation of comms.
Can't see when you're relying on your own sight for that belt buckle. It's so difficult because the front bib or the chin area of the helmet doesn't allow you to look down. There's the helmet. You do the commentary.
And so on the side of it, he's got Despicable Dale. One or two minions lurking around there as well. Oh, it's referring to the commentary box.
One of us.
Andrew Edwards is the engineer on the right, so he was a bit flummoxed earlier in the weekend just trying to figure out how to get that car to behave, because tiny little things were not doing what he wanted to do, and then they found one little tweak that really got that thing sorted. So that's pretty creative. Dale reckons he spends that much time with the kids watching those sorts of shows that it was time to do something different with his helmet. So out goes Nick Percat now, and just defending that position at the moment aggressively. You don't want to give too many away if you can avoid it when you first go back out, because and that's why there's a bit of blocking going on there at the moment. Luke Gilden's the pursuer. The reason is that once they clear you, it takes too long if you've got a quicker car, which sometimes you don't, to be able to claw back again. If you use all the energy out of the brakes and the tyre doing that, it makes the back end of the stint hard work. So I hope you're enjoying our coverage all around Australia, all around the world. Images from the Century Batteries chopper. There's a lot of barbecues alive at the top of the hill. I'll bet there's one or two barbecues still rumbling along all around this country at the moment. What a great afternoon. Glorious weather at Mount Panorama. A couple of plump clouds here and there, but no real sign of rain at the moment. And we're celebrating our 61st running of the great race at Mount Panorama. The story here at the moment, Lee Holdsworth leads. 33 seconds is the margin. Car number 25 has been the pick of the pack just in the recent past as far as pace is concerned, but they did have a delaminating rear tyre earlier in one of Chaz Mostard's stint. Meant that they pitted out of sequence, and we're just keeping a weather eye on that one at the moment to see whether or not there's further impact from that and whether they've got another issue to keep on managing.
Not just one helmet, Crompo, but he's got, check this out, got a second one, Cat in the Hat as well. So a couple of bits of artwork for for Bathurst. Quickly, how are you feeling? We know you've been nursing an injury and you've been on double duty with Carrera Cup. That's pretty taxing. Your box tick now, but how is it?
The knee's like a well-done steak, mate. She's overcooked and done. But it's all right. The knee was okay. It held in there. I knew it was never going to be ideal, but we didn't have too bad a stint. We haven't got a super fast car at the moment, unfortunately, so old Andrew Edwards is going to start tuning her up, I think, for Nick as the day progresses. But you know what? We're trucking along okay. We're inside that top 10 somewhere. We're pretty clean, so hopefully Nico can drag her home now.
Good afternoon, and hope it gets better over summer.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
They've just gone through the phase of the day where the sun's pretty much at its peak, so the track's greasy through that section of the race as well. And that's another thing. You've got to be a little bit careful that you don't start to overtuned the car for the wrong condition. It's the back end of the race where it matters. Now, this is a little bit willing. This is Garth Tander starting to aggressively look up, down and around James Moffat. He has a peep on the inside to have a gulp of fresh air. It's dirty on the inside line there, though. Very easy to lock a brake. James is also just moving it ever so slightly, knowing that he needs to try and protect this. This is the battle for second and third. Heading west, turn 1. Tailwind in there at the moment that has to be respected. Good mid-corner speed from the Tickford car. Garth actually lost a little bit of ground there. What's it like in a straight line, car versus car? Remember, they're 260 kilometres an hour by the time they get to this hump here, and the cars momentarily just get off the ground ever so slightly. Closes up a little under brakes, feeds at second gear. James carried the brake a little longer into the corner, but again, good mid-corner speed as he punches out of there in second, third. Limiter, 7,500 revs, doesn't bother with fourth gear. Back to second for the cutting. Garth's got better traction out of there. That's the shift to third. And here is James Moffat just covering when they get down to the bottom of the chase, and Garth having a bit of a look to see whether or not he might be able to make some profit out of that one.
As the Holden badge is about to dismount from the grill. And just see that little bit of contact. Here we go. Bang. And as he comes out of the next corner...
Lee.
What happened to the line?
I'm trying to think of something. I haven't got anything for you. Sorry. That was an analog brain ticking in the background.
How's those cogs going up there in the old brain compartment?
There are a couple of dumb things that cross my mind, or dumber than normal. Larko, save us.
Yeah, shocked me, Neil. A couple of dumb things cross your mind. Now, listen, I just want to capture this. This is, let's be honest, this is blowing us all away, the pace of this 25 car, right? Now, I'm going to be looking forward to coming to this later in the day, but already now, and it doesn't matter who's in it, Holdsworth or Mostert, if I select any other car, any time during the race, they're all going the opposite direction. That's slower than the leader. And when he's down there, he's the only car coming back at the leader. Now, I don't know. I've been around this game long enough to know I don't know how he can go that much faster all the time without using more fuel. So I reckon there's a lot to play out. One thing I do know, particularly these Red Bulls, they play the long game really well. As the track evolves, they are very good at tuning their car to the track. So I look forward to coming back here later in the day when maybe we might see some of these converging.
So on that maximum fuel range that we've seen from anybody, Tander's been able to achieve 23 laps, or Shane in that car. I'm going to call it 97, but it's 888 for this weekend. Also up there that's done 23 laps, D'Alberto in the Di Pasquale car. Luff has also done 23 laps in Bryce Fullwood's car. Will and Alex Davison have achieved 23 laps. Dale Wood and Nick Percat have achieved 23 laps. Russell Ingall and Brock Feeney 23 laps. So that's those that have been able to stretch it that little bit further. There's a whole bunch of people that have been able to do 22, but a little bit of that is also just ducks and drakes early on. So we'll see what happens. For me, the magic moment is when we get to lap 100. That's where we take a full assessment of the race and then understand where they're at with their fuel, where they're at with their tyres, where they're at with their pace. Have they cleared their maxes and minimums? That's where it'll become telling. 37 seconds is the margin between Holdsworth and Moffat. He's got great pace at the moment, Lee.
So we're on board now with Garth Tander. I'm just going to have a look at his balance, because their pace on the last lap, Moffat was second fastest behind Holdsworth and Tander was fourth fastest. So we saw the challenge that Tander was trying to get down the inside at the chase, and now, and there's all your numbers. So how's that 6-7, 6-6, 6-8 plays early sevens for the others. So roughly half a second a lap for Holdsworth. Just have a listen to this now and just sort of see where Garth has some strengths versus James Moffat. just done a complete lap there with Garth Tander looking at James Moffat, and James Moffat has got the tiger by the tail. That car is sideways. It was really sideways up and out of the cutting. It was sideways at Bartholomew Park. It was difficult to get stopped at Forest Elbow. Garth looks relatively composed in comparison.
Very much so. In fact, that was my takeout of watching those images of Garth. He's really relaxed. There's not a lot of huge personal exertion. You can see the shift lights almost coming on in fourth gear in the run down towards Murray's. Turns it in, hits his marker. James is sideways, Garth is straight. That'll be telling near the back of the stint. A couple of other things that are interesting to look at in that cockpit, which I'll explain when they get settled onto Mountain Straight here as well. So he's just really waiting for the right moment, Garth Tander. 72 laps remaining. We're on board with Garth Tander, third position. He's chasing James Moffat in the Monster Energy car. We've just been observing him for the last lap or two. Certainly nice and relaxed. It looks like James is having a bit more of a battle keeping that car square. Remember that they made a little change to that car in the last stop, and I think it was to actually help it turn. It might be just rotating a little bit too lively at the moment, but they'll be hoping that it's actually better as the track continues to rubber up and cools out at the back end of the race.
Well, the final weekend for Roland Dane in charge of the Red Bull Ampol Racing team. Roland, your positioning at the moment, both cars well in contention. What's your take on it?
My take on it, the 25 car's too fast. Yeah, they had a tyre issue earlier, but maybe it was a one-off. But certainly they've got so much pace compared with everyone else. The rest of the next 6 cars or so are pretty tight, but they've got some great pace in the 25.
Your cars, are they happy with the setup and the pace that you've got?
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy, and just to see how the afternoon develops, if the track comes to us or whatever. But we're well and truly in the second half of the race now, and those guys are still flying at the front.
Roland, a terrific contribution not only to this team but also to the sport. Enjoy retirement. Hopefully you go out with a win.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers.
It's pretty emotional, Roland Dane on the grid pre-race. Rattled through some of those team stats since they arrived at Sandown back in 2003, and it's certainly been an innings. I'm really interested to see what the fuel range of car 25 is going to be in this stint. That's going to be telling, because so far, you heard me talk before about those that have been able to max out to 23 laps. So far, car number 25 has only achieved 20 laps. Now, that can be for a range of reasons. It could be opportunistic, strategic. It could be just to make sure that the cars are separated. Plus, they also had the little drama with the tyre early on. But we'll want to see how far it goes in this stint, because it's got pace. It's sort of out of sequence. Roland just said it's miles faster than anybody else, but they're in danger if it's not showing the fuel range that you ideally want, having to have an extra stop, and that's what we need to focus on. That's a pretty cool move down the inside. Nice job there for Zach Best, and he gets down the inside comfortably with Chris Pither in the Coke car on the left. So he's able to pull to the inside, dirty side of the road, which makes it much harder to be able to do that, and still gets away with it. He's been impressive so far this weekend. So we just need to keep a bit of an eye on that one. The fuel window closes at the moment on our numbers on lap 93 for Holdsworth. And so if you look on your graphic in the top left-hand side of screen, then we're not too far away from that. So how far can they stretch it? And remember that some of our numbers are based on historic data input as well. So we've just got to take into account the reality of what we're looking for there at the moment. But they've got pace. Where are they at with their fuel consumption now? WAU, Walkinshaw Andretti United, historically always had excellent fuel mileage. It's been one of the key assets in their toolkit to be able to get the job done on this track, particularly for endurance racing. If you go back historically and look through, well, in previous iterations, the Holden Racing team and now Walkinshaw Andretti United, been very strong here, even in some of those seasons where they've not been good in the sprint races. Manuel Sanchez in the background here for Team 18. They've been able to come here and they've had enough pace and enough fuel economy to be a threat, and that's why they've got on the podium many, many times.
No doubt, absolutely. So, two things about having good race engines, mostly their performance and their fuel economy go together. When they're efficient, those things go together. And this squad have had very good engines for a long, long time.
So this is the 22nd lap now on our math for this car, which does make a bit of a fib of that number that we had from early on. So I would have been surprised if all of a sudden they came here and they didn't have the number. But what happened with that stop that just came at an awkward time to replace the delaminated tyre was it came at such a point that it really took away all their flexibility, and they lost the opportunity to kind of play around with their pace. They're right on the edge with fuel.
But remember, even under that scenario, their pace is probably good enough to go into some fuel economy strategy and still stay in the same realm as Tander and Moffat, etc.
Except that by being out of sequence with everybody, so this car's not far away from stopping, and for example, Tander will stop on lap 107 at the latest.
Option
puts you down
in
the
this
pack.
lap, this will be 4 tyres, fuel, tear off, drink bottle, driver staying in. Please confirm.
So what that does is it buries you, and you've got to use more car, more fuel to dig yourself out.
Get out. That's right. So no option. So that was told we can't afford with the window to have any flexibility here. So no option, you're in. And they have decided under this scenario to do what we said. They're leaving him in. So that means that Chaz gets the double stint at the end.
So a safety car would help enormously. We've only had one so far. We had 5 last year. We had 8 the previous year. We've had them every year. I think the most we had was 13 in 2000.
The pace of this race is unbelievable. I reckon there's only, what, 12 cars on the lead lap. Roughly, at the moment, the average pace of this race is the highest pace race of all time.
Make sure the drink bottle goes in.
So Lee Holdsworth has done another superb stint.
The lane is clear.
Anthony McDonald on the radio. Waiting for fuel.
Still clear in the lane. Still clear in the lane. Okay. Just be ready, mate. Be ready. Go, go, go.
Nice and composed. Walks it away. Hard to get them out of the pit area here with the final drive.
The temptation's always to hit the throttle with more percentage, and that's exactly what it doesn't want when the pit lane limit is on. They get a big warning on the dash when the limit is engaged. You want to keep that throttle percentage low so that you don't end up with an airbox fire and it spits and catches. So that was a 23-lap stint then for car number 25, but it's right on the fringe with fuel, Greg.
Tickford Racing have just given Cam Waters the tap on the shoulder. You got to get ready here. Firstly, the boys upstairs have just been talking about the average pace of this race. Have you been surprised by it?
There's been no safety cars, so it's going to be quick. Yeah, I don't know. Cars are going pretty fast. We're fast in qualifying. It's just been the same. It's been cloud cover and cool conditions.
Cool. You've had a chance to watch a little bit of the onboard pictures, particularly when Tander was chasing and trying to run down Moff there. What are your thoughts? How is the car?
The car's pretty good. We're pretty similar to Tander and Shane. Chaz has got a bit on us for sure, but yeah, thereabouts. We're both pretty comfy in the car, so yeah, we'll probably do a few little tuning things in the stop and see how we go.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, from a driver's perspective, whether the race is fast, slow, or in between, Cam Waters not too bothered one way or the other. He's just focused on one thing, which is get in, go fast. And James Moffat's done a fine job in this stint. He's certainly held off Garth Tander very nicely. You've got a 0.6 of a second margin at the moment. That's a fair bit of pressure when you've got someone of Garth's experience breathing down your neck. This is car number 88 here. Craig Lowndes on board with him, just relaxing in the Win Cup car on the run down the chute. He's got David Russell just in front in car number 99. There's not much between these guys either.
It does look like that car's getting a little better. Looks like Lowndes in terms of pace is starting from a tunability perspective a little better. The car just coming into the window slightly. As Roland said, it looks like their cars are in the mix, but whether they've got the absolute raw pace against Holdsworth and Mostert, who knows. 68 laps remaining, and your point about 100 laps is always a real marker in this race that all the heavyweights are about to get back in.
So Craig's got to do another 4 laps before he clears the minimum requirement, but his pace is pretty good at the moment. So yeah, I don't think it's a major drama for them. They're on target. He can get to lap 105 before they're out of fuel in that car. That's what it looks like from above from the Century Batteries chopper on the run towards the top of the hill.
Lowndes uses that narrower line in the braking area for the cutting.
And it always gives the visual effect that when he rushes at the corner like that, it closes up that margin. You think, wow, he's got some pace there, but doesn't always translate on the other side in a couple of spots. Chad?
Just a quick word with Anton Di Pasquale before he goes back to work today. Next time you hop in, will that be you to the finish?
Yeah, it looks that way. What's that? 70 laps to the end, so yeah, we'll go all the way and see how we go.
Everyone's talking about how quick car 25 is. Do you think you might have an answer for them? What are you hoping for late in the race to be able to bring you back to that car?
Yeah, our car's getting better and better as the day goes on, so hopefully in the last couple of stints we've got something good, but yeah, a few of those guys are flying at the front, so we'll be giving it our all and we'll see what we got.
Can't wait.
Yeah, cheers.
So we'll see what those guys have got pace-wise when they get near the back of this thing as well. They're lurking around. D'Alberto's done another fine job. He's been with that squad now for the best part of the last half dozen odd years, and he's done an excellent job just sitting there nicely, not a scratch on the car. He's got it in position. He's up near the front. He's getting close to buying that ticket, inverted commas, to get the car in the right position for the back end of the race. So we've got Tickford in the hunt here. We've got 888 in the hunt. We've got Dick Johnson Racing in the hunt. We've got Erebus in here. So all of the usual suspects are right up at the pointy end of this. And encouragement being offered there to Garth Tander. Actually a hard stint for him as well, having to sit so close to the back of Moffat, and a hard stint for Lowndes having to sit so close to the back of Russell, because it's just that little bit distracting, and it means they are swallowing the hot air from the previous car.
It's been a bit of a tough day down here at Team Sydney. Gary Jacobson, you had some issues with your car. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, we went through the first two stints. We lost a little bit of power, so we lost the dash and shift lights, and we didn't have enough information going back to the data engineer to say how much fuel we were using. So we were sort of flying blind in terms of when to stop, and we'd stop with too much fuel in the car, and you know, those sort of things that happen in this massive race. It's not ideal. So we came in, we reset the car, and lost a little bit of time in that pit stop. But the good thing is it all came good again, and we've got our fingers crossed to make sure it stays that way. And we had some speed. We've had better race car speed today than we've had in qualifying in the past, the last couple of days. So yeah, we're getting better.
Good luck, thank you. And Fabian over here, we just wanted to find out what was happening with your car. You look pretty fresh for getting out of a stint just then.
Fresh as a daisy. No, we had a bit of a problem with the pit stop, so the boys tried to jack the car up, and left rear jack fell out, so obviously quite important when you're trying to put different tyres on for a pit stop, so pretty disappointing. You know, we tried our best, and something like that was a failure for us.
Hopefully better this afternoon. Good luck.
Thanks.
Pertec pit stop times on the right-hand side. You might note that they're very different to the sprint races.
4 to go here. 2, 1, go.
Friday night, Brad Jones Racing won the Pertec pit stop competition as well. They've been very successful at that. They got the golden rattle gun and everything that goes with it, and that's been an area of focus. It's a very important aspect of the game because it'll deliver you on-track performance, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper working on that. Boost Mobile highlights of the race thus far with 66 laps remaining, and a difficult start for James Moffat. A very nice start for Garth Tander, who was almost out of road on the left-hand side there when he made the run into turn one. Excellent start for the Shell car, but there's no denying the pace they've got in the Walkinshaw Andretti United entry. Lee Holdsworth was able to get on with it. A couple of moments made our hearts skip here. This one when Luke Hilton was up on the outside of car number 22, and for a moment we thought that he might have been headed off to the wall in that process. A little glance. They eventually did get it sorted out. This has triggered the one and only safety car so far, and a moment for Thomas Randall, who's locked up and gone straight ahead into turn one. Buried in the gravel, they had to drag that car out. And as a consequence of that, they're well down the order. They're 1.8 laps behind, and a power steering trouble, unfortunately rearing its head for the Will Brown Jack Perkins entry. And then, without warning, tyre damage on the left rear for car number 25 at an awkward moment. We couldn't work out initially what it was. We thought it was mechanical. They brought the car in. It hadn't lost pressure, but it peeled the outside of the tread off that tyre. They've only got about 3 mil of tread depth. So that's the situation. If only just joining the coverage this afternoon, is we're starting to approach that critical lap 100, where we take stock of what's going on as they start to jockey for position. Early on, bit of fuel saving, trying to get yourself in the right place at the right time, and then the intensity starts to build through these last 3 fuel stints.
This is a high-pressure moment in the race for Lee Holdsworth, because we've been talking about their pace. Clearly, you see those numbers there, he's been gaining on Craig Lowndes by big chunks, but you've still got to be able to make the pass effective. The fortunate piece for Lee is that Lowndes is clever. Lowndes has a very high racing IQ, and he won't want to get caught up in this either. He won't want to block. If Lee can get down the inside, it'll happen with a proper manoeuvre, as long as he can get it up to about the peripheral vision, up to the B pillar of the car. Lowndes will let him get away with it. That pace was almost a second a lap faster on the previous one for Lee Holdsworth. He's now right in the slipstream. Let's have a look and see whether he can get a nice run. He's just run himself into the corner too deep there. He's got a nicer exit, but this might position him close enough with the tow, with the slipstream. Great shot from our Century Batteries chopper cam of 2 cars running up here at 260 kilometres an hour. Can he get down there? Nice and deep under brakes, and he does. Nice manoeuvre, and that's why they're clapping down at WAU, because he needed to get that done and get it done cleanly. You do not need, at this point of the race, with only 65 laps remaining, to end up with some steering damage or any problem with the car as a consequence of a poor manoeuvre, and that was very effectual. It was bang, concise, last of the late breakers. A Bunnings Trade power pass, check this out. Very, very nice move. Straight down the inside. Come from a long way back.
That was exactly what I was about to say. And for a while there, thought about closing off in the 88 for Lowndes. This is what the view looked like. Let's listen to this.
Looks better here.
Yeah. Plunges down the inside. Gravity helps the cause. Craig tried to close the door, but then ends up on the off-camber side of the road, which has got to be managed because a lot of marbles out there. This car's quick. What's really interesting is that, and Roland picked up on it before, nice job. All the others, second and beyond, are all about doing the same thing. But car number 25 is in a league of its own for pace at the moment. Andrew Wiles there, together with Chaz Mostert, applauding that manoeuvre. Jamie Whincup is getting ready now for another stint. Car number 88, Craig Lowndes, will vacate the car. Coming up to the end of his full-time career, the 7-time champion, 4-time Bathurst winner, 3 times a runner-up. The margin first to second, it's just 0.8 of a second. Unbelievable. Moffat leads. Now, D'Alberto's come in the Di Pasquale car, and car number 14 back in the lane. There's a sudden rush of activity. We had the Hilton Reynolds car in a moment ago. The Team 18 cars in here as well. Michael Caruso and Mark Winterbottom. Dean Fiore, Todd Hazelwood, Cup Cadet entry on departure.
Those driver B laps, and Lowndes is just completed his now, he's done 54 now.
Yeah, most have now done it. There's a couple of outliers, but pretty much everybody's been able to tick that box. So Tander's well inside. He's done 74 laps so far in his stint. So it's setting up an A driver run to the flag for those that choose to do it. Anton in.
Okay, we're about halfway through here. Get yourself settled. We've still got 10 seconds to go in.
Radio comms
Doors closed.
working.
Wheels are on, mate. Just waiting on fuel. You're going to be good to go on your drops.
Belts tensioned.
Go.
Light system good to go. Substantially uphill at the departure end of the pit lane as well, which just makes that leaving the pit box that little bit trickier.
Sticky behind into turn 1 now.
And drivers also just being reminded, if they are inbound, to make sure that they've got their line lockers activated so those rear wheels don't spin in the pit stop. So this is for position. Percat and Di Pasquale have come out line astern. They're in 6th and 7th. Compulsory pad change and rotor change required between 55 and 120. They're doing it there on car number 7.
This is the car that had the drama with the left-hand side, or passenger side window.
Is there troubles on the front left corner?
It certainly is.
Okay, pit lane is clear.
That hasn't been covered by fuel because fuel's finished.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's actually gone outside the fuel window. So you're covered by the refuel rate, 3 3/4 litres of VP Ultimate to get it into the car, and it means from an empty car it's near enough to 30 seconds for rounding purposes, but they had to wait then because the brake change was just a little slow on the front left corner. Now Lowndes is in, Whincup's at the ready, car number 88 is in. We're approaching that magic mark, lap 100. Moffat's our leader, just barely over Garth Tander, and this race will start to build in tension now in these last 3 stints. Who's fuel safe? Who's got pace? What are their cars going to be like as the temperature starts to drop and the track cools out and the rubber comes up? So far, the car that's got the pace in hand is car number 25, Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth.
And what are the thoughts of this man? Arguably the greatest of all time, 7-time champion in his final run as a full-time driver. Gets aboard, he'll look forward to this. He'll actually love the last couple of stints. And we'll watch him apply his trade because we love him driving around this place. Some of his drives over the years have just been absolutely superb.
Important for Whincup, not because of all the things that he's achieved here, but for those that have gone wrong. I had a lengthy conversation with him about it just recently, about exercising those Bathurst demons, because he's had the 4 wins and he's been runner-up times 3, a couple of pole positions, but 6 years he's had his troubles here too. And those trouble years for Jamie, 2014, 2015, there was the fuel and the safety car saga, 16, 17, 18, 20. He only got to lap 33 in the race in the troubles up the top with Brodie Kostecki. So important for Whincup, and this is exactly the spot where you do have trouble, and it's exactly the same driver. So it's Jamie Whincup in a wrestle here with Di Pasquale, 4th position. They are battling for 6th and 7th, and they are playing the game.
Cold tyres for Whincup here. He did run it narrow because Di Pasquale almost contemplated driving around the outside at the kink of the cutting. So now Di Pasquale will try, coming off the dipper, to place the car close enough to fire down the inside. And Brodie Kostecki's right in behind this also. This is warming up, folks. Down here right now is an opportunity for Di Pasquale on warm tyres and pressured. And Whincup knows it, so he's been able to gap him. He knew how important that run across the top of the hill was.
And that's why they fought so vigorously. Moffat Waters' car in for their stop. Whincup's been able to get away with that one, but that was certainly a key moment. Tander's our race leader, 17 seconds over Lee Holdsworth with what is clearly the fastest car in the race at the moment. We're on board car number 99 now, so Brodie Kostecki at the helm, and he's only a couple of car lengths away from Anton. Those guys are mates, but right now they are playing for keeps out there. In fact, he got a little bit closer at the bottom of the chase that time under brakes, Brodie, and that's been a weak spot for him in the last couple of days. And the feeling was that he was either getting too much front tyre temperature or rushing it too much at the bottom of the chase and down here at Murray's Corner, asking too much of the car. And remember, on the second brake hit down there, the front brakes are really hurting. Temps are up, the rear brakes are lively at that point, and that's something that's got to be very carefully managed. So this is an enthralling battle. Tander leads from Holdsworth, Luff is 3rd, Waters is 4th, then Percat's in this game, and this battle, 6, 7 and 8. Whincup, Di Pasquale and Kostecki.
What did Waters, I'm just trying to pick up what Waters just said. So this battle between Whincup, Di Pasquale and Kostecki is going to be a ripper with 62 laps remaining. We're just at this critical point of 100 laps, and it's going to be as fast as they can drive those 3 cars right now to home.
Now, I'm going to park some numbers in to everyone's thoughts here as well. So start thinking about critical lap also. What's it going to be? Because it's a floating number as Zach Best comes in car number 5. He's sharing with Jack LeBrock. It's been a fine run for those two today in the truck assist entry. Tander's in from the race lead, by the way, as we watch them up the top of the hill as well. Critical lap, is it 137? Is it 138? What is that number? Because that's what they'll be starting to think about in this stint. So as much as we like to get our heart rate up and get excited about this, you've got to make pace but not use too much fuel. It's the same old conundrum every year. And that is in the minds of every engineer, every strategist and every driver out there at the moment. Particularly these 3 on screen and anybody in that key bunch. Holdsworth's the leader once more.
So Van Gisbergen getting his stop executed, and great communication as per normal.
So if you think, Mark, about 3 3/4 litres refuelling per second, and off goes car 14. Got away with it down there at turn 1 at Hell Corner, Todd Hazelwood, but only just. Think about the effect if you can save a couple of litres of fuel. So if you can do that by just saving 100 mil here and there, a couple of 100 mil per lap, Coke can per lap. I've done the little story in years gone by. Get yourself to a position where you might be, let's say, 4 or 5 or 6 litres better off. Well, you're going to save a second, maybe 2. That can be the difference when you're in a battle like this, when you look how tight those margins are. That'll leapfrog you in the pit. That's what they're all playing. That's the game they're playing out there now.
And I thought Di Pasquale was going to really pressure Whincup, but Whincup's been over by a little bit.
Next stop, sorry,
well,
mate.
pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Pretty impressive on a cold tyre. When they're underinflated and they don't have the temp up, and you have to go out there and play for keeps, he did it nicely, didn't he?
Craig Lowndes alongside me. Another Bathurst done and dusted. How was that stint? The car starting to come to you, is it?
It is. It's sort of one of those things that now the track's evolving, the cooler temperatures is definitely helping us more. The first stint I went out when I started, unfortunately the tyre pressure's probably a little bit too high, which is why I was a bit like an ice skating ring, but those 2 stints, the car was much nicer, had enough bar adjustments to really flow the car across the top. I've got to say that car 25 is pretty quick at the moment. Lee there caught me and tried to block him off, but it was no use. But yeah, I've hopefully put Jamie in a good position now, so he'll hopefully do the run home.
From your point of view, how important was it for Jamie to come out on top in the battle with Anton when he just came out?
Yeah, pretty important. I think it's one of those things that Wes, my engineer, was telling me to keep pushing in those 2 stints. We closed the gap to Anton and obviously to Dave Russell. We needed that to leapfrog them through the pits. Track position is primary now. This is where you want to be heading towards the front. If there's a safety car, you want to be right at the front.
Craig, all the best.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, so let's do a health check on this race and see who's where and what's going on. We've got a co-driver in Lee Holdsworth leading by 33 seconds in the fastest car in the field at the moment. His teammate Warren Luff is in second position. He's sharing with Bryce Fullwood. The fastest car on the racetrack last lap, ironically, was Brock Feeney. He's down the order a little bit at the moment, sitting in 20th position. The second quickest car is our leader, Lee Holdsworth. The third fastest car, Nick Percat. Now, somebody has radio trouble, so sometimes when they don't couple up properly in the stop, they've got to use the old-fashioned pit board, and that's what's going on there at Brad Jones Racing for Todd Hazelwood.
Yeah, this stage just goes from bad to worse for Todd. So he's got the muffler drama, and he's got the walk brake rotors, and now he's got the radio drama as well. But it's intermittent, so they were going to run this message out, which is quite simply, we hear you. So they've been playing Supercar Scrabble down here, but it's fixed for now. But obviously it's coming in and out, so intermittent issue for Todd at the moment.
Yeah, that's a headache, but a bit of old-fashioned motor racing required there. Just looking to the left at the pit board as they make their way down pit straight. Pertec pit stop times give you a bit of an indication as to who's done what there. Everybody that matters has done their minimum laps as a co-driver. Now, the only reason that there's anybody that's outside that is drivers that have had some troubles. For example, Jack Perkins has yet to complete his because of the time that they lost earlier in the race with power steering troubles. So that part of it is done. That part of the equation's done. So it's shaping up to be a mad sprint to the end. There is a question around how hard they can push car number 25, which has got margin for lap speed, but hasn't got any comfort for fuel. Those that they're racing, like Van Gisbergen, Waters, Percat, Whincup, Di Pasquale, have got much more flexibility with fuel. They can push harder with absolute surety.
Yeah, no doubt. And that is something that you've got to put in your memory bank at this point of the race. 59 laps remaining, so we've just crossed over the magic 100-lap marker in this race, and we often talk about getting to lap 100 and then it spices up because you have a couple of really important stints now as they sprint to the end. And as the day has gone on, you heard Craig Lowndes there talking about the car and it getting better and better, and you can see that it's vindicated by the gap that Whincup's been able to leak out there and extend that margin on Anton Di Pasquale. Brody Kostecki's right in behind Anton, and we're expecting Lee Holdsworth, given his performance today, to finish off this last stint. In fact, Holdsworth has done 70 laps, so he's been a massive contributor.
Yeah, so they've been able to put him in there with complete flexibility and matching the primary driver's pace. This car's been good too. It's out there in the hands of Tim Slade at the moment. Car number 3, the Cool Drive entry. They're sitting inside the top 10 in 9th position at the moment. So lap speed is something that we'll also just focus very carefully on here, just to understand who's got what. Now, the fastest lap of the race remains the time that was achieved by Lee Holdsworth really early today. He did it on lap 4 at 2 minute 5.72. And we'll see what the last lap looks like as they cross the line here. So Slade, for example, that's just on screen. He's just done a 7.3. Davison in behind him, Will Davison at the helm at the moment, has done a 7.1. Actually, it was 7.4 for him on the last lap. And they're just giving some instructions to Bryce Fullwood at the moment. So he'll be the driver assist was the word they've just given to him. So in fact, it's to Warren Luff, and it'll be Bryce Fullwood going into that car. So he's going to be assisting in that process. So that car, which is currently sitting in 2nd position, will come out of that sequence. Jumping on board here with car number 17, it's Will Davison.
And you know how you're on the 100-lap marker of the race is one of the telling factors in winning. And it's sort of got a bit of Bermuda Triangle about it, young Neil, because at the moment, 170 kilometres an hour is the average speed after lap 100. This might break the 6-hour record of this race. That's how fast it is.
Well, on that topic, in 2018, as we watched the Walkinshaw Andretti United car do its brake change, 2018 it was 6 hours, 1 minute 44 seconds. We only had 3 safety cars that year. In 2019, it was 6 hours 27. Last year it was 6 hours and 10. So it's going to give those low sixes a nudge on current estimate.
Only 1 safety car so far, so that's obviously playing a role. But 170 kilometres an hour average speed up to lap 100. Incredible pace.
Get out. Forward, ready to go, mate, go.
Little glitch there, Anthony McDonald. You could hear Macca quite animated at the end of that stop. I didn't see why. See there, that's Bryce Fullwood replacing Warren Luff in car 2 as he exits the pit. Fullwood resumes in front of Tim Slade. Just in behind him is Will Davison. Just gives the steering a little tweak there, and here we go. This is business time now. This is the time of the race that we need to minimise any mistake in a stop. Mostert not far from getting on board car 25. Car 25 currently leads Van Gisbergen by 38 seconds. The transit time for a pit stop here is 32 seconds plus the pit stop. We've been seeing through the course of the day roughly 16, 17 second stops. And when you get to a number like lap 104 or 105, you build yourself into effectively 2 more stints.
So we're going to have a good look in around the cars and in and around the mountain. We're riding now with the Net Whiskey entry of Andre Heimgartner, and that's a pretty cool shot. It gives you an understanding of how much yaw or slide is in the cars. This is just on the approach to Silman Park. 4th gear, 200 kilometres an hour, fan the throttle, plunge past the metal grate, pick that throttle back up once more. Look at the movement in the rear suspension. It goes into almost full droop over the top of the Philemy. And the reason why it sat down was when it hit the curb on the outside. Now off the top of the hill at Skyline. Look at the wheel travel. Goes into full droop again. In fact, plucks the wheel off the ground through the dipper. 2nd gear, 90 clicks through there. Back to 180 kilometres an hour. Tyre distortion off the scale. Slowest corner on the track. Back on to Conrod Straight. Longest straight in Australasian motorsport. And then with this very long gearing, they make huge speed down here. This is the Net Whiskey entry. Andre Ray Heimgartner, Kiwi. Started out in the battle at the very beginning of the year in the New Zealand Grand Prix with Shane Van Gisbergen. Broke a bone in his hand early in the game. Recovered. And he's been battling away through the 21 championship. And he's on the move at the end of this year. So on screen here is one of the cars. Unfortunately, he's had a tough time.
Safety car boards and flags.
Oh, we've got a safety car.
Scrambles.
There's a safety car. Oh, and what an Australian reason for a safety car. There's an echidna on the edge of the racetrack, which we've got to look after. We've seen kangaroos, horses, trees and water. So the safety car's been deployed for the second time for an echidna of all things, and the poor little thing can't find its way out. So we need to get these cars under control and just help that little critter off the racetrack. Mark Scaife just took a compulsory stop of his own, and it always happens when you jump out of the comm box. So this is going to change the game. That's up at the cutting. Now, I was just detailing, Mark, in my experience here, we've seen kangaroos, we've seen horses, we've seen trees, we've seen water, we've seen bits of cars scattered from one end of the place to the other. We've never seen an echidna.
We have never seen an echidna. We've seen dogs, but we have not seen an echidna on this racetrack. This place is just mad, isn't it? We've seen an albino kangaroo.
And you didn't believe me?
No, I didn't. I don't know why. Why wouldn't I believe you?
So, now, wonder what this is going to mean strategically. So, they've taken the opportunity to squirt some fuel into the Nick Percat car, and a brake change for nice fresh brakes on car number 99. So that does confirm what I theorised about early, that they do it twice. Remember, I think this is the one that's in the compulsory stop window here as well for them. So that's come at a nice time. Bringing that pedal pressure up, because the early one was outside the window for their brake rotor change.
Punt, it's a punt here. He's pitting Holdsworth. I've just trying to get my brain around what this does from a strategy perspective, and it's outside the window, but you've got to put this bloke in, and you've got to get organised.
So they're going to wait, as I understand it, from Motorsport Australia Race Control to get all the cars captured and the speed under control. Then they're just going to carefully just go and pick up the echidna and escort him back into the bush. Meantime, Chaz Mostert gets back into the lead car. This is earlier than they wanted.
Yeah, it is, no doubt.
But they had a cushion. But do they sacrifice some track position in all this now? And the answer is yes, because there goes car 888. Look for car number 6 in all. Oh, 6 is in. 6 is in the lane. I was looking for it on pit straight. So Waters in as well. Van Gisbergen's gone by in the lead. Different people playing a different game here. Mark is grimacing.
I'm worried about this. I'm not sure whether I would have done that.
Probably the right thing to take the pressure away from the fuel question mark. Oh, did he find a gap?
How do you know it's a he?
It? Oh, I've got a 50% chance of getting it right. Well, that's good news. That's good news.
Okay, he was almost done.
Waters takes the opportunity also. So at the moment, 55 laps remaining. 2 stints essentially.
So the BP Ultimate Safety Car's gone out now for the second time in this race. We're on lap 107. We've got 55 laps to go. Van Gisbergen stayed out, Mostert and Waters telling they came in and they grabbed fuel, and this is where the squeeze is on. I reckon I'd be trying to find any crack in the place as well to get out of here pretty quickly.
That looks like the...
Oh, he's got a little bit of help there in the background as well.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Did some walking around the circuit several years ago, and one of the things several weeks ago, one of the things I didn't realise after all the years of visiting here is there's a tennis court on the outside of the cutting. I've never spotted it before.
No.
There is.
I'm at Walkinshaw, Andretti United with Lee. Firstly, well done on your contribution, mate. Superb job today. You must feel pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. It was just enjoyable to drive. The car's been fantastic, all week. we knew we came into this race with a really quick car. Unfortunately we had a puncher, but I think we've fought our way back pretty well. So I think we've gotten a quick enough car to win the race. We've just got to keep being there. And
were you scheduled to stay in for a few more laps? We saw Chaz getting ready. Did it come earlier than you wanted it, perhaps, the safety car?
I think we were well in our window for the safety car. It was a fairly short driver change then, so it was a bit of a pressure on Chazzy and I, but I think we pulled it off. I think we're in a pretty good position.
Top job.
Thanks, mate.
Something of a get out of jail when you consider what happened to that left rear tyre earlier in the day for them, but a great stint by Lee Holdsworth. Last year it was telling his qualifying speed on Friday gave us a little window as to what was to come this year. There's the tennis court, by the way. Oh my goodness, this is the replay of the Echidna at the cutting, and Macaulay Jones spots it. What a great presence of mind, and also Kostecki in 34. Wow. Thrill seeker out there without a helmet.
Now, they were talking about the safety car, and was that too early or whatever? You never want to give away a 40-second lead at any point. So let's just get that one in perspective. You never ever want to give away a lead.
I know it's not on the agenda as we look at the Borough Pairs helmet cam here at Team 18, but just looking out to the west at the moment and just sort of scanning outside the comm box, there's one or two pretty hefty grey clouds out there at the moment as well. Looking up towards turn one now, there's nothing much showing up anywhere on the radar, and it wasn't in the forecast, but that doesn't mean it can't happen.
I just got a text from a mate at Katoomba that it was raining. So I know it's that with the easterly, who knows?
There's a couple of things that are hard to believe there. One, that it might be raining, and two, you've got a mate.
Stop. Is that like the albino kangaroo?
Look at that. So that just looks a little bit threatening, just a little bit too close for comfort out there at the moment. 54 laps remain. The BP safety car now has the field under control. Hopefully that little Echidna is all safely tucked away on the other side of the concrete barrier. Our leaders, Shane Van Gisbergen, they didn't take the opportunity to bring that car in. So for Van Gisbergen, pit closes for him. The window closes on lap 125. That's getting you into that final window. Well, second last one. Oh, these are on standby just in case. Dunlop wet tyres, grooved to channel the water away. Slightly different outside diameter on those tyres. You've got to recalibrate the dashboard to accommodate that for
Neil,
the 40k pit lane speed limit.
You know how you've been telling me about the fallacies of a tennis court up there and your albino kangaroo and stuff, but you can't tell if an echidna is male or female by simply looking at them, as they have no gender-specific features and their reproductive organs are internal. All echidnas are born with spurs in their hind limbs, similar to what a male platypus have.
Right, don't we feel the richer for that?
Thank you, Simon Fordham. Well done. I love a bit of general stuff there, Neil.
Mark Attenborough. What's your analysis of the race?
I think it's going to be a ripper. Mostert has got genuine pace, but he's going to have to get by Van Gisbergen. So that's a telling thing. Where is Mostert parked in the train? Because he's got to deal with some traffic at the same time. So 54 laps to go. Everybody will be sprinting. There's the leader, Van Gisbergen. Third in the queue is the man who has been so fast. And it wasn't just him, because Lee Holdsworth, at the moment, I'm going to give Lee Holdsworth, up to this point, man of the match. He has been so quick.
Now, the reason for the extra delay here is they're also just in accordance with the rules for this race, just making sure that those that have been identified that are a lap down get the wave through as well. And so we're going to go one more lap here with the BP Ultimate safety car. Scott McLaughlin's watching from the other side of the planet. He's had an amazing rookie year in IndyCar competition for Roger Penske, and he's been a part of this race for a long period of time. And there's an exclamation on the end of his message: albino kangaroo, or I think it may have even been a wallaby and an echidna. That's a very Aussie problem, isn't it? So I hope you're enjoying the race, Scotty. We miss you over here at the moment, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can produce in 2022 when he goes back to his IndyCar racing program, and that'll get underway in the not too distant future with spring training coming up and then a very hectic season. Meantime, Repco Bathurst 1000, a lot to play for. Who's going to steal this race?
We expect to get wave by. Then
Blue tongue
lizard.
lizard.
Behind will be pole position.
How do you know it's got a blue tongue?
That's at the cutting. Well, I know that not far around the corner there's a quarry, but it turns out there could be a zoo there as well.
Actually, you'd be selling tickets if there was.
So here's the way
that you're always doing.
The way through.
There
we go. Kangaroo or wallaby?
Gee, 50-50 wallaby.
I think it's a wallaby with that face.
So you've sold us on an albino kangaroo all day, and it's not actually a kangaroo.
I was genuinely interested and excited when I saw it up there a few weeks ago. I was like, I don't think I'd ever seen one. And this poor little critter just was right in the middle of the road on the braking approach to the cutting, and that echidna was fortunately able to make its way out through the crack in the fence. And the blue-tongued lizard, clearly a Ford fan, couldn't care less.
Clear to go at the moment. When you drop.
Otherwise be a red-tongued lizard. So the cars that are eligible for that wave by included 39, 4, 22, 14, 18, 44, 19 and 9. So quite a list of cars have been able to get themselves back into sequence there. So I wonder what this actually means from a strategy standpoint. This has been a quick car today, and in fact not very long ago I just reported it being the fastest car on the racetrack. Brock Feeney's driving it at the moment. He just claimed the Dunlop Super 2 title yesterday. Fantastic performance. There's that confirmation from Motorsport Australia and race control up above us. Just a reminder, because not everybody was necessarily with us earlier in the day, Mark, that it's the end of the road as a race director for Supercars for Tim Schenken. He's been part and parcel operating everything in that theatre since back in 1987, off the back of an impressive international motorsport career. And there he is, and to his left is the driving standards advisor. In there's the deputy race director, the clerk, of course, and all of the hard-working administration folk. That's the heartbeat of the universe, and it's right above where we're currently standing. Tim's a British Formula Ford champion, British Formula 3 champion, Formula 1 driver, 36 appearances for 34 starts, got onto the podium in 1977 in the Austrian Grand Prix, driven for some of the biggest outfits in the game, and has done a remarkable job for us over a long period of time, and driven for Enzo Ferrari. So what a fantastic story.
Absolutely, and when he was at his very best, he was one of the best drivers in the world. You don't drive for Enzo Ferrari in the World Sports Car Program at places like Le Mans if you're not an absolute gun. So to Tim Schenken, thank you so much for all of your service, but so much of the joy that you've given us. It didn't give us much joy when we were standing in the steward's room with you, but other than that...
Oh, I've taken plenty of wax from him, but I still
100%.
respect everything that he's contributed. In fact, more than my share. But we appreciate all of his efforts, and he's done a fine job for us. And in fact, the Mayor of Bathurst is naming this race control building after Tim Schenken, which is a fitting tribute for that contribution over a long period of time. Also, the end of the road this morning with his chaplaincy for Gary Coleman, and we made a special mention of that and the red carpet on the grid. He's provided fine service, 25 years of it at Mount Panorama, and more than 35 or 36 years in general terms. Started at Amaroo Park, that wonderful old circuit many years ago. So quite a few people calling time, and there's been an enormous amount of movement, engineers and drivers going into the 2022 championship season. So still more cars clearing themselves here, and we understand that very shortly those lights are going to go out on the BP alternate safety car and we'll get cracking once again.
And whilst we're thanking people, we should thank through Motorsport Australia affiliated car clubs. So many of our volunteers and marshals and officials, there's about 750 of them here this weekend to assist us with running this race meeting.
Green flags. No more weaving. No more weaving.
So you can hear in the background on the radio David Couch is saying no more weaving. So once the lights go out on the safety car,
I will tell you when I see a green flag.
They've got to be within 5 car lengths of the preceding car. They've got to stop weaving. You can't have any sudden change of pace or any direction change. And then essentially control of the field is handed over, in this case, to Shane van Gisbergen. Now you're allowed to overlap at a prescribed point at the apex, in this case at the final corner down at Murray's, but what you cannot do is you cannot pass before the control line if you are in a position to do so. So van Gisbergen has control. He's got Mostert in behind. This is going to be the first of a series of sprint races with 53 laps to go. The Repco Bathurst 1000 is up and running once more after the strangest of safety car interventions for, of all things, an echidna at the cutting. Van Gisbergen, our newly crowned Supercars champion of 21 and the defending champion here at Mount Panorama. Mostert, who's clearly got a very, very quick car. How aggressive does he want to be? Whincup in behind, who's played in nicely here as well. So the Bulls are 1 and 3. De Pasquale's in here as well. And Waters and Forward. Percat, Kostecki, Ojeda and Slade. That's our top 10. Look how they bunch up through turn 2. It's a traffic jam on the run to the hill.
And they're all running into each other. When they got to the apex of turn 2, they were making contact. There was 2 or 3 of the cars in behind. There was Forward, Waters, they were into each other, but so was Whincup into the back of Chaz Mostert. So there's plenty of them bumping. Waters is now having a look down the inside on De Pasquale.
Kostecki just got Percat as well. I saw it in the background as they were coming out of the cutting, so Percat just dropped 1 spot back to 8th position. Mostert all over the back of Shane Van Gisbergen as they make their run towards Skyline. Whincup watching the tail lights of Mostert. De Pasquale looking at the rear wing of Whincup. It's on over the top of the hill.
And I think Brodie got away with it around the outside of the cutting on Percat. So that would be a pretty brave move anytime that you drive off the line there.
Especially given the off-camber nature of that track and the dip in the road, plus it's dirty there as well. He skipped away.
Pit lane penalty.
Oh, here we go.
Pit lane penalty for cars 39 and 22, 39 and 22 for a breach of the safety car wave glide procedure.
Oh, so Brock Feeney and car number 22. So 39 was one of the problems. And for a breach of the safety car wave glide procedure. And car number 22, Gary Jacobson's in it at the moment. And so there's going to be a PLP for those guys. And that's going to put an end to what's been a very strong campaign for 39 today. And here comes Brodie once again, bombs down the inside, and does he get it done? He does. A bit of hip and shoulder. They lock horns. That was a nasty moment. Percat takes advantage of that as well. That could have put some damage on the 99.
And it's definitely damaged the 2. Absolutely. You can see that car tracking around in a straight line. So steering damage, I think, for car 2, for Bryce Forward. And they're all bumping and grinding up the hill here now. Davison's hooked in the back of this. He's pushing. It's like bump drafting in the NASCAR series. Around the outside, this piece now, and he's been held out.
This is for the lead of the race. It's on. It's on. That was a big move at the end of Mountain Straight. You've got Whincup and a really bad spot for the second time in 2 years. Up on the inside is Mostert. They are too wide of the cutting, and that is a very difficult thing to do. Mostert's in the game. He's dropped a spot as a result of having a lunge there. De Pasquale up the inside. He'll go up to 3rd. And now Mostert drops a spot. Waters all over him. And down the inside comes Brodie. Brodie on the inside. Wow! On the way through, past the middle. Brodie got away with it.
Shane Van Gisbergen orchestrated that whole thing. He knew where Whincup was. He held Mostert out. He allowed Whincup to park the car in the right spot. And he's now got a 1-2 from Red Bull. That was all done by Shane. He parked Mostert in the wrong spot, and they've outboxed him. They've outboxed him on a critical lap.
The aggression from Brodie Kostecki there was epic over the top of the hill. He is thrusting forward in this race.
Long way to go in this race, 50 odd laps.
And what about the vigour at the front of this race? So Mostert, whilst a moment ago he was vying for the lead, now sits in 4th position. Van Gisbergen skipped away. He's got 3/4 of a second. And I was worried for a moment that Whincup and Van Gisbergen were going to get it on at turn 4 at the cutting.
Now, he's got to be clever now, Mostert. You've got to not rush this. Adam De Boer just said to him, hey, we've got 50 laps to go. He's got the fastest car, but he's got to get by, and he's got to do it cleverly.
So he's got to go through a little bit of mind management in this process now. from being in a comfortable stride. Now he's got to be the aggressor, but he's got to be wise in the way that he unfurls that, the way in which he thinks about it. Because if he loses his mind now, all of the good work early in the day will come unglued. And Adam de Borre will be acutely aware of the implications of that. 1.1 seconds, Van Gisbergen over Whincup. And Anton De Pasquale sitting in third position. And then we've got in fourth position, Chaz Mostert. So it is on as they get to the top of the mountain. 1.2 seconds the margin between the bulls, and even the minor positions are still being hotly disputed here at turn 2.
Seriously, it is now absolutely the highest stakes for the great race. The 2021 edition, the 61st running of this race, with 50 laps remaining, is going to have the best and fastest drivers battling at the front of the field. Van Gisbergen, Whincup, De Pasquale, Mostert, Kostecki and Waters. Top 6 cars, it's on.
50 laps remaining. As always, the race comes alive on or just after lap 100. They all play a fuel save game. They play a strategy out, and then they get to a position where they can go hard. Conversation going on inside the Red Bull garage there.
Great haste there.
He's one of the Supercar Motorsport Department officials, and he's got his own engine business and does a huge amount of work. He's done a lot of work on the Gen 3 program. He's a critical part of the technical group downstairs, so I wonder what's happening down there. We're on board here with Chaz. He's looking at the back of Anton. This is now like a full-blown sprint race. Anton covers. He hasn't quite got the same pace as Chaz, but he's got track position. And you notice he just parks it in exactly the right spot. He'll be vulnerable down at the bottom. Chaz is going to have a crack. Anton knows it. Is there space? He's got to be careful down here. It's the dirty side of the road. De Pasquale does not offer any resistance, and Mostert now moves it up into third.
Nice move. Nice move.
Okay, buddy, great work. Nice and smooth.
Now he's got some fresh air. He's got a quick car. A bit of that congested urgency's just dropped out of that little battle now for those first couple of laps. That blew our minds over the top of the hill after the restart.
So at the moment, because of the stop time and the way that the fuel stops are going to finish this race off, these guys have got to sprint. Red Bull Ampol Racing have got to sprint to get away. Now, he started all this. All of this chaos. Now, this was the outside move. That's the one we wanted to see first. So Kostecki around the outside. Kostecki was the one around the outside of Percat, and he got it done. And then have a look at the contact here. This is savage. Big moment there.
I'd be surprised if that hasn't hurt the toe on the right rear corner of Brody's car.
Sure. Watch the steering impact. Watch this. Bang! Oh, he took it out of his hands.
He yanked it out of his hand. It's actually right hand down now in the steering as a result. And this stuff here, I think they actually touched coming out of the cutting. And all of a sudden, Mostert, from suddenly buying from the lead, gets shuffled out wide here in the right-hander on what we call the tree, and drops back a spot when Anton gets up the inside. That was pretty amazing. Waters wanted to get into that as well. And have a go at Brody here down the inside. This really made me blink. And then he got it done.
Red Bull just did their fastest laps of the race, both of them.
More trouble. This will be another safety car. The Toyota Gazoo Racing S's on the run to the dipper. And we're going to see another safety car. So it's the same old deal as we get later in the race. People get tired, mistakes are made. And when the field's bunched up after the safety car, there's typically more action. Jaden Ojeda in this car. He was in 17th position. So we're on a pit. Lap 113.
They'll get home. They'll get home with one stop. So they've got a pit. They've got a pit.
So they all react. And this is where the strategy group are so good at what they do. They think on their feet. They know what they can and can't do. They thought about it.
This is going to smash Whincup and Lowndes.
They thought about it for the Kelly Grove car, but they left him out. So just explain that, Mark, smashing them.
Yeah, it's going to hurt them. They're going to double stack, and they're basically they're going to be really hurt. Will Davison's going to be hurt also, but this is going to be the worst one.
Yeah, so this is going to help Mostert, because that'll take one Red Bull car out of the play. And I think he's got less fuel to put in, Mostert. He's got less fuel to put in. He's going to come out at the head of this queue. less fuel than Waters. Where is he?
I didn't see him go out. I actually didn't see where he went out.
Did I.
But Mostert should be first because of the fuel.
So the Kelly Grove cars stayed out, Reynolds and Heimgartner. I think Frosty may have stayed out as well. But I didn't spot, there he is there. So, they had less fuel to stick in that thing, and that gave them a stationary advantage, and that's what we've been talking about in this strategy play late in the game, just because of where they took their earlier stop.
But it does help Red Bull Ampol Racing. It does help them because a lot of that's gone away now. Where they were in terms of strategy was going to be 5th or 6th. Oh, contact. This really helps Red Bull massively. It does. No, sorry. Only Van Gisbergen and Tander.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't help Whincup.
No, because he's taken his pain there. Yeah. And that's what happened up the top of the hill. So because of what happened down the bottom, we've taken our eye off this unfortunate moment for Ojeda. And he's made pretty heavy contact. That's the second year that I think the Matt Stone cars have found themselves in the wall up there at the back end of the race late in the game.
So this is the replay. Here's Mostert driving by everybody. Remember, he had to stop for less time.
Look at this for a mess. Cars everywhere.
So one of the important things that happened, other than that contact getting out, and is that unsafe? I don't know how they're going to assess that one. It's Whincup and Davison, two really close mates, make contact in the fast lane. Brody Kostecki also got by Shane Van Gisbergen there. The Erebus car has come up into second. So this is a critical moment in this race. There's 48 laps remaining. Mostert from Kostecki and Van Gisbergen. And the reason I'm saying that Mostert, Kostecki, Van Gisbergen is because Reynolds, Heimgartner and Winterbottom didn't stop.
Yeah.
So they've currently made 6 stops. We've got to make 7 compulsory stops. We know that there will be one more for everybody. It's a critical time now to run as long for some of those in terms of the safety car period, because what it does, it takes some fuel strategy out.
Now, I reckon in that little moment that we saw before between the Shell V-Power racing car and Red Bull, there's going to be an issue here because the car being released from its pit bay must do so without impeding any other car in the pit lane. So I wonder how they'll deal with that one upstairs and what the view is.
That's right. I couldn't tell either, and it will be difficult to ascertain how that's assessed. And just looking here, we've still got, we've got some radio issues by the look of that one. So the safety car remains out. The BP Ultimate Mustang stays out there. And unfortunately for Jaden Ojeda, the Matt Stone Racing yellow cover Commodore is parked quite firmly against the fence there at the dipper. And it's such an easy place to make a mistake down there. Cars are so fast over the rise. You use the S's to slow the car down. You approach Skyline at 220 kilometres an hour. And the braking area down the hill, you've got to slow the car back to roughly at that sort of slowest point of the corner. It's about 90k.
All right, so first of all, I've repaired my folder, which in the excitement I managed to explode about 1,000 plastic pages in every direction. So I had my own pit stop frantic action going on, Scafey.
Glad the viewers know that.
Yeah, but I was doing some math in the background and thinking about what this means. So this means that in this stint, because of where that safety car came, we're going to have a fuel economy race to our critical lap window for the final stop of the race.
Now watch this. Van Gisbergen creates this whole thing. He was going slow at the apex, then what he does, he moves it over and he backs it out, and at the point where Whincup is now parked, he then slows them up. And as a consequence, that allowed them by, that's not actually the right replay that I was looking for, but it was a part of the strategy that allowed Van Gisbergen to place Whincup in second and displace Mostert. And Mostert at that point was really vulnerable. He was lucky to get away with that one.
So Jack Perkins and Fabian Coulthard are eligible to be waved by. information coming through on our computer timing from Motorsport Australia as the flatbed truck and the recovery crew get to the top of the hill to take this stricken car away from the Gazoo Racing S's. This is just off the top of Skyline. Now, every one of these moments, every one of these laps or half a lap or whatever it may be under the BP Ultimate Safety Car is returning a little bit of fuel economy back to the equation that I mentioned just a few moments ago. But it's still going to be key to be able to get to the critical lap where you can get in and go again. But the other point that I make is the minute you bunch the field up, then you increase the risk dramatically of more trauma. That's why we've just seen the recent incidents, and it'll happen again. 47 laps remain. We're under the control of the BP Ultimate Safety Car. David Reynolds is actually leading the race from Mark Winterbottom. The reason for the safety car is that we ended up with a car in the concrete wall here. Unfortunately for young Jaden Ojeda, he's made very solid contact with that wall. It does not give 1 millimetre, and that's done pretty substantial damage to that car. And that will have a lot of front left and left rear suspension damage on that car. Now, under investigation, as I suspected, based on my interpretation of the pit release rules, that a car being released from its pit bay must do so without impeding any other car in the pit lane. And it's now been confirmed that it's under investigation upstairs. Motorsport Australia Race Control looking at that one. Driving Standards Advisor and the stewards and the panel up there will take a look at that and make a determination as to whether they think there's a case to answer. That'll be a bit of a nail-biting moment for both those teams.
So David Reynolds leading from Mark Winterbottom. Have a look at the aggression. This is after that. Now, Waters makes contact with Mostert, and then Brodie across the grass at over 200 kilometres an hour fires down the inside of Cam Waters, and actually both of them did an extraordinary job. That little bump there would normally put Waters in the fence. He was able to gather it up. Now, all this was going on. We're on board now with Cam Waters. See how Shane holds them all up. Shane did that on purpose. Now, watch what he does. Around the cutting, Whincup gets around the outside. Shane holds them all back up, which means that Mostert's one back and one wide. Di Pasquale gets him down the inside. So Mostert goes from a battle with the front. Now, have a look at all the steering lock. There'll be a Commodore emerge on the left-hand side here in a second. Here it is.
Well, wow, what was remarkable about that, Cam actually went down a gear to try and rescue the situation. They were so backed up from that situation that he actually went down a gear, which I've not seen before, to try and fend off Brodie Kostecki. The fact that Brodie got in the dirt and motocrossed his way out of there was extraordinary, Larko.
That's Kostecki. When was the last time we saw someone overtake us there? Now, it's doing my nutting, but let's just try and take stock of where we are. They just came in on this safety car at 112, so there was 49 laps to go. That means you need to do 24.5 laps per tank. That hasn't happened today. 23 is it. So they're trying to conserve now. Now, when we get to the next pit stop, if I just bring it up there, say 134, it doesn't get you home. The only way you can get home is instead of using 4.7 a lap, you've got to try and bend it. Look, you've got to bend the curve by using a lot less per lap. It's the only way you're going to get home. Now, how much you got to save? Look at that. Beep, whoop, whoop. There you go. Beep Ultimate Fuel. There's a couple of 100 mil, not even. If you can save that every lap now and still go fast, use the slipstream, pluck gears early, roll out of the throttle, you might just be able to, when you get into here, buy yourself a little more of a window there. It's all going to be, though, about the short stop, because as Neil said earlier, if you can pick up 1 second of standing time here by not having to put as much fuel in the car, that 1 second is going to be all it's going to take. It's going to go down to the wire. What a cracker, what a classic.
Fantastic. 10 of the last 15 races here have been determined by less than 1 second. Last year, it was 0.8 of a second. We've had some crazy tight margins. Clearly, the safety car impacts that story, but it is going to get down to millilitres of fuel, what pace you've got. The tyre consistency here is great, but track position's starting to become key now as well. But they've got to get to somewhere near that critical lap, and that number is different for each runner. They'll be staring at that data, and they'll be offering up lots of advice in the background. Mate, drive it over the hill in the highest possible gear. Idle it down the hill. Look after this thing as best you can.
Minus 31.
And that's what the instruction is in the background there. Drive to a number.
I wonder why they haven't plucked Brown out of this queue.
There was an instruction
I thought I saw that he was one of the cars to drive by.
19 and 9.
So everyone else is on fuel save so far, mate, from what I've heard.
So fuel save is going to be something you hear in the background, excuse me, on the radio. And what this is all about now, as I look on the totem up the top left, we've got 116 laps down. You've got to get to 137, 138 and try and stretch it to that stop to fuel up and get home. Chopper shot over the top of the hill. That's magnificent. Gives you an idea of the gradient of this track. The rise and fall. Rock skyline, the new walkway there, the new viewing platform. It's an awesome place, Chad.
There's a little crisis playing out down here at 888 concerning car 888 as well. So that's the Shane Van Gisbergen and Garth Tander car. There's Dave Cauchi, never won this race as an engineer. We had Supercars and Craig Hasted down here a moment ago having a chat to this team, and they've been sending some pretty special signals back to Shane in that car in concerns to the dash and trying to reset some of the things inside the car.
Right. Stay drivers
So
right.
after this restart, I'm going to have a quick chat with Dodo and see if we can get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so we'll stand by on that one. I can see the dash in the background there for Shane, and still evidence of that blustery easterly blowing at the moment. Still a fair bit of scattered cloud around here, and a much cooler day than we had on Thursday, Friday and yesterday. Very unusual to have that breeze. Now I'm understanding that the lights are going to go out on the BP Ultimate Safety Car this lap, and we'll go racing once again. So going back to that question of yours before, Mark, they identify who can go by, but then they've got to wait until they're released by race control, and that command has now been given that they can go by. They've got to basically do it on Conrod Straight. So they get identified, then there's a hold period, and then they release them. And Matt Campbell getting ready in the Ned Whiskey entry down there. Todd Kelly, big weekend for Todd as well. It's his final weekend as a co-owner of the team after a huge contribution to the sport, both as a driver and also in the background. I think he'll still play some sort of technical role deep in the background of the team, but he's been a tremendous asset to Supercars in the recent past. So field under control of David Reynolds now. They left David out there. Mostert's in behind him on screen, and now coming into the lane is car number 9. Remember, they're a long way down. Jack Perkins is in that car at the moment. So Reynolds heads the field, the Penrite entry. Margin to Boston, Kostecki, Van Gisbergen, Percat, Waters, Swain, Di Pasquale, Fullwood, Hazelwood. That's our top 10. We've got 45 laps to go. Plunging down the inside in car number 17 is Will Davison. He makes a spot. And when the cars are congested and tight like this, it's just a little bit more of a concern. Now, they've just also told Jamie to keep on conserving fuel straight away, the minute they've gone back to green flag running.
Well, it might be their way out of jail, because he's parked in the field there. He's down at the moment in 12th position. Reynolds actually hasn't made it, so just call it 11th, because there's a couple of cars that haven't done that stop to make it all apples for apples. But at the same time, everyone's going to be battling to get home in terms of fuel consumption. Have a little marvellous.
Yeah,
wow.
I was about to comment on it. So
go ahead, Tim. For 5-second time penalty, 5-second time penalty, car 17 for an unsafe pit release.
So Will Davison, 5-second penalty for the unsafe release there that we saw down in the pit lane before. And that's confirmed with the graphic on the screen. So the green flags through each of the flag marshal sectors clearing this race circuit. And your point, and I reacted to it when we saw the image as well, that off the racing line now there's a lot of rubber, a lot of dirt, a lot of debris either side of the ideal racing line, and that's got to be taken into account when you launch an assault against somebody else out there. So,
You know what you might do now if you're Boston? You might park in behind Reynolds just for a little while and do some fuel save. You might actually use Reynolds now to be able to come out, use the slipstream and do some fuel save behind Reynolds. This might be a critical phase for Mostert to use his brain here and not try to just to get by and get on with the pace. because you've got to be able to get this thing home with only one more stop. Rusty?
Wanted to quickly understand the reason for the urgency for Matt Campbell. Andre didn't pit. What's wrong?
Yeah, look, we have a problem with our radio system. So in the previous stop, he swapped helmets and it's still an issue, and we still can't hear him. So I've just suited up, just get ready, in case it was a longer safety car, but now I'm just on standby, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you. Campbell back to Germany on Tuesday and preparing for his US Porsche racing assault in 2022. He'll be at Daytona at the commencement of that championship next year. He's had 3 big wins in the US this year at Sebring, Road America, or was it Road Atlanta? No, Road Atlanta was just recently where he did so well in the Petite Le Mans. So he's done very well over there and has been a great export story. Let's go back to Chad for a little bit more on this from the lane.
Mark Dutton, team manager for Triple Eight. I saw a discussion between yourself, Craig Haystead from Supercars, and a representative from KRE, your engine management team. Is there a problem with the Triple Eight car?
A minor problem at this stage, so we think we're on top of it. Everything's legal, everything's fine, but there's just a bit of fluctuation. We think it's a sensor, but yeah, we're monitoring it.
Can you tell us the department where the sensor is found?
I think you can guess it's in the engine.
Okay. Now, I saw you guys doing a bit of Apollo 13 work back here, trying to send some radio signals back to Shane. What is it that you're trying to teach him from inside the car?
Well, so everyone's stopped under the safety car, obviously, so it's a bit of a stretch to get home. So just telling them the numbers they need to achieve so they can do it with the required amount of stops.
Okay, so it's a little problem now, not going to get bigger?
Nah, should be right.
Okay.
Dutton not giving too much away in the Red Bull Ampol Racing Team garage. So there's a little question mark over car. Triple Eight, which is sitting in 4th at the moment. Shane Van Gisbergen at the helm. Now David Reynolds, personal best sector 1 for him on this lap, so he's smartening up his pace. He's still got that half-second margin over Mostert. Isn't that a cool shot? Down the inside comes car number 88, and that's Whincup. I think he got through, he did, on Hazelwood. The victim of the double stack there in that car. That's putting back down the order in that congestion. That's the downside of those last-minute safety cars when everybody's so congested and so close to each other on the racetrack.
What Chad was trying to get to in that world with Mark Dutton is actually trying to understand what sensor issue there is. And if, for instance, that there is a air temperature sensor issue, we don't know what it is, and they won't tell us. But if there's an air temperature issue, for instance, in the airbox, then the engine will effectively richen itself up. You won't be able to get to a fuel number because the engine will be doing it to itself. It's like its own corrective surgery. There's Matt Hall, who was flying for us before, and now Red Bull demonstration leading into the race.
43 laps remain, 0.2 of a second the margin, Reynolds over Mostert. But on corrected order, David Reynolds is not in the lead group at the moment, but he's got track position, and that's worth everything just now. Mostert, Kostecki, whose aggression over the top of the hill just a few laps ago was off the scale. 2 wheels in the dirt over the top of the mountain. And then Van Gisbergen, Percat still in this from Waters, Slade, Di Pasquale forward, and Davison, he's got that 5-second penalty hanging over him for that final stop that's still to come. They're aiming towards the critical lap, the final stop in the race where they get the fuel in to get them home. And it's a bit of a game of chicken here. Who blinks? How far can they go? How do they deal with it? And they're just saying to Will Davis at the moment, you've got 2 choices here. Because you've got the penalty, you either go just flat out or you do a little bit of fuel saving. It's your call. He's sitting 10th, as I mentioned a moment ago. He's just in front of his buddy, Jamie Whincup. He's having his last full-time drive here. Oh, is that contact?
Position, wasn't it? Was that from position? Van Gisbergen just got by Kostecki.
Yeah.
Now, because everyone's in fuel conservation mode, there's a little bit of forward trying to get down the inside. He actually gives Di Pasquale a whack. Now, Davison's going to be the veteran fishery. He's going to move right to the inside. Forward blocks him off. Whincup gets down the inside of Di Pasquale also. And that's really knocked Di Pasquale around. I've just meant to say this is the calm before the storm.
40 laps to go, 42 to go, thank you.
That's just a calming voice of Ludo Lacroix there, because all of a sudden that just shuffled Anton out of order ever so slightly. Those little checkups have big implications. So, good move by Van Gisbergen. and Brody doesn't quite have the pace that he had when we first saw him light up a moment ago. We've been running now for just over 4.5 hours. We've got 42 laps remaining in the Repco Bathurst. Because they're so close to each other, they're also tripping each other over. But your point a little earlier is probably a valid one in this as well. Depending on who you're tucked in behind, you might get the benefit of a little bit of fuel save here, which is going to help the cause. So another fastest personal best over Sector 1 for David Reynolds. Reynolds, Mostert, Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, Percat, Waters, Slade, Forward, Davison and Whincup in the top 10. Now, Percat, on occasion, in the back end of this race in years gone by, is very quick. The fastest car on the last lap was Van Gisbergen. The second quickest car on the last lap was Reynolds. So he's found pace. Giddy up to the front of the field. But Mostert was the third quickest on that last lap.
Thanks for the lead. Straight up. Mostert now's rounded up Reynolds. And it's go time. But here comes Van Gisbergen.
Copy, copy.
There will be an absolute sprint at some stage in this race. It's basically how far can we get into this race. When we get to that critical lap, we make the stop and then we sprint. It's a sprint home. 41 remaining.
41 laps remain. Repco Bathurst 1000. Chaz Mostert has now cleared David Reynolds, which we expected would happen. And we want to keep an eye on their relative lap speed. Here's the replay if you missed it. We want to keep an eye on their relative lap speed and whether we get a sense of whether they are fuel saving or how much pace they've got and the likelihood of what they're going to be able to do when they get to critical lap. This is the key manoeuvre here down the inside by Shane Van Gisbergen over Brody Kostecki. Did that pretty easily, actually, didn't he? So Brady didn't put up a huge amount of resistance, but that car was quite unstable of Shane's. When he first jumped out from in behind, he had to use a bit of curb to do the job here. This was wild, so Bryce Forward and Anton De Pasquale getting together in the final corner. Davison was able to take advantage of that situation. There was just a little nose-to-tail contact there in the middle of all that, and it just checked up Anton and hurt the progress of car number 11, and this just a few moments ago for the lead of the race, and that was pretty easily done, and David gave him space down there, a nice respectful move. Here's what it looked like from Chaz's perspective. He was ready for it, he aimed up, he parked the car to the inside. David would have caught sight of a flash of colour in the mirror. He pulled it up easily on the dirty side of the road and came out the other side without any troubles at all. Bryce Forward's quick out there at the moment too, Mark. He's in 7th position. He's just, another car from Matt Stone racing in the wall. This time we're at Forest Elbow. Another safety car.
This will make it easy for everybody now in terms of getting home for pace and fuel.
So this will trigger the safety car. That car's well buried in the tyres. It's Jake Kostecki at the helm at the moment. That car was sitting in 21st position. And this will take a little bit of the pressure out of the question. That's just going to make it a full-blown sprint to the end. Frustration inside that garage.
So I think what you'll find here is that Davison will probably take the stop here to do his 5 seconds. You reckon?
Pardon me?
Will Davison, I think.
Safety car boards and flag, safety car boards and flag, car off turn 18.
Yeah, so Anton's in for the Shell V-Power racing team. It seems early. Ryan Walkinshaw keeping a very close eye on what's going on. Why is he watching that?
Partially car 9.
And Chaz is asking who's in the lane. He just wants to get an understanding of what's going on. Why'd they bring him in so early?
I've got no idea. You can't rely that heavily on another safety car. I cannot work
he got
that
it out. He's finally got it out. Now, Van Gisbergen is also on the radio at the moment saying that Chaz is going too slow.
Copy, mate. Just don't fence it with that tyre. Just watch that tyre. Boxing this lap, please. Straight in here.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go too hard on that tyre or it won't make it all the way back to the lane.
I think there's a bit more to that story, that car being in the fence, because I reckon there's a bit of contact. I reckon that might have had a bit of Courtney, maybe. So, need to look a little bit further back. And have a look at that amount of smoke coming off the right-hand front for Kostecki.
Yeah, so Will Davison was just asking the question in the background whether he can serve that penalty, but you can't do that under the safety car. You can't serve those penalties. There is the BP Ultimate Safety Car. 40 laps remain at Mount Panorama.
I really can't work out the Deep Pasquale stop, Cropper.
No, neither can I. I'm racking my brain trying to understand it, but I'm sure that we'll get somebody on the job down there to understand it.
Did he stay out?
They called him in, but he stayed out. And in fact, they asked him to just take it gently. So we'll follow that one up for you as well. Car 26, Reynolds is in the lane.
So the call down here has been made to try and fix the 34 in pit lane, and the difference there is they're going to be able to use less people and different tools to get the job done. And the reason being they're trying desperately to try and keep this car on the lead lap. Now Matt Stone at the back here is just going to grab a couple of these stickers to try and get the job done. Matty, he's having a quick word with the engineer. He's just on the radio right now to the team. Sorry, we're right in the middle of everything here. Matt, is there a chance to stay on the lead lap here?
That's what we're trying to do here. We'll see how we go.
Okay, good luck, buddy.
So we must have missed it, but they might have instructed him to stay out after the earlier instruction. But there was a lot of damage around there, and he had the saw ready. They had everything ready. They've got a lot of kit that's on standby, typically right at the front of the garage, to be able to do surgery in a hurry with these cars. This car that we're looking at here is 14 odd laps down after the power steering troubles early in the day. Jack Perkins and Will Brown. And there's a bit of conversation in the background.
Radio.
People understanding what they've got tyre-wise also. So the smart operators make sure that they've got a green set of tyres available for the back end of the race in case they have to duke it out with somebody.
No, let's go. Clear.
I was listening to, it was Richard Harris, wasn't it? Talking to Will Davison. Yeah.
Okay, now they bring 34 in.
Staying in the car.
Confirming that he's staying in the car. So the good news is that tyre and the front bumper kind of relieved themselves from that contact that was happening there a moment ago. So it didn't end up being any further damaged or blown, thankfully. And they've got comms trouble here at car number 7, and that's just a nightmare at this racetrack, Heimgartner and Campbell.
Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. No, it's fine.
It's fairly warm.
Yeah, so composite guards on these cars, and that's why they've got the electric saw out, just to be able to get it away from the tyre. Got to leave it in place there, and then they'll just get a fresh tyre on the right front corner. Get a bit of 100-mile-an-hour tape on it, get it all taped up and secured.
Put the other radio on.
Object of the exercise from Matt Stone in the background is trying to keep it on the lead lap, but they need, it's actually, they need to cut that, the back lip off that, otherwise it's going to slice the face of the tyre.
Directed there by Neil Crompton Panel Work. Direct from Ballarat.
Go.
It'll be about as fine as my panel work would ever get as well. So all these little gremlins just creeping in late in the game. Issues with comms, issues with power steering, sensor issues. There's always some subplot at Mount Panorama. 39 laps remain. They're under the control of the BP Ultimate Safety Car. Chaz Mostert is our leader from Shane Van Gisbergen, who was suggesting before that Chaz was going too slow. Shane was saying that is. Brody Kostecki's in third. Field all bunched up once more. The reason for this, in the background, you'll see the Matt Stone Racing entry car number 34 of Kostecki in the wall. Now, did he get some helping hand, or did he do it on his own? And I think they had some clutch troubles with that car as well, I heard in the background. And he was ultimately able to get it into reverse and get it out of there, so, which was good news. And then they left him out for a lap, brought it back in, and then started to cut the dead bits off this car. And this was the good news part of the story. Able to get it away to the cheers of the crowd in the background and get him underway. When he first got rolling, though, it made a huge amount of smoke. We're a bit worried that it was going to pop a tyre because the back of the front air dam was actually rubbing on the face of the tyre there. There's not a lot of tread depth on these slick tyres.
And one of the great mysteries of the world is why Anton De Pasquale stopped. Yeah, I've got to get to the bottom of that because I just don't understand. And Ludo Lacroix is one of the smartest guys in pit lane. We know he's immensely clever around the setup, the strategy of this event.
The only thing I can think of, and I might be miles out, is if they're gambling that there could be another safety car. They don't have the car speed at the moment quite. They might be hoping that they can refill to full better, faster than anybody else and then get track position. It's the only thing that I can think of.
I think that's probably right.
So they haven't quite got the sharp end numbers. So it might be that they're playing forward to see whether or not that gets them back in the game. But that's just a stab in the fog.
Well, clearly it's a punt, but it's probably not a bad punt if that is what they're presuming.
What I don't like about it is it buries you in the pack.
Parks you back there, exactly.
Big shout out also to Ryan Story from Big Johnson Racing, the Shell V-Power racing team. I'm sure he'll be watching from the other side of the border in Queensland. And actually an announcement just in the recent past, just in this past week, that DJR has introduced a full-blown carbon neutral program, the first ever carbon neutral supercars team. They've been recognised by the FIA and their 3-star environmental accreditation. They've got a whole series of programs that they advised us about during the week. So a great initiative, and well done, Ryan, and everybody.
Because we were P10, P12 at the time, we were trying to save fuel, and we had the issue at the last turn, and that was an occasion to short fuel for 10 seconds, basically.
Merci.
Well done,
outstanding.
Rusty.
Well done, Rusty. Well done. Yeah, so I think that's what it is. I think given their track position, they're just getting the tank higher so that when they do get to their final stop, they're in a better position. I think it's just a strategy play. The worry for me is that the short stop looks good, but the problem is the traffic and track position for me looks bad, especially if there's more chaos. Based on what we've seen from the last couple of starts, there'll be more chaos.
Oh, I agree. And based on what we saw being the offline debris and all the marbles and things that are slightly off this completely grooved up racing line, if you get wide, you're going in the fence.
I think cars 19 and 9 were advised once again that they could use the lucky dog and sneak on by here. So they've been advised that they may now pass. Super slow-mo of the chopper overhead. The lights are going to go out in the BP Ultimate Safety Car here. We've got 38 laps remaining. There go some cars, in fact 9 and 19, as I suggested, away they go. So they're getting back in contention here. And the field now, once those lights go out, regulates speed, maintains a maximum of 5 car lengths, line astern, and no more weaving, and no more variation of speed. So the lights are now out. The control is now held by Chaz Mostert. Look at the jump on the road. And that's a little factor here, because when you do have a lunge at somebody, you can't do it on the racing line typically. You've got to go high or low, find a way around the outside. All right. Pull those belts up tight at home, folks, because this is going to be a wild ride to the end. We've got one stop remaining at Mount Panorama, and it looks as though it's going to be a full-blown sprint race to the back end of this one. It's going to put huge pressure on the crews for the final stop. Will we have any more trouble off the back of this safety car? Adam De Bore instructing Chaz Mostert, our leader, into the final corner to get the job done nicely, and that's what he's done. He's already skipped away as he made his run in there. So he's already taken some pressure off himself. Various drivers ducking out left and right, looking for some fresh air. Car number 3, one of them, Tim Slade. There's still that 5-second penalty hanging over Will Davison. You can't take it when the safety car's out. That's a little bit later to come in their final stop. So just reiterating, there's one stop to come.
Nice restart by Mostert, who's able to stave off Van Gisbergen as Slade dives down the inside. Remember I said how wild it is offline for Davison, but he stays there. He's going to be on the inside for the kick, and Tim has to give it away. He has to give it away. Davison fires back down the inside, is able to grab that spot. So that was quite willing between Will Davison and Tim Slade.
Remember, the tyres cool out ever so slightly in those safety car periods. That's the freight train. The tyres pressure down, so you don't quite have the security when you get back on it in the opening lap, just after a safety car. But you know that that's an opportunity for profit if you can pass somebody. Mostert's already got 3/4 of a second margin. That's what it looks like up the top of the mountain at Forest Elbow. This car's had pace all week. We had 8 sessions, including qualifying, to take us to this point in the weekend. They've been no further back all weekend than 3rd position. The little glitch in their story so far, they delaminated a left rear tyre on car number 25 at one point earlier in the day, and the indications might be that that was debris.
Yeah, it probably looks like something that's come out of left field rather than actually a car setup issue, based on being able to have that pace and the consistency across both drivers with Mostert and Holdsworth. Remember, the fastest lap of the race was done by Lee Holdsworth on lap 4 of 5:72. Chaz Mostert has got the lap record. He did that in 2019 with a 4:76. Now it's the sprint home. Almost 1 second gap now between Mostert and Van Gisbergen.
And we can start theorising about what might be. For Chaz Mostert, maybe another victory. The last one was 2014. For Shane Van Gisbergen, it could be back-to-back. For Brody Kostecki, hallelujah. He's never had a victory at this place. In fact, he's never been as competitive as this because it's so new in the game for him. Up the inside comes Waters, and that's a nice move. He did it very well. And he's displaced Nick Percat and taken over that position in 4th. So for Waters, missing out on a victory here last year by a narrow and painful margin, just 0.8 of a second. Bryce Fullwood's in the game here at the moment, Mark. He's running very well. He's leaving the team at the end of the year. Here's the replay from the chopper. Nick saw him coming, left a bit of space. He did have it on the slide on the way through there. Here's what the onboard looks like.
Just the correction.
It just lit up a little bit in the rears, and it actually got a kick off the curb as well, and got that done nicely. How about him downshifting before in that flurry in that earlier restart when he was trying to claw out of Sulman Park and protect from Brody? Like he didn't get sideswiped in all that. 1.1 seconds is the gap between Mostert and Shane Van Gisbergen. And Mozzie's responding with pace and a ton of it. He's gone faster over the top of the hill than any other driver today on that lap to try and break the spirit of Van Gisbergen.
In fact, he might do the fastest lap of the race, given the cumulative number out of the second sector, which is the run out of Forest Elbow onto the straight. Whincup now got a big run, massive run on Slade. Can he get down on the dirty side? Can't quite get it there. He had a little look and he was in the right spot. He got onto the dirty side and he knew that at that point that if he tried to fire down there, not only is there less grip, but you've actually made the corner tighter. And he thought that he was going to make contact, so he pulled out of it. Fastest lap of the race, Chaz Mostert, 5:60. That's an emphatic statement.
Gap is 1.2.
So what he needs to do now is just be clever. He's got pace. He's got that margin. Maybe what you do is get to about 2 seconds and then you leave the margin there, because at that point you can save fuel. Because remember, the next stop is about having the least amount of stationary time. So the clever part of this race now is, yes, I've got pace, yes, I can gap them, but don't gap them too far and get yourself into a position that you've used too much fuel and you have to stop for too long.
Pressure on the crews at the final stop. Chaz Mostert in a commanding position, having just achieved the new fastest lap of the race. Previous fastest lap of the race was done on lap 4 by his teammate, Lee Holdsworth. That is a quick car. It's nearly 1.5 seconds. And do we dare to dream that this might be the breakthrough victory for this organisation. The last one was back in 2011. Garth Tander and Nick Percat did it at that point, and it's been a real drought in between times. There's been some very sugar low moments for them over that journey.
Wes McDougall there, who's on the radio for Jamie Whincup and Craig Lowndes. Mark Dutton in between. David Couch, you can see Garth Tander just over the shoulder of David Couchy.
And he's on the move also. It's the end of the road for him at the 888 Race Engineering Group. Tim Blanchard, he's done a fine job today. And this little team has done an awesome job. They're currently sitting in 8th position, but big pressure at the moment on Tim Slade from Jamie Whincup. He stalks him on the rear bumper into the bottom of the chase. Awesome shot. These guys are only 6 seconds from the lead of the car race. 35 laps remain. 1.5 seconds the gap between Mostert and Van Gisbergen. And great pace here from Chaz Mostert as he tries to shake off Shane Van Gisbergen, the reigning champion at this event. Brodie Kostecki's on for a podium at the moment, but we've got one stop to come. Nobody can afford a mistake. Nobody can lock a brake. Nobody can have a slow stop. All those wheels and tyres have got to go on cleanly. Can you fuel save and maybe cheat half a second or a second in this next stop and just get yourself a bit of extra track position? Maybe play yourself in for a podium. There's a lot to answer as we build towards the end of this race.
Another fastest lap for Mostert, a 5.4 this time. 5.41 plays a 5.80 for Van Gisbergen. Another fastest lap on lap 127.
Back in 2014, Chaz Mostert and Paul Morris won this race. It was nearly 8 hours long. We were hoarse at the end of it. It was an extraordinary motor race by every measure. And he's currently on target with the pace he's showing, the margin that he's holding, that he might be able to do it again.
And on that day, he did not lead a lap. He did not lead a lap to win Australia's great race. He passed Whincup, who was out of fuel on the last lap, and basically led for 1 kilometre down Conrod Straight. It was an extraordinary race. And that first win for Mostert was a life-changing moment. This is another life-changing moment for Mostert today, because if he can get away with it, it's a win for Walkinshaw Andretti United, the ex-HRT team. And as you said, they haven't won for 10 years now.
And a couple of victories already in 2021 for Chaz Mostert. Could this be a third? Love that speed shot. And that one. Nick Bell on that camera. Swish panning from left to right all weekend. And those cars are travelling at 83 metres a second at the bottom of the hill. And they are almost at their peak revs. Adam De Borre, the engineer in the background.
No need to save at all. That was the last instruction.
Nice little message, that one. Faster again over the top of the hill than anybody else. That time then, a new fast lap. 2 minutes 5.4092. He's got 1.6 seconds over Shane Van Gisbergen, but that's so close. That could flip the other way depending on the time it takes to refuel and how clean and straight you get into your pit box and whether you bobble the clutch, sneeze the engine as you depart the pit lane. All those things have got to be managed.
Remember, Van Gisbergen lost the race when the car stalled in the pit lane when he was trying to get out.
In 2014, he had the pole. He was on target to win, and the darn thing wouldn't start. And the look on his face when his dad, Robert, put his arm around him and they walked back to the Techno Transporter that day broke all of our hearts.
So the simplest things, they get you at this cruel mountain. And a 5.4 gives him a 1.75 second lead over Van Gisbergen with a significant stop to happen yet. We've got 33 laps remaining in Australia's great race.
We're approaching the 5-hour mark. We've got one stop to go. 1.8 seconds now, the gap. Once again, Mostert's gone quicker over the top of the mountain than anybody else. He took 0.3 of a second out of Van Gisbergen over the top on that lap alone. 0.2 of a second out of him in the first sector. He's trying to break him. He's trying to get him off the back of his car, and he's doing it pretty successfully. 2 seconds now is the margin between first and second. We'll get a read on what it looks like in the third sector very shortly. Meantime, in car number 88, Jamie Whincup continues to apply pressure. He's sweating on Tim Slade. looking high, looking low, searching everywhere he can. He's sucking down hot air into the engine of that car. He's dragging hot air into the brakes. It's hurting the aero as well. He looks, he thinks about it. Big brake pressure, the second big hit on those front brakes, 850 degrees, and he slides and sneaks on by. Teco, Matt Nilsson, in the garage at the Blanchard Racing Team. He's a senior engineer that's had a vast amount of experience, was formerly with Walkinshaw Andretti United. He's giving a hand in the background for BRT.
Awesome job, awesome job.
Encouragement from Wes McDougall, the engineer for 88. Jamie's got some fresh air now, so he's now sitting comfortably in 8th. He's off after his mate in the foreground. It's Will Davison. Car number 5 in the background, Jack LeBrock. He's trying to slip away around the outside here as well. He's battling with Todd Hazelwood. Great understanding of the shape and nature of the cutting at turn 4. This is where you really begin the serious climb up the mountain. 1 in 6 gradient coming out the other side. Longer shadows over the top of the hill now. What that means? Faster racetrack.
Yeah.
The temperature will drop ever so slightly. The track will cool out. The rubber's up. The fuel's going down. We've got 32 laps remaining. These cars are going to be blindingly fast at the back end. And our lap record is still held by Chaz Mostert. He did it in 2019 with a fresh set of boots late in the game. He did a 2-minute 4.7. Right now, he's also got the fastest lap of the race. It's a 2-minute 5.1. He's got 2.5 seconds over Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, he's got that gap out to a comfortable margin now, and I'd be surprised whether Adam De Borre encourages him to keep on doing that pace. Probably just say, righto, what's Shane doing? Go back to the number that Shane is comfortable at. Because you know that Van Gisbergen will be pressing on as hard as he possibly can. That's Shane's character. We just know that's how he operates. And his best time of the race, Van Gisbergen, is a 5.46. So you can basically do a mid-5, a little bit away, he does another faster lap. It's actually exactly the same number, slightly faster. A 5.18 again. It was a 5.18. It's gone to a 5.186. So that's the number that Mostert's running out at the moment.
And if he continues on that trajectory, he's going to bust his own lap record in the last stint of the race. There's a good reason for it. If I were in car 25 at the moment, I'd want to be out of the undercut zone. I don't want to fumble in the pit stop to change the game for me. I want to shake him off now. Mostert's got 2.5 seconds. There's 31 laps remaining. Van Gisbergen, our reigning champion at this race, is in 2nd spot. Brodie Kostecki's on for his first podium at Mount Panorama after an epic drive. Waters, Percat, Forward, Davison, Whincup, Slade and Feeney inside the top 10. They are the pretenders. Now, I thought that Feeney might be out of business, but he's well back in here at the moment. Great performance by the young guy.
Absolutely. So battling now for 9th. So he's right in behind Slade. So great drive by Brock Feeney and Russell Engel.
And this ain't going to be over till it's over. We already know with Mostert punching out that numbers, seriously, I assure you, he's got to be using a little more fuel. This is a game about him getting far enough ahead of the fuel that Van Gisbergen can save. To add to it, I've just had a look at Mostert's tyres. They're a used set of tyres. Good tyres, but used. Look at this. Number 97, number 97, number 97, which is car 888 now, but green tyres. Game on.
Yeah, thanks, mate. In fact, I was in the garage at Red Bull when they had that conversation, and they decided internally to keep calling themselves 97 to not confuse the issue. And it's been a tricky one for all of us to manage this weekend. There's our race leader, Lee Holdsworth. Is this a breakthrough moment? The best performance for him at the mountain previously was back in 2009 with Michael Caruso. He was on the podium in 3rd. This could be the victory that he's been working towards all of his professional motor racing career. And somewhat disappointed at the back end of last year to lose his full-time drive, particularly for a man who on Friday went faster around here at that point than anybody else in Friday qualifying. He's been doing TCR this year, but he's dropped back into a supercar with fine style and speed in 2021 at Mount Panorama. Down the inside comes Whincup. Nice job.
Very nice manoeuvre. This is the replay. So on board with Jamie. Come from a fair way back. I know it doesn't look like that, but that's almost a car length back that he's been able to plunge down the inside You had to cover a little bit because when you're running there that fast, you slide wide early on the exit. It looked like Slade may have been able to get a run back on the inside down into turn 1, but he was able to stave that off.
He's pushing that thing.
He's pushing hard, isn't he?
Yeah, it was bottomed out in the right front corner over the top of Metal Grape. That's taking a lot of load into the car and the tyre there, but he is on the gas. 2.7 seconds is the margin over Shane. What's the old gag? What's the last thing that went through that bug's mind? It's its backside.
That's an old gag.
Very old gag.
Bordering on a dad's gag, actually.
Shocker.
Yeah.
This is great pace, Mark. And he is in the box seat here at the moment. He has now reached a point where he's shaken him off to the extent that if there is a tiny little fumble in the lane or there's a bit of variance in their fuel loads, then he might be able to get away with it. What he's got up his sleeve at the moment is pace. And that's what you want. That's the number one thing at this racetrack. Mostert, Van Gisbergen, Kostecki. There is Brodie. He's been on the podium this year. He's not too far behind.
0.8. Here's the battle here for the podium. So Cam Waters applying the pressure. There's the numbers. There's the delta. The red is the loss. Green is the gain. And Kostecki and Waters are now battling for the bottom step of the podium. Mostert, Van Gisbergen, Kostecki, Waters, Percat. We're going to go on board now with Cam Waters and get a feel for what his car is like versus Brodie Kostecki. Turn it up and enjoy. So two things to notice here. Way too much oversteer for Cam Waters. Really big slides going, and he's fuel saving in a couple of spots.
Coming out of the chase and the direction change, I was surprised how much it was sliding. Now the tyres have seen their best. He's not far away.
Let's hope for a safety car and calm down.
From critical lap, that was coming to the forward car. Conversation in the background, and George Commons up there as well in conversation with car 99. So the tyres have seen their best at this end of the stint. What they're all looking to now is this final stop. We're on lap 134, 28 laps to go. Best fuel range that we've seen from front runners is 23 laps.
Now with all those free passes in the safety car periods, James Courtney has absolutely got right back onto the lead lap and is currently 12th. So they've done a good job from the early Thomas Randall off that turn 1.
Yeah, so
and all the issues, they've basically been able to roll around, they got the free pass, and they're back.
Yeah, that rule changed, and for this event, and it's to get all the key players back on the lead lap where possible. I thought at one stage that Feeney-Ingle car might have been done, but I was completely wrong about that, so they've played back in very nicely here. So if you work backwards from the 23-lap best range that we've seen, they will get to the critical lap that we were selling from early in the day in the Hino Hub, and that's lap number 138. Have a look at the graphics on screen. You can see where we're at the moment. We're on lap 134. This has been a fine effort by Brock. He's talking a very highly experienced driver here in Tim Slade. Meantime, for car number 11, for Anton Di Pasquale, down in 16th position. If you're a fan of the Shell V-Power racing team, and he's between Mark Winterbottom and David Reynolds.
Pace has dropped off a little bit, Croppo. 5 7s and 8s now.
And David Cauchi was just on the phone to Shane Van Gisbergen and was just talking about asking to hit a certain number. Give me some -12s was the instruction, just to be certain. So they're just trying to make sure, based on their consumption, that they can get into that lap, that critical lap that I spoke of before. So the fuel burn average in litres, the teams talk kilos, 3.6 to 3.9 kilos per lap. For us in the real world, 4.6 to 5 litres per lap is the typical burn round here. Such is the long, fast nature. 56% of the lap is wide open throttle at this racetrack. So it puts a premium on straight line performance. What's interesting about this place, Mark, and it was a bit of a culture shock when everybody first arrived, put the cars on the track on Thursday after 4 straight weeks of running at Sydney Motorsport Park. The turning time intervals at Sydney Motorsport Park are long, long, long. It really leans on the car. It's about half that here at a very different mid-corner speed. So it's about 7 seconds on average. Sydney Motorsport Park is about 3.8 seconds here. But a bigger premium on aero balance because of the pace here. Just the nature of the track entirely different. So it took a few people a little bit of time to get their cars ideally in the window, get them to work. Now Percat's going quick out there again as well. Personal best for him over the top of the hill, and he's on target to do his best lap of the race on this lap with 27 to go.
Hearing everyone talking about, is there any little change that they can make for the last stop, and is there any aero change to be made? Because we're cooler now. You can afford to have more downforce. You can blank the radiator off or the brake duct off a little bit more. And if they're going to make a little aero change, you've got to make sure it doesn't upset the balance, because if you've got good pace right now, do you take the punt on tuning it to the last sprint back to home?
I reckon with shade on the racetrack, the temps cooling out, you can afford to ask for a little more front in the final stint, and they'll see what their tyre pressures are from the tyre pressure monitoring systems that are in these cars via telemetry going back to the bunkers at the moment, but they'll want to get those correct within a half pound to make sure that you're spot on.
So I've been really impressed with Mostert's drive. Obviously, he's done a remarkable job yesterday, but I love his attitude today because he's got his race face on. Adam De Borre just said to him, do you want to put a bit more front aero on? And he said, leave the car alone. The car's great.
That's right. Yeah.
Don't mess with my toy that is going so well.
There's always a temptation to tweak. The drivers emphatically said no. That's good news. Mark Winterbottom, car number 18, sitting in 15th position at the moment, in behind Macaulay Jones and the Coca-Cola entry, who right there at that spot earlier in the day dodged the echidna, thankfully, which triggered the safety car. So a vastly experienced driver, former champion, former Bathurst champion, chasing one of the new young guns in the field in Macaulay, who was very quick in the mid-stint of the race. Just have a look where he's sitting at the moment. On the last lap, he was the 19th fastest car out there. So a little bit of that pace that he was showing early on is just diminished slightly.
And Di Pasquale, with the mystery stop, is not able to get by. So he hasn't got good enough pace at this stage of the race to get by Mark Winterbottom. The car behind is Anton Di Pasquale. Luckett?
Crompo, I'm here with your brother to help build this race up because it's going to be great. We know 138, right? That's our lap to get home. Now, I know, I can tell you, these guys are conserving fuel compared to Mostert down there. We know to put 110 litres in the car, 29.5 seconds out of this fuel tower. I know how much work this team put into fittings and getting the length from the hose, all of that bang on. What if they take 29.5 seconds and these guys from their fuel saving take 27.5 seconds? It's that close. What if there's a stall right here? What if there's a stall down there with Mostert? And I can tell you it's cooling down out here. And we know what that does to the way the cars rack out there on the track. It ain't over.
It's a long, long way from done. Thanks, Larko, for the update. And you might be a bit cheeky. You might slightly underfuel and just take the risk. You play for everything. It's either win or bust. So you might try and get track position. You might gamble against the safety car. There's been plenty of them in years gone by, particularly at the back end of the race. So if you're a bit cheeky, you just pull that fuel filler off 1 second earlier, near enough to 4 litres, and try and get yourself some track position. Because this race is worth winning. It's hard to remember who was the runner-up.
Exactly. First of the losers, no good. The winner of this race is up for grabs. Mostert versus Van Gisbergen. It's 4.5 seconds. Mark Larkham just detailed the difference in what can evolve in the stop, but also what is the difference between an undercut? Does Van Gisbergen, because of the way that he's approached this last phase of the race, do they take a punt, bring him in early, put the fresher tyres on and do it?
That's what I was getting at a little bit earlier. You don't get great benefit from tyre undercut here, but fresh tyres are fresh tyres. You get something from it. They'll know the numbers. We don't exactly know what they are. You could get it by cheating the fuel ever so slightly. And that's what they'll all be focused on there at the moment. And that's why Chaz and Adam worked so hard to break that margin in this stint of the race. That's why they wanted to build the buffer, wanted to shake him, to protect him from all of those games that could be played in the final stop of the race. Because you can make a mistake on the way in. You can overshoot through the S's into the pit lane entry. You can miss your target spot when you pull up. Somebody can fumble a wheel. You could be undercut by your competitor. There's a bunch of things. You might bobble the departure and not quite phase the clutch and the accelerator. You've got to manage that throttle percentage perfectly on the way out when the pit lane limit is engaged. Last lap, speed check, 5.7 for Mostert, 6.3 for Van Gisbergen. Their fuel saving, 6.6 for Brody Kostecki. He's got a nice margin at the moment. It's starting to sneak towards 5 seconds.
But the other part that's interesting is the pit lane location. Because when you're at Red Bull Ampol Racing, you're at the pointy end, you're at the end of the pit lane. So do you take a punt on just releasing the car and driving it out in front of you? Because if you have another safety car, you get home, you park yourself there.
And you've got the ability to look down the lane and make, so you can determine your fueling based on the eyeball engineering of it, and that's the point that I'm making. That's the reason why those guys in 25 wanted to do the shake, rattle and roll and get that margin going right now. Final stop for this car.
A little bit of water.
Lap 138. We've reached critical lap. So they've topped up water, they're topping up fuel. That's covering all of the other changes. Been a good campaign today, Philip Brock. And for Zach Best, the only rookie in the field. Bright future. Done very well this year in Dunlop Super 2. Nice, clean, easy departure there for Jack. So things are going to get pretty exciting in the next couple of laps. We're focused here on third position. Brody Kostecki v Cam Waters off Forest Elbow. 24 laps remain. We're in the zone. This is the critical final stop for our race leader coming up. Anthony McDonald, car controller, moving out in front of the car very shortly. The boys are laying up. They can't go out there more than 2 laps prior to a stop. In he comes. Final stop of the day for our race leader. There's never been more pressure on them. He ticks the first box. He gets into the lane cleanly.
Very easy to make a mistake in that little piece of road.
25 in the lane.
Got in there nicely.
In the lane.
Overcut. They're going the other way. They're going the other way with Van Gisbergen.
Okay, mate, you're going to go around PCR. Remember, blue screen, blue screen. Line yourself up, mate. That's it. Good work. Come on.
Nicely on the spot. Slightly undershot. Not much in it. Good set of Dunlop hard boost goes on. Tear off. Nice, clean, clear vision for the final stint of the race.
Tear off, son. Okay, get out of the way, fellas. Just be ready.
Drink bottle done
also.
also.
We've got a car in the lane now. We've got a car in the lane. We're just waiting on fuel, mate. Waiting on fuel. So another car. Got a couple of cars coming down the lane. After cool drive, we should be okay. After cool drive, we should be clear. Right, go, mate. Go, go.
So all of that executed exactly as per the menu. Got it away cleanly when he needed to. Now, what's going to happen as a result of a possible overcut? Kostecki came in as well, so did Will Davison, who's got the 5-second hole, and Slade and Hazelwood. Mostert fueled to home.
Just waiting on fuel here. Remember, you can't go and just drop him, mate. We've got a 5-second penalty, okay?
So that's the word to Will Davison because of that unsafe release earlier in the lane, the contact.
Hold him, but we're dropping, okay?
Then the hold. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, go.
And that just drops him slightly. Hit this lap, no option, Shane Van Gisbergen. Green tyres for Shane Van Gisbergen. He stays in the car quite clearly. Full fuel, green tyres, the blast to the checkered flag. And he will launch into this pit lane. It's like a qualifying in-lap for Van Gisbergen. The only chance that he's got is to go berserk on the way in and the way out. Will they make any tyre pressure changes to the incoming tyre set? Will they change any blanking or do anything different with this car to try and make some pace? They don't quite have the ultimate pace of car 25. How's the arrival? How's the arrival? He had 2 turning and 2 burning onto the way into the lane.
I think he's going to hit the fence there.
There's the effective race leader. Chaz Mostert has taken his tyres and fuel. Meantime, down the bottom of the hill, Van Gisbergen and Waters and Percat, they're all in. 3 key runners. We're going to sort out who's where for the battle for the podium for the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. Beautifully on the spot for Shane. But he arrived into that pit lane with the fronts absolutely locked. Snow ploughed his way in there with left lock on it.
He was battling to miss the fence then when he had the front wheels locked.
Feeney in, Jones in, Winterbottom in, Campbell in.
There goes Mostert.
That's the margin. Comfortable margin. Has he got the pace to respond in the back end of the race? Chaz Mostert is in the box seat. Will there be a safety car? What pace do both of them have? How will this play out? Mostert, Van Gisbergen, there's Waters in the background. Was that Brodie coming out of turn 1?
Yeah, it's close. He might even get across in front. So there might be a change here for the podium. It's Cam Waters now weaving to get some tyre temperature.
Oh my goodness me.
What's happened here?
This is going to trigger a safety car.
Or what have we done here?
What is going on with Di Pasquale?
Is it mechanical? Was it mechanical? I can get gears, but I can't drive.
Oh my goodness.
No prop shaft or something like that?
It's got a prop shaft.
That's like a prop shaft? I can change gears, but I can't drive.
Anton Di Pasquale, Shelby Power Racing Team.
Safety car boards and flags.
Safety car triggered once more. This changes the game. The cars will be nose to tail. That typically creates more agitation at the back end of the race. Mount Panorama will come alive one more time. What a disappointment. They've not had the speed today. Anton Di Pasquale has fought hard all day. They made an unusual move in the recent past with that other pit stop that we couldn't totally work out. But what a season. He'll be strong in 22. 11 Armour All poles, 6 race victories in 2021. And now Fullwood, Whincup, Courtney come in to complete their stops.
Now, is there any other team cars that are in a 2-car scenario that's going to benefit? No, it's not. I just thought that Brock Feeney might actually benefit from a single car piece there, but it's not going to play out like that.
Okay, close doors probably, boys. That's work. Good work. Just wait on fuel now.
Fortunate here with Red Bull too, so no double stack.
When it drops, you're right to go.
David Reynolds will pop up a little bit here because it's a shorter refill for car 26 because he was out of sequence before.
Good stuff.
Making a little change to the front of that car. That's the Boost Mobile entry. Was that a ride height adjustment? Mostert goes back into the lead. Maybe a damper adjustment. Ooh, tight. Gets out just. Whincup over Fullwood. Mostert, Van Gisbergen, Waters, Kostecki, Fullwood, Whincup. That was for position, that little battle. Sorry, Whincup, Fullwood because of the way they came out of the lane. but they will all line up behind the BP Ultimate safety car while they recover Anton Di Pasquale. Safety car boards showing, yellow flags all around the circuit. A chance for us once again to acknowledge all of the hard-working officials and the corner marshals here. This is what happened to Anton. Had a whole lot of nothing coming out of turn 4 and it just coasted to a stop. You heard him say, I can move gears, but I've got no drive. White flags showing the other competitors that there's a slow vehicle on the racetrack. This arrival, like we predicted, was off the scale. Dunlop hard tyres roaring in the background, had it locked up. He had left lock on it. Watch it from his viewpoint. Watch this. It's the next bit, the left-hander. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Whoa, Shane. Big risk, big risk. He nearly ate some concrete.
I love that. That is just fantastic.
He's a thrill a minute. There's never any doubt that anything was left on the table with Shane van Gisbergen. 21 laps remain. PP Ultimate safety car's got control. All the margins have disappeared. So much for having a fast car. So what's all this about? Hello, mate. How are you? Let's go. Let's tighten up those margins and let's have a big duke out to the end of this thing. One thing that Shane van Gisbergen relishes is a serious hand-to-hand fight to the back end of these races. I reckon you could tear every single thing off it and he will just keep on duking it out.
And they've had some classic battles. Remember that battle in Townsville?
That
one was one of the best races I've ever seen. Mostert versus Van Gisbergen.
All-time favourite.
Absolutely.
So if you are Chas Mostert, who is the worst bloke to have behind you right now? Shane van Gisbergen. And he ain't getting. So he's got two things to still roll the dice on. That green set of tyres, and he did this at the pit stop. I don't know if you saw at the front of the car. These are the blankers they have around their radiator, the front of the engine. They pulled these thinner ones out and they put thicker ones in, which is going to give the front of that car a little more downforce. Everyone loves downforce. Bit of turn, bit of speed, game on.
Yeah, I thought they might do that with these conditions. Thanks, Larko. Just go in search of a little bit more front grip. So whatever the speed is that we've previously seen doesn't necessarily apply to Van Gisbergen top right for this back end now. That might smarten it up just a fraction, because it's not like he's a half-second slower, it's a whisker slower. We're talking a tenth or two per lap. It's the cumulative effect that if you've got a tenth a lap, 10 laps becomes a second. Now, he might claw a bit back here. This is a long, long way from done.
But he might have to do it straight up, because he's got the green tyre versus the second-hand tyre, the roaded tyre versus the green tyre.
And he pulls the knife every time on restarts.
100%,
every time.
100%.
He will go for the throat.
But what's this bloke do? So if you're Mostert, you don't do the same method of restart as you did last time. No way. So I reckon what you do is you run way down into the final corner and blast it off the final corner straight. You've got to change the way you do it.
It's a sad sight. Di Pasquale vacating the cockpit of car 11. He switched the master switch off and live to fight another day for a battle in 2022 here. Now, cars eligible for the safety car wave by once more are Coulthard and 9, so 19 and 9. And Will Brown's in car number 9.
How about Courtney coming back from Never Neverland? They're 8th. That's a great run.
Well, and Brock Feeney inside the top 10. So that little rule has had quite a positive effect, is bringing key runners back into play at the back end of the race. That's why everybody's here. That's why we pay our ticket. That's why we sit down in front of the telly to see the best operators do the best job.
For sure. So this is going to be so intense, folks. To win Australia's biggest car race, Mostert has got to hold off Van Gisbergen at this restart and then hold him off for 18 or 19 laps. So when the safety car comes in, the restart rules are really clear. From the time the light goes out, you can't then weave. You have to maintain a constant speed, and you have to be within...
Speed at turn 2, lights will be out at 19.5.
You have to maintain a constant speed, you can't weave anymore, and you need to be within 5 car lengths.
I only looked away and looked back up. Are they giving that a drink of oil? Yes, they are. There's a quick dry brake system there that's replenishing oil in that car number 4 at Brad Jones Racing. Garth Tander in the background. Is he on for another win? He's got 4 already. Could it be 5? David Couchy, the engineer for that car. He's on the move at the end of the year. Wouldn't it be nice if he could claim a great race victory? That's not happened for him previously. So, 20 laps remain. Still a long, long way to go. How'd you like to be Lee Holdsworth? Butterflies? You bet.
We need a close-up of his fingernails.
Andrew Wiles, Ryan Walkinshaw, they're sitting there digesting this race. 10 years since the organisation has won this race. His dad came here in 1984, loved it so much, he came back with 3 Jags in 1985, and it's been part and parcel of the family and their racing operations ever since.
Yeah, Tom Walkinshaw was certainly a massive fan of this event. And then you can see also the Tickford organisation, Rod Nash and Tim Edwards and the engineering group looking on there, because Cam Waters, don't discount Cam Waters, because remember also that epic battle that Cam Waters and Shane Van Gisbergen had here last year. It was absolutely on for the last 3 stints of this race. It was a complete sprint home. Now, there's only 20 laps remaining. And remember the move that Kostecki put on Waters before, down at Reed Park.
He went in full motocross mode to go down the inside at Reed Park. Rooster tailing, kept his foot in the bucket, drove down the inside on the way to Metal Great. It was awesome.
Gave him a hit at 200k.
That is a glorious shot. Just shows the complexity of this place. How fast, how narrow, how steep. What do you reckon is going to happen?
Well, I hope that Chaz changes his method of the restart, because you've got to mix it up. The gamesmanship and intimidation of Van Gisbergen is profound. He's a master racer. He's got a really high racing IQ. We often talk about his experience and how doggedly tough he is. Remember, he went to Sandown earlier in the year with a broken collarbone. He had broken ribs. He come from 17th in one race to win it, almost one-handed.
It's 16 degrees now, Mark. We started the day with a peak temperature of about 20 degrees. There's some cloud cover. It's mostly a shaded racetrack. They're fueled up. They've got decent tyres. They've got the biggest race in the country to play for. It's on. The lights are going to go out on the BP Ultimate safety car. It is on.
Cars go over the lap from the apex of the last turn.
They've tweaked car 888. Mostert didn't want any changes. Does Shane have any more in the tank? Can Chaz hang on? Can Chaz make it victory number 2? Could it be back-to-back for Van Gisbergen? Could it be the first time on the podium for Kostecki? Could it be a make good for Waters, who was runner-up last year? All the questions to be answered. Under the control now of Mostert. No margins between any of them. Forget about the 5 car lengths. They're all on top of each other. This is a key restart. And it's going to be lovely. He's gone. He's bolted down the hill. Lines it up into Murray's. Shane goes with him. And in the background, they will be jostling. Are you ready for this, Australia? This is going to be a great blast to the checkered flag, because Mostert's got control of the biggest motor race of the year. Chaz Mostert, Shane Van Gisbergen, Cam Waters, 1, 2 and 3. And you can bet your bottom dollar that Kostecki will have a monstrous go over the top of the hill from 4th.
Mostert did a nice job then. He went earlier than the previous time. He made sure he got off the change the direction of the chase and gassed it up and was able to get down to the final corner with about 2 car lengths. But remember, he's got a roaded tyre. Shane's green tyre will come on in this lap. And remember, they made the change to the front of Shane's car. He will be more competitive in this stint.
It'll take the best part of half to 3/4 of a lap for that tyre to phase in, to connect to the road, but already Mostert's showing pace. That's half a second on the computer timing, as you can see, top left side of your screen at the moment. Waters, Kostecki, Whincup, Forward, Percat, Courtney, Feeney, Hazelwood, top 10. Great shots as the cars exit Reed Park. He's got margin. He'll flick his eyes into the mirror and just have a peek to understand where Van Gisbergen in. Off the road for Brock Feeney. And this is going to be another safety car. They bunch up once more, and what an end. What an end to a great campaign for Brock Feeney. What a disappointment. Oh, my goodness me.
Tough luck, mate. You did an awesome job. Yeah, mate. Hard luck.
Martin Short on the radio. He did do an awesome job. He'll learn. But what a frustration. Did he do it on his own? Was he helped?
Hopefully they'll tow us out.
He knows the implications of that. He's only, oh my goodness, it's actually whacked the wall, plucked the right front of it. That's going to take a while to rectify.
I'll have to drag it backwards probably, won't they?
She looks a bit second hand. 19 laps remaining, another safety car. I think that's safety car number 6.
He's devastated.
He's all right, but he's not all right.
No.
He's physically okay. He's mentally damaged.
So I think he might have hit the fence coming out of Reed Park, Neil, and ended up in the McPhillamy Park sand trap. I think that's what's happened, because that right-hand front damage is pretty significant, isn't it?
I saw smoke coming up there.
Wow, that is a sad end to a great campaign for a young man with a huge future. Super 3 champion, Super 2 champion. Vast experience at a young age. That'll be heartbreaking for his dad, Paul, his mum, Sue. Back into the medical car, and let's understand what happened. We'll have a look on the replay. He's got wide. He's in the marbles on the exit of Reed Park. He's whacked the wall. It's busted the right front. And then that is solid contact. And it was lucky that Hazelwood was able to jink around to the left and avoid that. And then there's no stopping the thing. It's gone straight into the beach at McPhillamy. Game over.
But it was what you were saying earlier about that debris on the outside. As soon as you got out of the groove, out of that high grip area of the racing line, it is like ice on the outside. Check this out. He's just only a half a car width too wide there. The loaded wheels are in the grey. They're out there in the Greg Murphy shingle, and it's over and out.
Gravel trap did exactly what it's designed to do there. Back under the control of the BP Ultimate safety car.
On board, bang! And that was a big understeer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When he got wide, he just had no way of keeping it to the left.
So a couple of factors there. Tyres have cooled out and pressured down ever so slightly, and he was offline. So it didn't grip up like he expected it to. The minute you're a couple of millimetres wide, thump. And that was a biggie. That was much like the Hazelwood shunt from a couple of years ago that we had in our track highlights early in the day as well. And then it's gone straight down parallel with the fence and straight into the gravel trap at the Pertec McPhillamy area. And fortunately, it's done the exact right job down there. So he's heartbroken. You can be heartbroken when things go wrong like that and walk away disconsolately. But if you've had pace, there is an upside, and he's had pace today.
No doubt. He and Russell have put a really good campaign together. Come through the field. They've had a couple of little dramas through the course of the day. Able to get right back in contention, the back of the top 10. And that little mistake is a cruel blow for the young man who's going to replace.
There's the other half of the tyre pressure monitoring system. You can see revealed in the rim there, and that sends a little radio message to a receiver in the wheel arch of that car, and then that information gets sent back down to the garage. That's how they know whether or not the driver needs to do more preparation work on a warm-up lap, or indeed when a safety car's out there. So that looks pretty sad and sorry, and they've done a wonderful job in recovery, the supercar recovery team. Fantastic job to get that car on the truck pretty quickly, and a sad end to that campaign. Now, what we learned from that is that Mozzie controlled the start well on the restart. Here it is again, actually. We'll have a long, hard listen. Listen to this one. This is nasty.
Wasn't much warning there. He was just a fraction wide.
Just a tiny bit. It just didn't turn like he expected, and that's because the tyres weren't up, and he made a little roll bar adjustment just prior. Here's the other angle. And it was actually just after he picked up the throttle and understeered wide. As soon as it got out of the groove, it was gone. The first thing when that happens is disbelief. Absolute disbelief. Oh my goodness, how could I do that? How could I end up out there? Because he was on for a result at the back end of this race. So going back to where I was leading us to a moment ago, we saw Mostert manage that start very well. And then he managed the cold tyre lap very well. He's got pace. Now he's got to do it again.
Yeah.
Got to keep chancing the roulette wheel here. Can he get away with it one more time?
Well, what he's got to do, he's got to mix it up again. Last time, he went coming off the chase, off the change of direction. The previous time, he went in the gap between the final corner and the chase. What's he going to do this time? Because he's got to be able, from a gamesmanship perspective, he's got to be able to mix it up. Rusty?
It's nerve-wracking enough, this game, at the best of times. How are you holding up?
Yeah, not good. Not a good time to speak to me right now. You know, we've seen the last 10 laps, anything can happen, and I certainly wouldn't be making any bold predictions at this point.
The boys upstairs talking about the need to mix it up at the restarts, do something different. Did a good job before, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. You know, Shane probably knows that his chance to get us is on that first lap. So if Chaz can keep getting the jump, then, you know, we should be okay.
Anything left on those fingernails?
No, mate.
Kind of funny, I'm here with Garth and Leanne Tander. I just said, Leanne, giving your husband a bit of comfort, and she turned around and looked at this mob and said, no, I've got nowhere to sit. Mate, I've been coming here forever, and I'm nervous. I'm tapping my feet. What's the emotion with you? I mean, there's the biggest prize in Australian motorsport right at your fingertips. What do you do?
Oh, we've got the right man in the car for the job, so the 25 car's been seriously fast all week, so, I mean, if it's a straight-up fight, I don't think we can get in front of Chaz. But, I mean, the great thing about Shane is he's such a fighter and just doesn't give in until the last corner. So if there's a possibility, a tiny, tiny opening, he'll wedge it open. So we've got the right man in the car.
Here's the guy, isn't he, mate? And we're averaging a safety car about 1 per lap, so it ain't over till it's over, is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, you just got to keep your composure in these situations. So Chaz has been mixing up the restarts, so Shane will be well aware of that. So, like I said, we just sit back and enjoy it. You become a bit of a race fan here, so you just sit back and enjoy the show.
Great drive today, mate. Not bad for TV bloke.
Yeah, I've got commentator hands. I've got a blister, so it's like Crompton and Skate.
15 laps to go next time, boys. We go green.
James Moffat's driving with Cam Waters here this weekend. What can Cam do from third place on this restart, these dying stages?
Well, anything's possible, Chad. So, yeah, what are we going to have? About 16 laps to go. So, yeah, it's all on. 3 of the big players up the front. So, yeah, sit back and enjoy, I reckon.
All right, that I will.
Thanks, mate.
James Moffat's been a runner-up here. He's currently in a position to grab a podium. For Garth Tander, it could be victory number 5. Could be. For Lee Holdsworth, it could be his first ever victory. He was third with his buddy Michael Caruso back in 2009. But for Chaz Mostert, this one would be sweet if he could stitch this one together. That last one in 2014 was full Weirdsville Grand Prix. This one has been a full-blown sprint to the end.
Okay, buddy, stay drivers right,
17 laps remain. Repco Bathurst 1000. Safety car interventions are plenty at the back end of the race. It's followed its usual form. So we've got to go through it all again. Will we get another one? Once the cars bunch up, the probability gets higher that we might have more trouble. And
These guys with the wave around, they might win.
That's right, they're getting so many laps back.
They're going to be a lap ahead in a second.
Yeah. Second verse, the same as the first. It's 9 and 19 that keep on getting the wave by. There's some stern faces in those garages at the moment. Some tense individuals.
Lights out on the safety car, lights out on the safety car. No more accelerating, braking or weaving. Must maintain 80. Look for green flags. Look for green flags.
So you heard Adam DeBore offering up the information that's critical. 80 kilometres an hour. Heart rates are up. Pressure's up. Tension's up. The opportunity to see here, unbelievable. You could, with the right manoeuvre, put yourself in position to win the grand race. For Van Gisbergen, he could make it back-to-back. We've gone green.
Green flags.
Mozzie's changed it up. A little bit of a love bite. He waited for the tap and then he went. So away goes Chaz Mostert. Van Gisbergen goes with him. Waters third. Kostecki in fourth. Once again, Mostert prevails into the final corner. He's pulled it up straight. They've tried to keep as much temperate pressure in those tyres as they can. Away we go again. One more time for some green racing. 16 laps remain for the Repco Bathurst 1000. Chaz Mostert is in the box seat. Van Gisbergen has not been able to hold sway into the first corner. And it's already half a second once again like it was for the last restart.
Nicely done, Chaz Mostert. Beautifully executed. Shane did everything he could. He was resting the front of his car on the back of Chaz's. He wanted to put as much pressure on as possible. He wanted to intimidate him. But Mostert was able to prevail.
So the minute that Chaz felt the Morse code, away he went. That was when he grabbed the gas. Because he knew that at that moment, at that critical moment, Shane had to lift after he made the contact and then he made the jump. Green flag clearing the racetrack through every sector. The most glorious piece of racing track. Over Sector 2, the top of the hill, Sulman Park, Reed Park, McPhillamy Park, Esses, Dipper, Elbow. It's epic and it's on. It's 0.8 of a second between Mostert and Van Gisbergen, and once again, Chaz skipping away when it matters most. But the battle for the minors, far from done. Could it be Waters? Could it be Kostecki? Will the top two stay as they are? We don't know. Whincup forward, Percat, Courtney, Hazelwood, Slade, the top 10.
How's the pace of Mostert in that sector across the top? Almost 300 kilometres an hour as they approach the famous right-hand kick, and that first sector was about 0.3, but across the top, Neil, it's 0.3 of a second. He's gapped him by 0.3.
Yeah, there's some amazing pace in that car. But for the hiccup when it delaminated that tyre, that car has been supreme all day. Jumping on board car number 99, we're sitting in 4th place, Brody Kostecki. He's fighting for a podium, and he will go for it. He will chew raw meat if he has to. That car in front is a little bit taily.
Great job, mate. Great job. I thought really wait for everyone behind.
Just saw Cam Waters' car skip sideways ever so slightly in the mid-corner. George Commons is the engineer for car number 99. The lap that we saw yesterday from Brody in the top 10 shootout was enough to reduce George to tears.
It was an amazing lap. In fact, the time that he did the lap, we thought that it might have been good enough for pole position. He was far better than anybody. And we've got the best seat in the house right now, in behind Cam Waters. Van Gisbergen's been able to just eke out a little gap. So it's basically 1 second from Mostert to Van Gisbergen. It's 1 second back to Waters, but it's only 0.6 back to Kostecki, and it's only 0.5 back to Whincup in his final full-time run at the Great Race.
Recall my message on the grid. At the start of the race, as Waters drops the right rear into the gravel. 10 of the last 15 races at Mount Panorama have been determined by less than 1 second. Right now, 5 3/4 hours into this motor race, the margin after the safety car still sitting at 1 second. It's a nail-biter. Mostert, Van Gisbergen, Waters, Kostecki. Is there any more pace left in the Van Gisbergen car? Green tyres went on it. Will they phase in? Does he have enough pace?
Has the front ducting, has the radiator ducting changed, and the blanking made that car better?
Well, the reason why I raise it is because that lap, Gizzy was 1/10 quicker in Sector 1. They level pegged over the top of the hill. We're about to get an indication in the 3rd sector because those tyres have now phased in. So Van Gisbergen's going with him. He's trading punches. So that tells us the car is as quick on a warm tyre, but it's not quite as quick on a cold tyre. He did a 40.8 in the last sector, Van Giz. Plays a 40.7 for Mozzie. The lap times, 2 minutes 5.5 for Chaz, 2 minutes 5.6 for Shane Van Gisbergen. 1.1 seconds is the margin, 14 laps to go.
And you can see the level of intensity, the concentration required. Mostert with his eyes forward, trying to optimise the performance of that Walkinshaw and Andretti United Commodore at every single juncture because he knows that Van Gisbergen is coming. There's nothing in it.
As the sun sneaks further to the west, it's dropped another degree out there. The easterly's still pretty vigorous. Tailwind on pit straight. It was 16, it's now 15 degrees, and they can feel it down there. Is that helping this car? Is he closer? He's starting to use all of the margins. You saw how close Shane was up to the concrete on the run to Sulman Park. Watch that. He all but scrapes the mirror on the exit of Reed Park. The margin's 1.2 seconds. He will throw everything he's got, every skill that he's learned since he joined the supercar family way back when at Oran Park to try and put together back-to-back victories at Mount Panorama. These two will fight absolutely to the end.
These are qualifying laps, folks. There was no margin as those two fired across the top of the hill. In fact, Van Gisbergen has just done his fastest run across the top of the hill. In fact, it's 0.02 away from the fastest sector all day across the top of the mountain.
Shane is always vigorous on the brake bias. He'll be vigorous on the anti-roll bar controls. It's becoming a two-horse race as these two guys skip away. They're leaving Waters behind at the moment. The margin from Waters to the lead is 3.2 seconds, and I'm not sure that Brody's got a response for Cam at the moment. More cloud cover, cooler track, temperatures dropping. Van Gisbergen's getting faster. Does he have a response?
He has, absolutely.
1.16 seconds lap time last time round. It is a nail biter. Mostert did a 2-minute 5.31. Van Gisbergen did a 2-minute 5.35. Lee Holdsworth can barely watch the car race.
There you go. There's the numbers. So that's the fastest lap of the race for Van Gisbergen on the last lap, a 5.35. There's only 0.04 of a second in it on that last lap. This is one of the great sprints. We saw it last year between Van Gisbergen and Waters. We're seeing it again in 2021's version of the great race.
They're driving on the absolute limit. They are on the threshold of these tyres. There will not be 1 millimetre left under brakes. They can't crack that throttle 1 millimetre earlier. They can't lean on the car laterally any harder than they are. The load on the right front corner at metal grade's 1.1 tonne on that tyre right there. This is 200 kilometres an hour in the mid-corner, building to 220 k's for Van Gisbergen. On the brake, feet at third gear, down through the S's. Second gear, he's closing the margin slightly into the dipper. It's only 90 kilometres an hour there. You've got to wash off so much speed and continuing the blind run into Forest Elbow. Van Gisbergen squeezes the thing up to the exit wall. What a tense moment for the co-drivers. Lee Holdsworth and Garth Tander, they are stressed units at the moment. This could be a huge moment for Lee Holdsworth. He's worked his entire motor racing life to win this damn race.
And he thoroughly deserves it. He set the fastest lap of the race early. He drove the wheels off this car. In fact, they did an extra stint with him in the car before they gave it to Mostert because he was going so fast. He drove it so well, they said, park yourself, Chaz. You need to do 2 stints rather than 3.
Smart play. He was a fast operator and it kept him fresh, Lee Holdsworth. So, margin 1.3 seconds. That last lap, Mozzie did the fastest third sector. He's responding to the pressure. He knows that Shane is throwing everything at it. He did a 2-minute 5.2. Shane did a 2-minute 5.4. They're dropping Waters at Kostecki. It's now 4.1 seconds lead to P3. Awesome pace was the word from Adam to Chaz.
Have a look at those numbers. 5.2, 5.3, 5.5. Unbelievable. These are qualifying laps. We saw yesterday the fastest lap ever of this place in qualifying in the Armour All Top 10 shootout with Chaz Mostert doing a 3.3. But these laps now, with this amount of fuel on, this far into the race, they're higher risk than the qualifying lap yesterday.
You know what's crazy about this, Mark? It's 23 corners around here, 6,213 metres of racetrack. The margin that Van Gisbergen's missing out to Mostert at the moment would be something like a couple of hundredths in each corner. Yep. It's the tiniest fraction. Stop and think about the men and women involved in these race teams. Different design philosophies, different human capabilities inside these cars. The vast array of wild probabilities of things that can happen in a random nature in a race to this point. 5 hours and 51 minutes of racing done, and these guys are separated by 1.6 seconds, and it is on between these two race teams. 10 years since Walkinshaw Andretti United were able to stitch together a victory at this place, and the team in the top right corner, they are the reigning champions at Mount Panorama. Leanne Tander standing by her man. She's there with Garth Tander. David Cauchi, a huge moment, an impassive look on his face at the moment. We might get into the fours here. The lap record is owned by Mostert. He did a 2.4.7 back in 2019 with a different team. He's on a very, very fast lap at the moment. He might sneak it into the high fours. We'll get an indication. Mostert crosses the control line, and that lap was a 2-minute 5.2. That lap mark is only 1/10 of a second away from the best lap he's done in the race, and he did it on lap 130, and we're on lap 151. They are at record-breaking speed on all the tyres.
They are absolutely driving the wheels off those two cars. And Mostert has prevailed at this point. But we know the thing we saw with Brock Feeney is only 1 metre offline fires you in the fence. So when you drive cars at this level and you've got such a level of commitment, you only need to be slightly wide off that racing line, and this place bites. Massive consequences, unforgiving nature of the layout.
I'd like to have a look over this guy's shoulder. It'll tell us about the behaviour of the car. Sulman Park, third gear, watch for fourth. Shift lights, every shift absolutely precise. Fan the throttle, pick it back up. Right here was where Brock Feeney got in trouble. And Shane almost did then because it skipped sideways at maximum load. Sits it on the top of the curb. Believe it or not, when he can see across that ridge line, he's doing 220 Ks. Trail throttle all the way down the hill. Second gear in the gutter, third gear on the run now. A little brake bias change. He wants to keep the balance of the car perfect under brakes for this tricky corner. You do not want front brake locking right here.
Car looks nervous. Car looks hard to drive.
More brake adjustments. Quickly trying to get those reference numbers exactly where he wants them. This is the moment where we were riding on board, where it just skipped sideways off the curb. And just at the critical moment in a couple of spots, remember they loaded more turn into the front of it from an aero perspective. It might be just a whisker taily. That's what we just picked up on that replay.
For sure, it was taily at Reed Park, but it was also taily off here. So this is the piece off Reed Park where he had the slide, gathered it up and kept it off the fence. But what we didn't see also was the last-minute slide at McPhillamy Park. He topped the rise, he got it to the apex. This is going to be the fastest lap of the race. Not last sector, not so. But across the top of the hill, the fastest sector 2 for Mostert on that lap.
Chaz has gone bananas over the top of the hill on that lap. He did a 33.17. It's starting to get towards qualifying pace. 2.5 seconds is the margin. What pace is the question?
5.9, last lap, 5.7 the lap before. Yeah, 2.6.
Chaz wants to know whether or not he's going to break him. That lap was a 5.3 for Mozzie, a 5.9 for Shane van Gisbergen. Is that the break that he's looking for with 10 laps remaining? It's a long way around here. It's 62 odd kilometres of racing to come.
No doubt. But I think what Mostert wanted to know was how far now can I back it back? Because I've got a 2.5 second margin and I don't want to keep driving it at this level. I want to be able to drag it back a little bit.
That thing was taily then, Mark, also on the gear shift from second to third, coming out of the cutting. And look how much slide was on there for Van Gisbergen as he made his way into Sulman Park. What an epic conclusion to this race. The back of James Moffat just watching all of the action down there. His man's currently sitting in third. He's been a runner-up at this place in previous years. It could be another big moment for him in his career. 2.6 seconds is the gap between Mostert and Van Gisbergen. Margin over the top of the hill, 51.5 for Mostert, plays 51.6 for Van Gisbergen. Has Chaz shaken him? Has he done enough?
Oh, gee. The car didn't come off there very nicely that time. I reckon both of these guys have used the tyres so hard at the start of this stint off the back of that restart that they've really made the cars quite nervous. We were on board with Van Gisbergen. We saw how wild that car was across the top of the hill, but we saw Mostert just then, when he lit the throttle up, when he got on the loud pedal, the car started to slide. He had to give the throttle away to keep it off the fence coming out of Forest Elbow.
Now, over the top of the hill that
they
time.
Backed off.
Yeah, they were level pegging, though, between them. 33.6. I'm not sure it's backed off or used the tyre energy. And a 33.6 also for Van Gisbergen. I reckon they've been so hard in these opening laps, they've taken just a little bit out of the tyre. And that'll be one of the reasons why Chaz wants to know whether he can take a half breather.
I totally agree. Sorry, I used the wrong terminology. I didn't mean back off. It was a 33.17 as the best sector time, compared to a 33.6. So the car's now hurt the tyre. And look at that, that's what's happened. You've gone from low 5s to low 6s.
Yeah, so the big drop-off, but it's comparative to both. 6.1 plays 6.3 on the last lap for a 2.7 second margin, first to second.
So what the problem is when you do this, folks, is that although it looks like they've slowed down, they've only slowed down to the grip level. So as your tyre goes away, you've still got the same level of risk, and the cars are harder to drive. The propensity for a mistake is higher.
Same level of exertion, if not more.
Yep.
Lee Holdsworth with Bruce Stewart, team principal at Walkinshaw Andretti United. This could be a very big moment. Oh, that scares me how much it bottoms out. It's actually shoving the tyre into the inner guard up there. It puts a massive amount of load on it. It's actually grinding the bottom of the splitter on the road there at the second time over McPhillamy and then Skyline. So it's bottoming out. There'll be not much floor left in that when they get to the end of it.
Absolutely. And if you do wear through, then it has a massive effect on the front aero and the amount of downforce that the car has. So Mostert now again, that was nicer. He knew from last lap that when he lit the throttle up and tried to escape and tried to give that fence a rub, that was slightly better. It was 2/10 better across the top of the hill.
Well, ironically, Waters, Kostecki are both quicker over the top of the hill that time than our 2 leaders who might have spent their tyre penny. Just maybe. Margin now 3.2 seconds. Does he have enough of a cushion? There's the leader. He's disappeared out of frame. Van Gisbergen second. Here's third place. Cam Waters on the podium last year as the runner-up. Looks like he might be on target to be on the podium again in 2021. Brody Kostecki's just there. He's only 1 and a bit seconds behind. He's still in this motor race. If there's any slip-ups, any change, a safety car, anything that shifts the balance of this motor race, it'll be game on again. So last lap check, 6 flat for Mostert, 6.3 for Van Gisbergen, 6.1 for Waters, 6.3 at Kostecki, 6.5 for Whincup. Whincup still sitting in 5th position in his last full-time drive at Mount Panorama.
And Kostecki and Waters are doing exactly the same thing as what Mostert and Van Gisbergen are doing. They are driving these cars as hard as you can possibly drive them. In fact, across the top of the hill on the previous lap, they both did a 33.37 respectively. They were 2/10 faster across the top of the hill than Mostert. So they are absolutely maxed out. Larko?
Scafie, I just saw some long faces in here with car 6, that Monster Energy Mustang, mate, and they may have a little bit of an issue. So hard to put a finger on at the moment. There might be a sensor issue. Now, if there's a sensor issue with your map, your fuel map, it can really mess up what fuel that car's using right now. So they might be in a little bit of trouble. Let's just watch carefully.
Well, not good news from the Tickford bunker and the Monster Energy car. We'll keep a watching brief on that one. Thank you for the update, Mark Larkin. We're looking over the left shoulder of Cam Waters. We're ticking them down. 8 laps remain, 7.5 in fact here for Chaz Mostert. 3.6 seconds. Let's check that speed again. 51.4 Sector 1 for Chaz, 51.7 in Sector 1 for Gizzy. Over the top of the hill, 33.4 for Chaz, 33.8 for Van Gisbergen. He's starting to open up a bit more of a margin. Shane might have taken just a little bit too much energy out of those tyres. That margin you can see on screen is 3.7 seconds, and it's almost an equal distance then back to Cam Waters. Similar distance back to Brody.
We're ready for you. We're ready for you.
Ready? Someone is standing by to come in.
Sounds like Matt Rock, didn't it?
So someone might be inbound to the pit. Oh, is there an issue going on here? What's happened to Red Bull?
We're done. Front.
Right, front.
No. Is this the reason why Shane is drifting? Are they preparing to bring this car? I saw Van Gisbergen come up on the radio and then it scanned through another 3 or 4 names.
He did a 7.5. He did a 7.5 on that lap.
He's in trouble.
Oh my God.
He's in trouble. This changes the complexion of the podium at the back end of the race with 7 laps remaining. Shane Van Gisbergen is in trouble. It will have hurt the tyre. He's reported it. He's lost all of his pace. They're standing by to put a tyre on it. Is that a flat spot or something I can hear in the background with that thing?
Right front. Have a look at it. He's got no pace. He's gone. It looks like it's deflating. And he's had to move out of the way. Cam Waters goes around the outside, up under the tree.
This brings Waters up into P2, just as it was last year.
And can he get across here? These are all hard corners. Oh, Kostecki! Now he's wide. Oh, my God, that was so close.
Slaps the wall, rounding up Van Gisbergen, who's limping home. Did that bruise car 99?
Deep breath.
He's got to be super careful, Van Gisbergen. He tries to stay out of everybody's way. He's limping down to the pits. He's off the podium, the reigning champion of this race and the newly crowned Supercars champion of 2021. Percat is about to round him up as well. They've hurt the tyres on that car. They're standing by at Red Bull. and Shane van Gisbergen out of business in the Repco Bathurst 1000 of 2021. Heartbreak for Garth Tander after throwing everything at this race again.
Unbelievable. If this isn't the cruelest sport some days, my God, that is so unfair.
How about Brodie rounding up on the outside and slapping that right rear on the concrete wall? Now, has that done any damage to that car? Check this out on the replay. Shane's limping. He's got to go out in the grey to get it done, Brodie, and then it sits up on the curb. Whack, it was just a glimpse. He's only just mildly slapped it, but you do not want any right rear suspension damage or rim damage at this point in the day.
I reckon it's the bottom of the wheel that actually gets it, isn't it?
Ooh, yeah.
It's the bottom of the wheel that grabs it. Have a listen. Oh, he hit it pretty hard, actually.
Yeah, he knew he was in strife too. He came right out of the throttle. That's Barry Ryan from Erebus Motorsport. Nervous moments for him on the pit wall. Into the lane comes Shane van Gisbergen off the podium.
Garth Tander, really hard to get a gauge on exactly what's happening here, mate. What are you hearing on the radio?
He just said right front tyre, so looks like right front tyre's delaminated, so that's us.
Bad luck, mate. Bad luck.
What a devastating experience. It's all part of this game. And have a look at that tyre. It looks pretty second-hand, so it's delaminated on the inside edge. David Couchy apologising to Shane van Gisbergen. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. So he's come back out onto the racetrack in 18th position. Pressure off this man. 5.3 seconds is the margin Mostert to Waters, but it's a reminder to everybody up and down the field, be careful of the tyres at the back end of this race. They have pushed so hard in these cooler conditions, and the pace that we've been talking about, these tyres are on the ragged edge. There's the evidence.
No doubt. The other thing that you have to be careful of now is when you've had your eyes on and someone's coming at you and you've had to drive the car absolutely impeccably as fast as you can drive it for the last 5 or 6 laps in addition to the previous runs around the safety car, the thing that you've got to be careful of is now that the pressure's gone out slightly, it's only a 5.5 second lead back to Waters, is that you don't make a mistake. You can really, really easily, once you drop the ball a little bit in terms of pace, just make the most simple mistake. We saw it with Brock Feeney. You only need to be a metre wide somewhere, and with 5 laps to go, you're out of this car race. So for Mostert, keep the pace up, keep your concentration levels up, and Adam de Boer needs to be a sports psychologist right now to make sure Mostert is relaxed to bring this thing home.
6.9 last lap for Chaz. He's taken a little bit of energy and pressure out of it. Even coming out of turn 2 there, you can see not as hungry in the use of the width of the track. 5.5 seconds over his old sparring partner, Cam Waters, who's on the podium in the runner-up position yet again. But what a moment here for Brodie Kostecki and for Erebus. There's a question mark over that car. Did it get away without a bruise in the right rear corner when it rubbed up against the wall? He's sitting in 3rd. He's already had a podium so far this year, Brodie Kostecki. In fact, he's had a couple of them. But is he going to get one of the most important ones of his career by getting onto the podium at Mount Panorama? Mostert, 5.2 seconds the gap. He's just releasing a bit of the pace at the moment, and Cam is closing up.
And he's driving it off the curbs everywhere. So remember, he had a rear tyre failure earlier in the race. So they're worried about anything that could happen slightly offline or any damage that might be incurred off those curbs. So he's driving it narrow off turn 2. He drove it narrow off Reed Park. He drove it narrow off McPhillamy Park. In fact, he didn't even use as much curb down the hill at Skyline through the S's. So they're doing everything to minimise the damage at the moment.
So 3/10 slower than Waters in Sector 1. He was half a second slower over the top of the hill than Waters in Sector 2. Meantime, Corey Jones has done a personal best over the top of the hill on this lap as well. He's sitting in 12th position. He's starting to nudge up into the top 10. So Mostert's rolling out of it, but Waters is pressing on. It's 4.9 seconds when they cross the control line this lap. 4 laps to go at Mount Panorama. 4 laps separating Chaz Mostert from his 2nd victory at Bathurst. And a very, very special moment after an enormous investment and a fair share of pain over a long period of time for Walkinshaw Andretti United at trying to get a big victory together.
Jamie Whincup, how far behind Brody is he? He's 1.1 seconds, so don't discount Whincup to have a major lunge at the end of this either.
2 minutes 7.3, the last lap for Chaz Mostert. We jump on board with Whincup. He's sitting in 4th position. There is 3rd. He can sniff it. 3rd gear, out of breath on the run to the rock face and then the cutting. What's the behaviour of this car looking like at the moment? Co-driver Lowndes will be soaking this up. Can they get back onto the podium? Craig Lowndes has had more of those here than any other driver. Active driver in the current era.
It's pretty smooth. Whincup, a little bit of an oversteer moment, little slide off McPhillamy Park. Nice to be on board over the shoulder of the 7-time series champion. So much to be said for the life change that Jamie's going through. He's about to relinquish his permanent drive in the sport. Brock Fernie will replace him, but Whincup has done his fastest cumulative lap time out of sector 2, so he's on the hunt. He's 1.3 seconds behind, and he's not giving it away.
He's a big chance at the moment to get right onto the back of Brody. Now, interesting to compare the numbers again between Mostert and Waters on that last lap. They level pegged in sector 1, and there was only a 10th between them over the top of the hill. So Chaz has responded ever so slightly, and he sat that margin still at 4.9 seconds.
3 to go, buddy, 3 to go.
Hazelwood there.
Slightly pulling away from Waters still. Pace is good.
Davison 10th. Then David Reynolds, then Macaulay Jones in that Coke entry I mentioned a few moments ago. Jake Kostecki behind him, Mark Winterbottom 14th, Gary Jacobs at 15th, then Jack LeBrock, here's Macca. So it was a personal best lap time just a few laps ago for him, and some fast sector splits. That track can be pretty quick out there now if you're on a young tyre. 3 laps remain now for Chaz Mostert. He's got a lot of fresh air behind. It's 5 seconds, it's an ideal cushion. He stays completely off the curb to the rock face. 0% throttle, 2nd gear, no brake locking, gently on the throttle, over the hump, 3rd gear, lifts the throttle, gets the nose to tuck in, picks it up, does not slide it onto the curb, stays off it once again, 4th gear, still big load on that right front, past the metal grate, on the exit of Reed Park to McPhillamy. Again, stays off the curbs, stays off the exit curb at McPhillamy as well. So there's a lot of conservation going on out there. You've got to use that curb a little coming down the S's to keep the car on line. Meantime, Shane Van Gisbergen, 18th position, and David Cauchi just reminding him that there's 3 laps to go.
He will be gutted, absolutely gutted. On the last lap, he was the fastest car by a country mile. 5.54, basically a 1.5 seconds faster than anybody else. Can you believe the angst down there at that team after such a stellar performance by Van Gisbergen and Tander today?
Can you imagine the tension in the WAU garage at the moment?
How do you reckon Lee's nails are going on that? He'll be down to the knuckles.
He wasn't coping when we spoke to him half an hour ago. Now, Andre Heimgartner's got some issues. Van Gisbergen's on target here at the moment to further improve his lap time. He can get well into the 4s. Bit of white knuckle fever there for Bruce Stewart. And it's prompted Lee Holdsworth to hold his hand. What a lovely moment. 2 laps remaining. Mostert has got control of this race. He has fought hard for this one. All the sessions that we've seen so far this week, this car has been remarkable in the hands of both drivers. I'll run through each of the sessions for you, Mark. 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 1st, 3rd, 1st, 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 and in the warm-up, 2nd. So that car came into the race head and shoulders above all of the others for pace. Both drivers have been able to drive it effectively. It came into the race with a distinctively higher positional average than anybody else that they were battling. But we all thought the worst when that tyre delaminated early on in the day. We wondered whether or not it was driven too hard on a deflated tyre at the start of the stint. Were the geometry settings too aggressive and that hurt the inside edge of the tyre, or did it pick up some errant debris? We think now it's the latter, based on the fact that there's been no evidence of any other problem for the rest of the day. But he has earned this one. It's been a mega drive for him. Off the top of the hill for the second last time. Chaz Mostert getting himself into position to be able to claim the great race.
And could this be Holden's 35th win of the great race? And remembering that Walkinshaw have got some partners in a very famous name, the Andretti family. Michael Andretti has invested with Zach Brown and the team from United to make it Walkinshaw Andretti United. And Michael followed Roger Penske into supercar racing. He arrived here, Roger Penske won a Bathurst. Can Michael Andretti be part of a Bathurst win?
Looks like the answer to that is most probably yes. Here we go, lining it up at Murray's. This time through, it is 1 lap remaining for Chaz Mostert. 6.2 kilometres. The race meant so much to the man that was on screen, his dad, to Tom Walkinshaw. It means so much to Ryan Walkinshaw. They've invested so heavily to get the performance group together to make sure that they could stitch this, what we're seeing now, together. A picture of concentration, Chaz Mostert. It was a brand new chassis at the commencement of 2021. Cast your mind back to the ups and downs that they've had to deal with. 2014 win for Chaz. Terrible injury in 2015. Knocked him round for the best part of 5 months. He still carries the limp. He still wears the pressure bandage to this day. Over the top of the hill for the last time. The margin's 4.4 seconds for the 29-year-old who lives on the Gold Coast, originally out of Melbourne. Have a listen.
That's the reaction. Holden fans up there, General Motors fans rejoicing.
It's a special moment. He got a pole here in 2019. Remember, he was on the podium here last year as well, after a stirring drive for position number 3. Down the hill for the last time. The marshals acknowledge what's been a very special drive today. In particular, the comeback from the Never Never. It put them out of sequence. They lost all their flexibility with fuel, but a fast car saved the day. On to Conrod Straight for the last time with a 3.6 second margin. Cam Waters is going to make it onto the podium. P2 runner-up again for the second year running, and a very special moment for Brody Kostecki in position number 3 for the first time in his career. But now all the focus, the accolades, the applause, the elation, it all belongs to Chaz Mostert. For the second time in his career, he lines it up out of the direction change into Murray's corner now for the final time. Second gear, lines it up. The 2021 Repco Bathurst 1000 winner is Chaz Mostert. Well done, Chaz Mostert. Lee Holdsworth, his first ever victory at Mount Panorama. And 10 years after this group last won this major race, they break through with an emotional moment that means everything.
It does mean everything to them. You can see the elation. The reaction from that team is unbelievable. And what a job by Lee Holdsworth. Don't discount the performance of Lee Holdsworth to win his first Bathurst, because today he has driven out of his skin. Mostert's been the lead man, but Holdsworth contributed so significantly to this result today. And spare a thought for this man, Van Gisbergen, who was in the hunt. Chad?
Lee Holdsworth, you've done it. It's taken 17 years. This emotion right now, sum it up.
I don't even know what to say, mate. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The team is just amazing. Thanks.
Hanging off the fence just then, what was going through your mind when you saw Chaz roll up and do that burnout?
I wanted to jump on the bonnet and go with him. It was amazing.
I need to grab Ryan while I'm here. Ryan, well done. Congratulations. Your dad conquered this mountain in the 80s. Now you've done it. You must be so proud.
So I'm a bit out of breath. Shouted a lot, mate. Incredible. Chaz did so well. I'm just so proud of all the boys. So much hard work's gone into this, you guys got no idea. Just unbelievably proud, so happy.
Lee Holdsworth did an incredible job, and Chaz has brought that home. Those drivers were fantastic. Well done, Ryan.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Big moment. I don't know why Chaz went round, but he's kept on going. He's doing a victory lap. He's supposed to go into the back of the pit lane. A bit of a moment here for Jamie Whincup as well at the completion of his full-time supercar career as he lights them up. Our podium, Mostert, Waters, Kostecki. Whincup didn't quite get there in the end. Shane doing his usual thing, writing his signature on Mount Panorama. The minors included Fullwood in 5th position, Percat in 6th, Courtney in 7th, Todd Hazelwood in 8th, Tim Slade in 9th position, Will Davison down in 10th position, car number 17. Chaz Mostert has prevailed today with a beautiful drive, pace every single time it mattered. The opening stint by Lee Holdsworth was impressive. Joe Sasso in the background congratulating this man, Adam DeBore, Kevin Fitzsimmons from Dunlop. He would have had a worrying moment at one stage when they were all studying that tyre. But the conversation's going to be all about this fellow. What a performance. It moves his tally of victories on to 16.
Adam DeBore, what on earth did you do to that thing? It's been a rocket this week. Well done.
It's been hard work the last few weeks. You know, we went to S&P with a mindset of we wanted to make our car the best car, and we put all the lessons that we learnt into this weekend, and yeah, we got what we did. So fingers crossed we can keep it going next year.
You and Chaz have such a wonderful working relationship together. This has come a long way between you and him.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we won it in 14, and it's taken us a little while. We've always been quick here, but we haven't had the luck. But yeah, I'll tell you what, those last 20 laps were pretty nerve-wracking.
Well done, mate. Go get it.
Thank you.
They've been an item for quite some time. They were successful together at Tickford in their previous engagement, and he's in the never-never here at the moment, Chaz Mostert, trying to find a way back into the back of the circuit. So he's mixed up out there with the road traffic and the recovery vehicles.
And the fans.
And the fans. So we're run and done for 2021. Chaz Mostert is our winner, together with Lee Holdsworth. A popular victory today by 3.7 seconds over Cam Waters and James Moffat. Brodie Kostecki and David Russell, that's a fine performance to get on the podium here at the Bathurst 1000. Brodie's going to be proud of that one. Jamie Whincup, Craig Lowndes, not quite there, home in 4th. Bryce Fullwood, Warren Luff, fine performance in 5th. Nick Percat, Dale Wood, James Courtney, Thomas Randall, Todd Hazelwood, Dean Fiore. And looking further afield at all of those that have got other stories to tell. There are 1 or 2 drivers that'll be pretty frustrated that they were not able to get there. That will most certainly include 888, Shane Van Gisbergen and Garth Tander. Damage to a front tyre late in the game for them, taking them back into the teens at the completion of this race. 18th for Shane Van Gisbergen.
Unbelievable set of circumstances. In fact, the 2 cars that were in contention all day, one had a rear tyre failure and the other had a front tyre failure. At the end, they were just driving them so hard. They were qualifying laps, lap on lap on lap. And the pace that this team has prevailed through the course of the weekend has been extraordinary.
This is going to be a big and emotional moment. Pertec victory lane, and here he comes. Chaz Mostert. Mobil 1, Appliances Online Racing, Walkinshaw, Andretti United, victors in 2021. Lee Holdsworth and Chaz Mostert celebrating a very special moment in their respective careers. Second time for Chaz Mostert, first time for Lee Holdsworth. What about that? And that bumps Chaz up to 3rd in the championship by virtue of that drive today. Team are going to love every second of this. There were times recently at Sydney Motorsport Park where he was very frustrated. But they have fettled a very, very quick car today, and those 2 guys have driven to absolute perfection. Mistake-free, 100% all the way. And they've delivered the grandest prize in Australian motorsport. Jess?
Well, it takes every single ounce of confidence, courage, commitment to be a Bathurst champion. Chaz Mostert, you've done it. A 2-time Bathurst winner. Just talk us through the emotion of this moment, meeting your co-driver Lee Holdsworth, who did a phenomenal job today.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty tough race. When we did that tyre, I thought it was going to be a tough slog, but credit to the guys, this car has been speedy all weekend. We started pole and we won the race, and every time you start on pole, you never think you're going to win it. So credit to this car and credit to the team, all our fans. It's so good to have punters back at the track. So thanks for coming out. I'm out of breath. I left it all out there.
Just talk to us about how enjoyable those last laps were. How were the crowd at the top of the mountain?
I tell you what, it was much better than when Gizzy's breathing down your neck. But look, I obviously had that tyre drama early in the race. I changed my driving style to stay away from all the curbs and still trying to extract speed. So it's one of those things when you're leading the race with 8 laps to go, you start hearing all these funny noises in the car, and you never think you're gonna get there. So I'm just super stoked. But sorry about the in lap. I saw Gizzy do it last year, and I didn't want him to steal all our thunder. So it was so good to go around the track an extra time and see all the fans. It's really cool.
When that left tyre delaminated, did you lose the faith? Did you ever think it wasn't possible today?
I thought maybe I was a little bit harder on the car than what my mate Lee here is. He did the first 2 stints, no dramas, and then I get in and I cook a tyre. So, yeah, look, I just changed my driving style. I'm just glad it all held together. And we're Bathurst champions for the second time. Well, I am, and the team, obviously, and Lee's first one, how good is that for him? It's bloody awesome. He drove unbelievably. He's one of the actually quickest main drivers out there all day, so we were super stoked to have him.
Talk us through all those safety car restarts in the last 20 laps. You kept mixing it up and you had Gizzy all over the back of you. Did it come over to the radio to you that he actually had a problem? Did you know that at the end of the race?
At that time, I didn't mind the safety car periods. The car was really fast on the opening laps. And for me, it was great for those safety cars because it just made sure our margin with fuel was great, so I could give it full beans. So, yeah, overall, a shame he did a tyre, but yeah, we did it earlier in the day and we survived.
You want to go and give that big ginger, big cuddle. Adam Dvore's done another brilliant job for you. You make a perfect couple.
Yeah, thank you. But just want to say hi to the bunker crew back at home. Love you. Sorry you couldn't get here. And you need to talk to this bloke.
Of course I do. The 63rd winner of the great race. This is your life's work. How does it feel to have your name in the history books forever?
I honestly feel like it's been a dream this week. Like, it's not going to sink in for a while, I don't think, but this week is just couldn't have gone more to plan. You know, we rolled out with such a quick car. Chaz has been quick, you know, the team have given us a great car, so thanks to those guys, they're just amazing. Yeah, this one's been a long time coming for me, so I'm just stoked to get that one, and geez, we're going to enjoy it.
You deserve it. Congratulations, Lee, our Bathurst champion for 2021.
Outstanding performance, Chaz Mostert, Lee Holdsworth, Pertec victory lane. A lot of emotion in that one. A special breakthrough for Walkinshaw Andretti United. Champ points, Shane Van Gisbergen, we already knew he'd been crowned the champion in 21. Jamie Whincup runner-up, so the Red Bull team 1 and 2. And a bit of movement as Chaz Mostert was able to move up into 3rd spot. And there's our champion of 2021. An outstanding performer this season with victories, pole positions, gritty drives week in and week out off the back of a broken collarbone earlier in the season at Sandown. Shane Van Gisbergen put together something special for all of us to witness this year. Sean Seamer, the Chief Executive Officer of Supercars, moves in to officially crown him the champion of the 21 season. 31 races down, and Van Gisbergen is the king. Fantastic performance for him this year, and he'll be deeply frustrated about what happened at the back end of that race, but he can be proud of everything that came before it. Jess is down there with him. We'll shortly hear from Shane Van Gisbergen.
He's just having some celebrations with the team, congratulating everyone on what has been an incredibly dominant season. We'll try and jump in for a word with our champion. You've finally got your hands on that championship trophy. How does it feel?
Oh, bittersweet, you know. I really tried to win that race, and congrats to Chaz and Leroy and their team. They were super fast and give it everything, and just couldn't quite hold it together. But yeah, it's been an awesome year. Otherwise, got to thank all these legends. It's been a really, really good year. Otherwise, and we'll drink a few out of this tonight.
14 wins, 6 pole positions, 23 podiums. It's been such a consistent year. The team have worked so hard. Just give us a sense of what it means to them, what it means to your family, for you to become a 2-time supercar champion.
Oh yeah, I wish my family was here and all my friends as well. And you know, I wish I could go home to celebrate, but I'm locked out of my own country, which sucks. But anyway, it's awesome to race here. Good to have all the fans back. The atmosphere here, again, was awesome. So, yeah, loved every minute.
Congratulations, Shane. You are a two-time Repco Supercars champion for 2021.
Great to see so many smiling faces down there. Relief after the unbelievable pressure of the last 6 or 8 weeks. Stop and consider the fact that we've had 5 race meetings in 32 days. Incredible intensity and rewarded today with a great race. So it is time to celebrate the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the podium for race 31 of the Repco Supercars Championship. The great race, the Repco Bathurst 1000. Would you please congratulate in 3rd place, Brodie Kostecki and David Russell for Erebus Boost Mobile Racing. In 2nd place, from Monster Energy Racing, Cameron Waters and James Moffat. And now, representing the winning team, Ryan Walkinshaw. And our 2021 Repco Bathurst 1000 champions from Mobile One Appliances Online Racing, Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth. Making the presentation of the 3rd place trophy, Paul Toole, the Deputy Premier of New South Wales. Making the presentation of the 2nd place trophy from Repco, our major sponsor, General Manager Wayne Bryant. Presenting the trophy to our winning team is the Mayor of Bathurst, Ian North. And finally, to present the Peter Brock Trophy, would you please welcome Bev and Robert Brock. Ladies and gentlemen, your race 31 Repco Bathurst 1000 winners. Let the celebrations begin. To our 3rd place team for Erebus Boost Mobile Racing. Please once again congratulate and welcome over Brodie Kostecki and David Russell. Dave, congratulations. First Bathurst 1000 podium, well done.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's so awesome to see the crowd out there again. Thanks for coming to support us. Massive congrats to Brody and Erebus, our sponsors, obviously Boost Mobile. Such a mega day. It's a privilege to be on the podium.
I just want to say a big thank you to the whole team. Had an awesome car, so credit to you guys, and we're going to have a good night.
Congratulations to Brody Kostecki and David Russell. In second place, let's bring over from Monster Energy Racing, Cam Waters and James Moffat. James, congratulations, boy. What a race. You were hanging right in there to the end. Tough on the nerves, that one.
Yeah, look, big thanks to everybody at Tickford Racing. We've had a great week. And this boy next to me, Cam Waters, he drove the wheels off it. I couldn't be more proud of him. Congratulations to Lee, Chaz, and the whole Walkinshaw crew. We'll come back next year and give it another crack. Thank you.
Cam, a fantastic way to cap off what's been a remarkable year.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to come to Bathurst, finish the year here. Second 2 years in a row. Going for the win, just didn't have anything for the Walkinshaw guys. Chaz and Lee did an amazing job. Can't thank my boys and girls enough at Tickford Racing. The amount of work they put in leading up to this weekend is phenomenal, and just amazing to see the fans back here. Thanks for coming.
Congratulations. And now from Mobile One, Appliances Online Racing, ladies and gentlemen, time to hear from Lee Holdsworth and Chaz Mostert. Lee, congratulations. You did it. You got there. You are a winner of the Bathurst 1000.
Justice. I stuffed it. Oh, righto. Oh, no, what a day, what a week. Thank you so much to all the supporters. We saw so many Walkinshaw Andretti United shirts on this weekend. It's great to see everyone back. Chaz, what a legend, hey? The guy's an absolute legend, and he dragged me to a victory, so I am absolutely stoked. This one's been such a long time coming, but congratulations to our crew, all our sponsors, and these boys who, I'm sure they'll get their turn probably next year. So, I'll pass you on to Chazzy.
Lee, congratulations. Chaz, what a race, what an incredible effort. Well done, a fantastic finish to the year. Congratulations.
Yeah, the blonde mohawk. First of all, like Lee said, I want to thank our amazing crew. They worked so hard at SMP 4 weeks, making this car as fast as it did this weekend. I've never had as good a race car, so thank you all, WAU. Pat yourselves on the back. Our amazing sponsors, Mobile One, Appliances Online, for supporting us. That was an unbelievable year, and so good to top it off here. And most importantly, the fans. How bloody good is it to have everyone back at the track? Woo! Thanks so much for making this Bathurst 1000 better than the 2014 one. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners, the Repco Bathurst 1000.
Tremendous performance by all 6 drivers that you just saw on the podium. Congratulations once more to Brody Kostecki and David Russell. Big moment for David, earning that first ever podium for the Bathurst 1000. For Cam Waters and for James Moffat, they've tasted it before, but each and every time it's special. We'd love to hear from you at home. Jump on to supercars.com. Thanks to BP Ultimate, and tell us all about your thoughts in relation to the Ultimate Performer. There were some beautiful drives, some gritty, gutty drives today, and especially that came from Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth. They put in an epic performance. Every lap was like a qualifying lap. It was 110% commitment every millimetre of the way. You can see just how pleased and proud Ryan Walkinshaw is of that performance. Boost Mobile highlights. Let's check it out. Race 31 of 31, event 12 of the championship season. We wind the clock back to just after midday. A difficult start for James Moffat. Great start for Garth Tander, but it could have ended in tears had he wiped that car on the wall. Skillfully he didn't, and away he went. Unfortunately, early in the game, power steering failure for this man. For Jack Perkins, he was paired up with Will Brown. Very fast car, this one, all day. The only chink in the armour was when all of a sudden a left rear tyre delaminated, shed some tread, and unfortunately that put those guys in a difficult position of having to wander back from down the order. There was an echidna of all things. At turn 4, it triggered a safety car. And then on every one of the restarts for the safety car, there were breath-holding moments. This was a huge one where the Bulls were working together. It didn't work out well at all for Chaz Mostert. And check that move out by Brodie Kostecki in the Boost Mobile Commodore. He had 2 in the dirt when he went down the inside of Chaz. They loved every second of that at Erebus. Troubles, unfortunately, late in the day for the young man that's done so well with victories and Armour All poles so far this year for Anton De Pasquale in car number 11. All of a sudden it lost drive and it dropped us into another safety car zone. That gave Shane Van Gisbergen the opportunity to give a thumbs up to Chaz Mostert. They were looking forward to a big blaze to the end. Then we had yet another safety car, sadly for the youngster, 19 years of age, Brock Feeney, who worked his way back into the top 10, made a tiny mistake, got into the grey, hit the wall, broke the steering, fired into the gravel trap at McPhillamy. Game over for him. And then this one. What a shame for Van Gisbergen, who was putting enormous pressure on the race leader before a front tyre delaminated. Brodie Kostecki wiped the wall with car number 99 when that was going on. Garth Tander knew the implications. That let this man off the hook. Chaz Mostert was able to claim his second victory at the Bathurst 1000. A special drive from him, a great moment, a first ever win for Lee Holdsworth, and 10 years since that organisation has taken victory in the great race. The Repco Bathurst 1021, fantastic.
Well, it's been an unbelievable day for Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth, who become the first duo to convert from pole here at the Bathurst 1000 since 2009. The celebrations are just beginning here and we'll be soaking them right up. Now, don't forget the motorsport action continues on Fox Sports. Make sure you tune into the F1 Grand Prix from Saudi Arabia tonight. It is Lewis Hamilton off the pole. But it's been an incredible day here at Mount Panorama, and guess what? It's not over yet. The debrief for the great race begins right now on Supercars Trackside. Thanks for being with us here on Supercars Trackside as we wrap up another epic here at Mount Panorama. It's great to have the 6-time champion Mark Skate here with me. Take a deep breath.
Oh, wow.
That had just about everything in the dying closes of that race, didn't it? But the day absolutely belongs to Chaz Mostert and Lee Holdsworth, who will join us here in just a moment. They were the fastest car all day, starting from the pole position. They never, ever gave up.
They certainly didn't, Jess. It was a remarkable drive, and Lee Holdsworth, in the first part of that race, was so fast. He had the fastest time of the race for most of the event. He gapped the field by about half a second a lap at that stage, and he and Chaz Mostert have driven the wheels off that car. And for Holden, their 35th win, their 8th win for that organisation. Superb performance.
Now, I was sitting in the garages through about the last 30 laps of that race, and the nervous energy radiating out of there was incredible. But let's say a huge congratulations to the Bathurst 1000 winner, Chaz Mostert, Lee Holdsworth. Hey, Leroy, don't slip over. How does that little baby feel in your arms?
I never thought I'd have this in my arms. I'm gonna rock this little thing like a baby tonight, I think. Yeah, wow, Peter Brock trophy. I can't believe my name's going to be on it. But pretty cool to have it on there with Chaz Mostert.
What an unbelievable day, guys. That was a sprint race all day. You dead set, both of you have driven the wheels off that car.
I literally did. I did take one wheel off it. But look, it was absolute credit to Lee's pace. When he got back in the car, we kept him in for actually longer than we had to because he got us back into the race with his pace. So credit to the whole team. This car was fantastic to drive, and we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves. So practice one, it rolled out almost in the window, and we just did a little bit of tuning here and there. So I don't know. I'm ready for a holiday.
Or a beer. I think we're ready for a beer.
100 beers.
I think you've
more
earned
Woodstock bourbons, actually.
all of that and more. Have you had a chance to have a quick word to Adam? How is he?
I didn't hear him. I didn't really hear words from him. I heard a little schoolboy voice, as he normally does on the in-lap, and then he was hitting me so hard in the back and knocked all the wind out of me. So, look, I'm just so proud of him. He's worked so hard and so is the whole team. So yeah, it's a real credit to our whole engineering staff, the mechanics. I wish you could, and the guys are back home. You know, there's a big turnaround within a week to get this car here from SMP4 to this weekend, as all the teams did, and to reward them like this in the finale with the Peter Brock Trophy. I don't know, I could talk for hours, but you guys take over.
And fitting for you guys to win from pole position the first time since 2009 for what was HRT. So let's just have a look at the start, because that was a great pass. You didn't walk away as well as you would have liked.
I was annoyed with myself, so I'm like, right, I got to get him. So, yeah, not the greatest start. So I
straight down the inside. Nice move.
Well, there was huge aero wash when I went for the pass, and it put me in a perfect position just to slot up the inside. So had to take the opportunity. But yeah, what a car! What a car! You don't often get a great car like that around here, but when you do, you want to take advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And then through the course of the day, did you get any sense of the rear tyre drama before it all unfolded?
No, it was real quick. Normally you can feel when you hurt the tyre, and I wasn't. But to be honest, I thought I was doing it on the back. I didn't hit the tyre damage on the backside of turn 2 or under the tree. So from that moment that we cut the tyre or whatever was the problem, I stayed off the curbs for the whole rest of the race, and so did Lee. So to not use all the track, the car was still very fast. So yeah, like Lee said, an absolute credit. This here was a bit funny. I mean, Gizzy tried balking me up, and then I got swallowed up by 2 cars. Nearly ended up in the fence, but he races hard, and credit to him. And I'm just glad we paid off with the win.
He dragged you back and parked you wide, and then everybody got you. So at that stage, I thought this could be ugly.
Yeah,
I was pretty pissed off at that stage. I've
Yeah,
got to say,
I thought
was
you
ready
might
to
have
run
been.
down there, throw a piss.
At that point, though, you take it the confidence that, you know, at that point of the race, he's trying to do that to you, that he knows you're faster. So when someone does that to you and you got those closing laps, you know you're already in the mind that he knows your car's faster than him. So I just used that, the best ability on those restarts, and do a sick burnout. And then I obviously went around for another lap. I know Gizzy didn't get a fine last year, so I hope I don't get a fine. Please, supercars. And it was just so cool to have the track for that one lap again, like the top 10 shootout, but to see all the crowd going across the top, that's going to stick with me forever. So good to have the fans here. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
Talk to us about the stress in the garage with that tyre. When it happened, did you know exactly what it was? Because we saw Adam go back and forth to it. I mean, what was your take on it as it was unfolding? It seemed like there was some confusion around what might have caused it.
Yeah, I don't think we really knew for a while what caused it, but you know, first of all, we thought that maybe we got a slit in the tyre, and then, you know, maybe it was overuse of curbs, maybe just, you know, too much wheel spin. There's so many things that it could have been, and then I think we ended up putting it down to debris, but then we thought we'd be cautious anyway. So
how hard is it in that moment then to hold your nerve and to keep the faith and never ever
I had
give up?
confidence because Lee did the first 2 stints without a problem, and the lap times he was showing was super fast, same speed as me. So at that point, I knew it really wasn't car. I was pretty confident it was something to do with track. So then once I changed it, I never saw it again. So overall, it was fantastic.
I thought that first, when you did a 5.7, that was about half a second faster than the next car. You gapped everybody at that point. And we were contemplating whether they'd leave you in or not, but that was a really cool move, because what it did, it took the load off Chaz late. That was a great drive today, mate. Really well done.
Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate that. You know, when the car's good, you can push, and we knew everything it was going to do. You know, you knew how much track you could use. It just gave us every bit of confidence and feedback, and well, like, honestly, I don't know how these guys gave us such a great car. It was just so cool.
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. And like I said before, you don't get that opportunity very often, and I'm just glad that when we did, we took it you know, to the end, and we got our trophy.
You did a 3.37 yesterday, the fastest lap ever. I was saying in the commentary that those laps to keep Van Gisbergen away, they were better than that lap, because he was on. The two of you were driving the wheels off those things.
He was super fast, but like I said, I had confidence my car was better, and like I said, that's a credit to the team. So when you had all those silly buggers earlier in the race, and I was racing behind him, you know, I was right on his bumper, which doesn't often happen when you're behind Gisbergen. So I'm just so grateful. Such an honour to drive this car. Thanks to our sponsors. I'm out of breath, guys. Seriously, I need a Woodstock burger.
I can tell you, I never ever, well, actually, if I'm with Chaz, I'll do it again, but that last 60 laps, honestly, it took it out of me.
I was watching
and I was
you.
sitting there,
It was
like, not doing anything.
excruciating in the garage.
Mate, you looked relaxed. You should have seen me. I was nearly in fetal position just...
What about the restarts? Because I was saying, what are you going to do this time? Because you've got to change it up each time,
Well,
don't you?
and Gizzy knew that was his opportunity. You know, he knows we had a fast car, so his big chance was on the first couple of corners, and Chaz gapped him every time.
Is that something you had contemplated coming into the race? If you're going to be in that position, you needed to be able to mix it up and to beat him at that game?
Yeah, I was a little bit. I mean, we were obviously on the back foot from that tyre sled, and then the safety cars kind of fall the wrong time. So we actually wanted another set of brakes in the car. So I'm glad I had the clean track, was able to look after the brakes, and got them home, because I think that was a long time on that set of brakes towards the end there. So yeah, glad with the clean track. And I don't know. I'm out of energy, guys.
Well done.
6 weeks on the road, it does it to you.
You've both faced some really tough times in your careers. You've both broken your bodies pretty badly at various places. What does it mean in the context of that to be standing here with that trophy in your arms?
I think the other drivers have got us to thank for the leg protection now. I guess we've been through rough times, so to bounce back, and especially, you know, after my last year, you know, it wasn't a great way to end, but I'd take a Bathurst victory over sitting in a half-average car for a year.
So how's the party? Go on, tell me. I know you're going to have 1,000 bourbons, you're going to celebrate it, but how are you really going to celebrate with this team? Because as you say, it's not just this week, it has been the last 6, 8, all year, toiling away, making sure that you would be in this position on this very day.
I think when I get the first opportunity back to garage, I'll be calling the family back home, because I know they ride every lap with me, so I can't wait to call the bunker crew when I get back to the shed. Yeah, look, as we stand here, the heart rate's coming down, the more tired I'm getting. So if we can wrap this up. Go get some bourbons.
Before we do, I'm yet to say hello to my kids at home.
Yeah, you better do that.
Ava and Riley and Alana back home. I know they've been watching all day, and that's hard for kids, you know. So, hey, I can't wait to see you guys.
Well done, Holsworth family.
Yeah.
Well done, Mostert family. Great job.
You guys, go and enjoy this with the team who deserved it. Our 2021 Repco Bathurst 1000 champions. We're going to soak up a bit more of the party atmosphere in and amongst the Walkinshaw Andretti United crew. Chad's standing by for us with someone very special.
In the scrum right now, Bruce Stewart, the team are getting around you right now. We haven't talked to you yet. How much does this one mean to you?
I have no idea what you just said, Chad. I have no idea. So could you please repeat the question?
Very simple. How much does it mean to you right now, mate? You're pretty happy?
Yeah, great, thanks, Chad.
All right, let's get serious for a second. How much work had to go into getting this team to where it is today?
Hey, just want to give a shout out to all our partners, but equally our fans who have been amazing, and most importantly, our team back in Clayton, and every boy and girl and man and woman in this group, because this is a team, this is a great team, and this is what it creates. Opportunities like